The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Welcome on in to a very special NFL Draft Night edition of BetMGM Tonight. Right here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube, all 5 hours every night, Monday through Friday, including this very special Draft Night show tonight, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, as you're getting the Schefters and the Rappaports, everybody tweeting out the picks prematurely before you see them on TV. If you want to avoid that, watch us on Twitter, and that way you don't have those notifications popping up on your phone, or maybe you do, but either way, we've got a very special show for you planned here today. You can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, tonight and every night, but especially tonight, open for you. Any immediate draft reactions to your favorite teams, your favorite players. If you're a big college football fan and one of your favorite players is getting drafted in the first round tonight, but more importantly, your favorite teams, or if you just want to react to the chaos all night long, the phones are open for you at 310-840-4910, and you can text as well. If you don't want to wait on hold, you don't want to miss any part of the draft, you'd rather just text in your reactions or your questions to anything going on tonight, we would gladly accept that as well. 310-840-4910. If you do text in your question, just let us know your name and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Brad, we got plenty of amazing draft night coverage here. We're going to talk to Allen Robinson, the former NFL receiver who played for 5 different teams. We're going to talk to Allen and get his thoughts on draft night, what it's like to be in a player's shoes, what he thinks about the big players and what the big teams picking inside the top 10 should do. We're going to talk to our guys, Chris Black and Adam Abdallah, who are live in Pittsburgh. They did their show there earlier today on Westwood One Sports. Hopefully you caught it. We'll have the guys live in about an hour and 20 minutes from now, right before things get kicked off. But Brad, before we roll out the more red carpet features that we've got going on this show tonight, how the hell are you, brother? It's one of the best nights in sports.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think my pants have already dissolved. That's how excited I am about watching pick for pick, and a lot of rosters, going to need a little work. Some teams need some rebuilding. Some teams kind of middle of the pack, and some teams vying for a Super Bowl trophy, and they may need just one key piece out of the roster to propel them to greatness in the upcoming season. You and I have been talking about all week. We feel in our core, in our gut, there could be a number of curveballs thrown tonight, as there always is when it comes to every single NFL draft. And I'm going to be here spinning everything when offensive players are taken for the fantasy football masses. Yeah, we didn't forget about any of you, because I'm one of them. Pat's one of them. Brandon Combs, our producer, is a fantasy player. Michael Montgomery, working the video board, also a fantasy player. So there are all kinds of ripple effects spinning it for gamers and also for the general public, our pointed views on tonight's NFL draft. And I cannot wait for Roger Goodell to take the stage. Bring on the bro hugs, baby, because we got a lot to break down tonight.
That's damn right. That is damn right, brother. Yeah, and look, we've been talking draft in one way or another, and sometimes many segments throughout the show for months now. For months. You and I have done our homework on the players, on the teams, on the moves, on what needs they have. We've literally been doing this since the end of the Super Bowl in February. We are ready. We are going to give you instant analysis, instant reaction to every pick, every trade, every player that is picked before they were expected to, every player that was picked later than they were expected to. This is your nightly Central Sports Hub, and tonight on Draft Night, Brad and I will have the instant analysis, the instant reaction to every pick whether we love it, whether we hate it, everywhere in between. Not only that, the special features here from being a part of the Westwood One Sports family. We will have live podium feed tonight. So I get it. Like sometimes, right, we're on live during games, and we want you to be a part of our show during the games. And if you're a diehard fan of your team, maybe you'd rather just, you'd rather watch the game. You don't want to be listening to a show. We get it. We understand. We'd rather you be a part of it because we give you the in-game analysis and reaction. But for tonight in the draft, you don't need to go anywhere else but right here, because you will hear just about every single pick get made tonight live as it happens. Live podium feed. Roger Goodell and I guess a couple of select others, right? There's always 4 or 5 curveballs or legends that end up making picks in the first round, but mostly Mr. Commissioner himself. You will hear him at the podium live for every single pick tonight, and you will hear it on our show. Not only that, but Brad, because we are part of the Westwood One Sports family, the 32 young men that get drafted tonight and have their dreams realized and come true, they go to the interview room right after they get picked, and they do the bro hug with Goodell, and they put on the hat and the jersey, and then they sit down and they talk with the folks from Westwood One, since they are the audio rights holder of the NFL. We will have those interviews as soon as they are finished, ready for you to hear 2 to 3 minute snippets of what these young men have to say immediately after getting drafted to their newest homes and the newest franchise homes that they will be a part of in the National Football League. So I can't freaking wait for it. It is going to be an amazing night. And like I said, we will have live instant reaction to every draft pick throughout the remainder of our show, which goes until 11 p.m. Eastern. So the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Before the draft gets going, Brad, it is the NBA playoffs. It is the Stanley Cup playoffs. Baseball season's heating up. So last night, let's get into a little basketball here, because I think for me, the big news of the day, amidst, by the way, the Bucks have a new head coach in Taylor Jenkins. George Pickens, literally minutes ago, we got the report that he just signed his franchise tag. That could have big implications in the draft tonight, because he can be traded now. And there was the Dallas Cowboys straight up and came out and said over the last 48 hours, Jerry and Stephen Jones, that they don't want to give George Pickens a long-term extension. They ain't even going to talk it. So George Pickens getting traded, as crazy as it sounds, that could be on the table tonight, Brad. But I still think the biggest news from games and stuff that happened last night is the OKC Thunder. They had to sweat a little bit at the end. They beat the Phoenix Suns 120-107, but their second best player, who has been struggling to stay healthy all year, Jalen Williams, J-Dub, he scored 40 points in one of the finals games last year against the Pacers. He's one of the best defenders in the NBA, and he's a top 25 player in the league. Pulls his hamstring again. Not the hammy that has been causing him issues all year, the other hamstring. And reports earlier today from Shams Charania, it's a grade 1 hamstring. And so he'll be evaluated on a weekly basis. I don't think you're going to see him the rest of the series. I don't think this really makes a difference whether or not the Thunder are winning or losing against the Suns. I think that's out of the question. But maybe this series becomes a bit more interesting now. And just when you thought the Thunder were getting whole and getting ready to repeat as champs, another curveball into the mix. And last night, we got some great trash talk between Dylan Brooks and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Dylan Brooks is now the latest to basically call out SGA for flopping. And it raises the question, will the referees start to officiate the reigning MVP and finals MVP differently now that it's the playoffs? Last night, SGA took 9 free throws. Devin Booker took 10, but in game 1, SGA took 17 free throws. So, is anything about this series going to change? Or can OKC tell Jalen Williams, hey, we'll see you in the next round, get healthy, rest up. But I think this is going to be, the physicality is only starting here between these two teams. They don't like each other, and Dylan Brooks, I think, is going to try to do everything he can to muddy the rest of this series.
Yeah, that's the name of that game for Dylan Brooks, right? One of the dirtiest players in the NBA, notorious reputation to say the least. I don't think it really matters. How many times SGA gets the line? They call him the free throw merchant for a reason. Sometimes they'll have those 17 attempts at a game. Last night going 9 for 9. Which is kind of an average night for him. I mean, overall, he was electric. 37 points in the game, dropped 9 assists, grabbed 5 rebounds as well, had a steal in the game to boot. And you look at, some of the ancillary players around him, as Chet Holmgren had 19 points and 8 rebounds. The bench was quite strong in the game. I mean, OKC didn't shoot their best effort of the year by any stretch of the imagination, only 14 to 40 from way downtown. And you look at Phoenix actually matched them in 3-point percentage, shooting 35% from distance. And they both teams shot over 80% at the charity stripe, but the paint game was strong for OKC. Phoenix may win a game in this series, but you got to get Jalen Williams healthy. Soft tissue issues linger, as you and I both know. The Thunder are going to march on with relative ease. Again, I don't think they're going to go completely unblemished in this series. They'll give up one game, but that'll be all she wrote. OKC will be mighty fine, advancing on the next round, assuming Jalen Williams get back on the floor, and he's going to get a lot of action from the masseuse of the OKC squad, to say the least, here the next few days.
Yeah, I'm just going to say it right now. I don't think there's a shot in hell he plays the rest of this series. And, again, yeah. I don't – maybe Phoenix can win a game now in the desert. But honestly, like you look at the other series, the Rockets and the Lakers, the Thunder are hoping that series goes as long as possible. They won 7 games, right?
Yeah,
because
true.
then the next round, if the Thunder win, which they will, they're going to play the winner of the Rockets-Lakers. They want that series to go 7 because then that delays when their second round series with whoever wins that one is going to start. And that gives Jalen Williams as much time to recuperate and recover as possible. Because I'll tell you this much, the Thunder will beat the Suns no problem without Jalen Williams. With the way the Lakers have looked without Luka and Austin Reeves, if they win this series against Houston and both of those guys come back and they're fresh and they're 100%, the Thunder might have their hands full with the Lakers if Jalen Williams is compromised or is out for a couple of games in that series. So I always thought the Thunder were going to steamroll their way to the NBA Finals because I thought they were going to finally be healthy after they haven't been for most of the season. That now is in jeopardy big time with Jalen Williams suffering a grade 1 hamstring strain. All right, let's look ahead to tonight now, Brad, because again, it's going to be hot and heavy draft coverage from about an hour from now all the way through the rest of the show. My New York Knicks tipping off at the top of the hour against the Atlanta Hawks. And after the 14-point blown lead collapse in Game 2, now the series shifts to Atlanta, 1 game apiece. What does C.J. McCollum have in store tonight in Atlanta? Can Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns rebound? Will Mike Brown be throwing out senseless rotations in a playoff game? I'll give you my prediction right here. I think the Knicks bounce back, and I think they bounce back in a big way. I mean, they don't blow them out by 20 or 25, but I think the Knicks will control the majority of this game and win this one by double digits. I'm expecting a massive result and a massive answer tonight for the New York Knicks to take a 2-1 series lead. What do you have to say? What do you think about this game?
Your prognostication powers are strong, amigo. I concur with your point of view there. And as a result, I'm going to live and land down under on Jalen Johnson. The assist line at 6.5. I don't think he's getting anywhere close to a half dozen. This number could have been set at 5.5, and I'd probably still go under. He's gone 3 and 5 assists his last 3 matchups against the Knicks, including that last one of the regular season. And we know the strength in New York, it's defense. Now, they are middle of the pack so far in this postseason in assists per game allowed to opponents. But if you and I both agree that the Knicks are going to win and maybe win this game handily, the defense is going to rise the occasion. So again, my favorite play in Atlanta and New York, the under on Jalen Johnson, 6.5 assists at a -125 at BetMGM.
All righty, let's quickly hit the Cavs and the Raptors here. Game 3, backs against the wall for Toronto. Feels like it's a must-win for them. You go down 0-3, see you later. Good night. And the Cavaliers are 2.5-point favorites as the series shifts to Scotiabank Arena up in the 6. And the big question, Emmanuel Quickley, will he play? He is still questionable. He missed the first 2 games in this series with the hamstring injury. He's going to be a game-time decision. But more or less, can the Raptors get off the mat here? Because they have been thoroughly beaten in the first 2 games in Cleveland. And can Brandon Ingram finally wake up? He had one of the worst games of his career in game 2. Didn't score a single point in the first half. Finished with just 7 points for the game on 3 of 15 shooting. Maybe I'm a sucker. I think B.I., Brandon Ingram, at home, where he has been a much better player statistically all season. Big bounce back game for Brandon Ingram. I don't know if the Raptors win. I think they keep it close. But Brandon Ingram over 29.5 points plus rebounds plus assists. I would expect him to show up and show out and have a massive game tonight. What do you think about this one, Brad?
I think the bearded bomber is going to be in full effect, and that being James Harden. I'm going to take him for 3+ made threes as Cleveland in the series. They have absolutely bombarded the competition from outside, especially Harden. 4 of 7 in game 1, 3 of 8 from way downtown in game number 2. He's shooting 46.7% from the arc in this series. And you look at Toronto in the postseason, they give it up 14.5 made threes per game at a 40.3% clip. So once again, Harden's 3-point prowess could be an X factor in this one. I think he nets at least a triple.
You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, when we return, our first guest of the night, it's the former NFL receiver, the former Bear, the former Jaguar, the former the former Ram, the former Steeler, and the former Lion. Allen Robinson joins us next to talk NFL Draft. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If Jalen Williams is not healthy in the Western Conference Final and the Thunder have to play the Nuggets or the Spurs, I don't think they're winning. It's one thing to pound into dust curtain-jerking jabroni franchises in the NBA that are trying to lose for A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson in the regular season. It's one thing on a Tuesday night in February without Jalen Williams to go to Atlanta and pummel the Hawks. It's another thing in May, mid and late May, to go on the road to Denver without J-Dub or San Antonio without J-Dub and win. I'm not saying they can't, but think about the way I've talked about that. And I am financially invested in the Thunder to win the championship. Have been the entire season. The only team that I bet to win the championship is Oklahoma City. The way I've talked about the Thunder, that pending health, and I'm always careful to say that, pending health to the participants, especially SGA, then we get to J-Dub and Chet Holmgren. This team's going to win the title, pending health. Now we have a health issue. Now we can talk about maybe this gets a little more interesting. My guess is he'll be back, and it'll be cool. It's not the same hamstring that was hurt early in the season. My guess is it'll be okay, and my guess is the Thunder are still going to win the championship. I believe that still. But I don't know how you can be as confident this morning as you were 24 hours ago. Now that this variable has been introduced into the equation for Oklahoma City. And it just goes back to a point that I've been making since Game 82, since the final Sunday of the NBA regular season, and how lucky the Thunder got with their draw. And this will dovetail into the next part of this discussion that we'll get to in a little bit. Because Oklahoma City, and I said it literally the next morning on Monday morning, right? And I think they're the best team. So basically what this is like here for Oklahoma City is if, like, you're tall, you're tan, you have great hair, you have blue eyes, and you also have, like, an angelic voice. Like, you're going to be a superstar. You didn't need the angelic voice. Like, I'll tell you what, you're tall, and you're tan, and you got great hair, and you got blue eyes. You could sound like me, and you're going to be a success in life. The Thunder are that tall guy. They don't need the angelic voice. They don't need the unbelievable talent. But you know what? They've got it all. Because not only do they have the best team, not only are they the reigning defending NBA champions, but they have a walkover to the Western Conference Final. A walkover. It easily could have broken that Denver's the 4 seed. And now, like, think about that. How are we feeling today if Denver's the 4 seed, not the Lakers? How are you feeling if it's going to be Denver in round 2 and not the Lakers? And I don't even care if Luka Doncic comes back and Austin Reeves comes back. The Lakers are not beating the Thunder even if Jalen Williams doesn't play. They're not. But I'll tell you what, and the Rockets, forget about it. Studio apartment offense, no space anywhere. I don't want to hear about it with the Rockets. If it were Denver, think about what the conversation would be this morning. They dodged a tremendous bullet with how this broke, with how this worked out with the bracket. They will waltz, even without J-Dub, they will waltz to the Western Conference Final. So if I'm Sam Presti and I'm the Oklahoma City Thunder, do you want Jalen Williams back for Game 3 of this series? Of course. Of course you want him back. The only thing that matters is that he's back Game 1 Western Conference Final. They can beat the Lakers without him. They can beat the Rockets probably without SGA. Get him back for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Because if he's not, or if he comes back and he aggravates that injury, now Pandora's box is open. And then we can have a Denver Nuggets conversation. We can have a San Antonio Spurs conversation. Hell, we could even have a Boston Celtics conversation. We could even have, and perhaps this is just wish casting by your boy, we could even have a New York Knicks conversation.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. You can text us, especially all throughout the night during the draft tonight. We have live NFL draft coverage for you all night long. You'll be able to hear every single pick get made at the podium by Roger Goodell or the few select others that end up announcing any of the first-round picks tonight. We'll have instant interviews from the 32 young men that get drafted tonight via our Westwood One Sports family. So keep it locked here all night. You can text in any of your reactions or questions or takes about the draft at 310-840-4910. Let's go to the guest line and bring in the former Pro Bowl receiver, Allen Robinson, who played with the Jaguars, the Bears, Rams, Steelers, and the Lions. He's a Penn State alum. Shout out Vega Ione, who's probably going to go in the first round tonight. And you can find him on Twitter at Allen Robinson. Allen, it's been a while, brother. Pat and Brad, it's good to talk to you again, man. Are you fired up for the draft?
I am, man. Glad you guys are having me. Very excited.
Absolutely. Hey, let's get right into it. Allen, Fernando Mendoza is going to go number 1 overall tonight. Shocker to the Raiders. But a big debate here over the last week or two, especially between Brad and myself, is who should be QB1 to start the season for Vegas? And I think this is something that you can absolutely relate to. You know, new head coach Clint Kubiak said, ideally, if they drafted Mendoza, he wouldn't start right away. That was before they signed Kirk Cousins. Now, you got drafted by the Jaguars in the second round in 2016, and they drafted Blake Bortles, number 3 overall in that same draft, and then decided to start Chad Henne for the first 2 games of that season. A couple of lopsided results to start the year prompted the move to Bortles. So I'll ask you, do you think it's valuable for Mendoza to sit for a few games behind Cousins before they let it rip with him? Or do you think Mendoza should be QB1 right away?
I think we see so many times where guys sit, like I immediately think of Jackson Dart's situation as well. Like I think if Jackson Dart had started right away last year, that the Giants could have had maybe a couple more wins, seeing how he played throughout the course of the season and just the spark that he brought to the offense. So for me, number one overall draft pick, I would like to see him start right away. And I also say that because when you think of some of the names that didn't start right away, they were coming into established quarterback rooms with established systems. When you think of a Tom Brady playing behind Drew Bledsoe, when you think of Aaron Rodgers playing behind Brett Favre, when you think of Patrick Mahomes playing behind Alex Smith, those were already established quarterbacks rooms with established philosophies when it came to offense. I think with Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza kind of learning this system at the same time, I would go ahead and give it to the young buck and see what he can do. Let him try to build his confidence up, because most of the time, the guys who are the guys, they'll come in right away, they'll make plays, and they'll continue on from there.
Good stuff. Alan, let's talk about some of the pre-draft process and exercises that go in to evaluating every single prospect in the NFL draft. You've been a part of that. Which one do you feel is a better measurement of future success and potential for a wide receiver, which, of course, you racked a ton of numbers as during your esteemed NFL career? Here are your options: a 40-yard dash, the 3-cone drill, the broad jump, the bench press, the 20-yard shuttle, or the vertical jump. Which of those measurements, in your estimation, translates, if you exceed expectations, to initial and maybe long-term NFL success for a wideout?
Would it be possible for me to throw in one more?
Yeah, go for it.
I think the gauntlet drill at the combine is something that really translate to the field. And again, a person that comes to mind immediately is Puka Nacua. And when you think of him and his full speed catching ability, when you go look at the combine and see the miles per hour in which he was catching the ball at the NFL combine in the gauntlet drill, it translates to his game to a T. Right now, when he's able to catch those passes through the zone defense, maintain his speed, break tackles and stuff like that, it immediately translates, because you see the football in his hand as he's running with the top speed. As far as some of those other drills, it doesn't really equate to a football. And I say that because we've seen some of the most fast guys and the really notable guys when it comes to speed, career-wise, haven't really had the greatest of careers in some instances.
Ooh, I love that. The gauntlet drill. All right, look out those times and the performances, folks, if you're trying to evaluate some of the wide receivers tonight. And we're going to hear probably a handful of their names called, to say the least. Alan, speaking from your experience during the pre-draft process, you always talk to a number of teams. Did you ever feel like you're going to go somewhere else on draft night? Now, of course, in 2014, you were number 61 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So as a result, did you ever feel a grudge against any teams, any bulletin board material that motivated you when you got drafted in 2014? Anybody like sell you a bill of goods and pull out the rug from underneath it? Or did you get a feeling that you might be going to Jacksonville? So yeah, expound.
It was the Indianapolis Colts for me. I took a visit there. They said that they didn't have a first round pick. If I was on the board in the second round, that I would not be getting drafted any later than the Indianapolis Colts, and they told me that to my face. So leading up into the draft, I thought there was a slight chance I may go in the first round. I met with the Carolina Panthers Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of draft week. They came to my house in Detroit, and we met for 3 days. There was a chance I thought that I may go first round, but once that didn't happen and the second round came about, I was actually sitting outside. I was a little frustrated seeing the run of receivers coming off the board, and my name hadn't yet been called. And sure enough, as the draft is going, I'm tracking it on my phone, and the pick for the Colts comes up, but it ended up being the Jaguars, because I'm delayed like 10 or 15 minutes behind based on what's happening in real time. So I'm like, as soon as I see the pick come up, my phone ring, I immediately think in my head, well, it's a great situation. Andrew Luck, Reggie Wayne, they have a vet I can learn after. And sure enough, they end up drafting a linebacker, and Jacksonville Jaguars traded back into the second round to draft me.
Oh, fantastic.
And so
and I also went to that division, and I had some notable wins, I feel like, against Indy. So it was exciting to be able to kind of get my lick back, if you will.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, so you held that against the Colts then, right? And rightfully so. They did you dirty. They kind of lied to you.
Yeah, and when I think about it, throughout the draft process, there's so many different scenarios that could happen with different teams. Like, I'm sure if a person like Dante Moncrief or something maybe had gone earlier, because that's kind of how it goes. Teams pick on their boards. Everybody has guys rated a little bit differently. I met with Carolina Panthers for a significant amount of time the week of the draft, and I do believe that if there's a chance if Kelvin Benjamin had went earlier, or if there was an early run on receivers in the draft, that I may have gone to Carolina Panthers.
Interesting.
It is. It's very interesting to find out how all the different cogs and the puzzle pieces get put together and what things change on draft night.
And you also find out who doesn't like you as well. Like, I knew I wasn't going to New York Giants. Tom Coughlin wasn't really a fan of mine. Nor was Coach Harbaugh when he coached for the 49ers. So those were two teams I knew I wasn't going to, was the 49ers and was the New York Giants.
How did you know they didn't like you? Did they say anything to you when you visited pre-draft meeting or combine, or what happened?
Combine, I met with Coach Harbaugh, and he just kind of asked me some like special team stuff. I didn't really play special teams, but the reasoning behind me not playing special teams was I went to Penn State. We were sanctioned, so we were very limited on scholarships. So Bill O'Brien didn't have me play any special teams at all. So as I'm trying to explain to Harbaugh, like, no, I didn't play special teams, and he's like, why? Like, why wouldn't you not play a special team at all? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then I'm like, we were limited on scholarships. There was no chance of me playing special teams. And he wasn't having it. And also with Coach Coughlin, he put up a 5 to 10 minute low light of me on the backside of run plays, having loafs and not getting to the ball on the backside. And he told me, he said, I spoke with your coach. He said you were a hard worker, but I don't see that on film. And then from then on, we watched my 5 to 10 minute of low lights. And he just kind of grilled me as to what I was doing on each and every play. And these meetings at the combine are relatively quickly, so I didn't even have much time to speak. We just watched the low lights. He told me I wasn't a hard worker and that he didn't see it, and then I left the room.
Damn, that's BS. That's BS. Really bring in there just to kind of bring you down and show you the low lights like that. There's no point of doing that. Just why even have the meeting?
Five to 10 minutes worth.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, look, man, you had a couple of Pro Bowl seasons. You crushed it with the Jaguars. So you ended up in Duval for a reason, and it all worked out. We're talking with Allen Robinson here on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Allen Robinson, the former Pro Bowl receiver, played with the Jaguars, Bears, Rams, Steelers, and Lions during his 11-year career, and he's a Penn State alum. Allen, you played, like I said, for the Steelers in 2023, just a couple of years ago. They got the 21st pick tonight, and they're hosting the draft. After the season that they had, winning the division in Week 18 and getting crushed by the Texans in the playoffs, now a new head coach in Mike McCarthy, what position would you like to see the Steelers draft tonight? Because a lot of mock drafts have them going with an offensive tackle, especially because Broderick Jones, their left tackle, just had a setback from neck surgery. So do you think O-lineman for the Steelers, or should they say screw it and take Ty Simpson, the QB from Alabama, because they can't afford to wait much longer to find the heir to Aaron Rodgers?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Based on where everything sits at today, I think they almost have to go Ty Simpson. It just makes sense. Obviously, the Aaron Rodgers situation, it's been pretty mum throughout the course of this offseason. We haven't heard anything as far as if there's a chance. I know last offseason he had went to the building earlier in the offseason. There was communication. Everybody felt good and on board. But, we haven't heard anything this offseason, and we're almost into May. Obviously, I know he's familiar with Coach McCarthy, and he's been on Pittsburgh's team, but I think at this stage of the game, I think it would be best to go with Ty Simpson. Even if you have Aaron Rodgers back, you still have Ty Simpson, who I think can bring a lot to the table at that position. And I do think he's a person who could possibly benefit from being behind Aaron Rodgers, as you have Coach McCarthy kind of leading the charge for this year and then passing the torch to Ty Simpson next year.
Oh, could be the heir apparent there in Pittsburgh. Al, let's talk some wide receivers. Again, we could hear a number of names: Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, Omar Cooper, Casey Concepcion, and Denzel Boston. All could be picked tonight in round one of the NFL draft. A landing spot, as we know, is everything. But based on skill set alone, who do you see making a major impact in year one? And according to NFL.com, Carnell Tate is the only one of that group that I mentioned pre-draft with a year one starter grade. So who do you think is going to make the biggest impact of wide receiver this season, no matter the landing spot?
I would like to go with Jordan Tyson. I mean, just watching his game and seeing the different situations in some years, the first receiver taken, or even guys taken that early, don't really go to a great situation. I do think Jordan Tyson and Carnell Tate have the potential to go to teams and not have to be the guy right away in the sense of, but they can still kind of play with attention being on other receivers. I think if Jordan Tyson goes to the Giants, you already have Malik Neighbors. I think if Carnell Tate goes to the Commanders, you already have Scary Terry. So both of those situations, but for me, I would like to say Jordan Tyson. I think Jordan Tyson had a really good year this past year in college, and I think he's going to continue to ascend. I think his college career was kind of just him scratching the surface. I know he transferred from Colorado and then went to Arizona State and then really turned it on. But I think he's going to continue to ascend.
I like Jordan Tyson. I hope the Giants get him at 10. I hope he's still there at 10. Talking with Allen Robinson here on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, for a couple more minutes, the former Pro Bowl receiver. Allen, I know he's a running back, and you played receiver, but everybody's had an opinion on Jeremiah Love this draft cycle. Named the best player in the draft by many because, the comp is Jahmyr Gibbs because of his explosiveness in both the run and pass game. Should there be any trepidation or fear by a team who wants to take a running back in the top 5? Because, look, as I'm sure you know, it's proven costly for teams in the past, like the Jaguars when they took Lenny Fournette 4th overall. Regardless of how great a player can be, sometimes a team is just, they're not a running back away, and in those teams that are rebuilding should probably focus on higher value positions. So if you were the Cardinals at 3 or the Titans at 4, would you pass on Jeremiah Love simply because he's a running back, or do you think he's just too good?
I think he's too good, especially for those situations. I think when you think of the Tennessee Titans, for me off the get-go, you have Cam Ward at the quarterback position. And this year with him having a new head coach, new offensive coordinator in Daboll, the number one thing that he can benefit from day one is having a guy that he can turn around and hand the ball off to, who will be able to attract the attention that Jeremiah Love is going to attract. And then I also think the same thing for the San Francisco 49ers. For the Arizona Cardinals. With them picking at 3, their team is all over the place right now. Obviously, you have a young receiver in Marvin Harrison Jr. You have Jacoby Brissett, a quarterback who's kind of holding out, if you will. So for you to be able to add to your team, I think you can do that at the running back position with Jeremiah Love. And from what we saw of him, he's just so talented. And I think that because for me personally, in that top 5 pick, if I'm gonna miss on somebody, I would rather miss on an offensive player like a running back that I can hand the ball to, dial up screens for, or plays out the backfield, rather than maybe a inside linebacker like a Sonny Styles, because it's very tough to say, okay, how do we make this directly translate to a number 3 overall pick? I think with the running back position, you can just continue to give them touch after touch after touch for you to be able to utilize that high value and pick and their skill set.
Okay, finally, Allen, one last one quickly here for you. You're a Penn State alum. We mentioned Vega Ione's expected to go in the first round tonight, the offensive guard. But Nittany Lions QB Drew Aller isn't expected to get drafted until the 3rd or 4th rounds. I think he can end up being one of the steals of the draft. Famously, Brady's 7th round, Brock Purdy, last pick in the draft, Kirk Cousins, 4th rounder, Dak Prescott, 4th rounder. I know it was a rough season for him with the ankle injury, and the team's season didn't go nearly the way a lot of folks expected. Do you think Drew Aller can be a franchise QB for whatever team takes him here in the next 2-3 seasons?
I'll say this. I think Drew Aller can be a steal for the draft as well. I think franchise quarterback, he would have to develop into that. But I'll say this. When he was at Penn State last season, I don't think that team and offensive coordinator utilized his skill set by any means. I thought he played a lot. He played a lot more laterally than I would have liked to see him play. When I say laterally, meaning as far as kind of the RPOs and some of the run stuff that was being asked of him, rather than him being able to have some run plays to then drop back in the pocket and play action and really be able to use his big arm and his big frame to see over the defense and be able to layer those throws with using some play action and stuff like that. So I think if he can get into a system like that in the NFL, and if you watch some of that tape, I think he'll be able to utilize his skill set very good in the NFL, rather than having more so a east-west gimmicky kind of scheme that I don't think fit his skill set really at all.
Great stuff, Allen. Awesome, man. Hey, enjoy the draft tonight, brother. We really appreciate all your insight. The stories were awesome. Tom Coughlin. Get out of
Tom
here.
Coughlin.
It was-
And ironically, Tom Coughlin ended up being the president of football operations my last year in Jacksonville.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
no
right.
way.
Yeah.
And it's a damn shame, too, because you tore your ACL in the first week of the season in 2017, right?
Yep.
Yeah, damn shame, because you were coming off a phenomenal year, and I know you guys probably would have won the Super Bowl if you were healthy that year. But hey,
I know
Alan,
we always say that, but hey.
Can't change the past, though. Hey, but enjoy the draft tonight, man. We look forward to catching up with you soon.
I appreciate it. You guys as well.
There you go.
See you, Alan.
Allen Robinson, the former Pro Bowl receiver. We'll see who his former teams take tonight. Jags, Bears, Rams, Steelers, Lions, all making picks in the first round. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll pivot to what has become an uber popular and uber successful segment here on the show. Can Monty, our video producer, make it a dozen correct picks in a row? We're going to go streaking when we come back, picking a player to get a hit in tonight's Major League Baseball games. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
He is Chat QB, the AI quarterback. You've heard of Gen Z quarterbacks? Fernando Mendoza is the first AI quarterback. Seems like you went into Gemini or Claude or whatever nonsense, I don't know, whatever nonsense you've got, and said, give me the perfect quarterback. And it spits out, here's Fernando Mendoza for you. And because of that, and because we've known it's been a fait accompli, a lock, a certainty, because we've known for so long that he's going first overall, and because he's boring, we have forgotten how special he is as a quarterback prospect and how incredible I think he's going to be at the next level. Think about it in these terms. Now, I'm not going to say that he would have gone first overall in the Caleb Williams draft. Caleb would have gone first overall. And maybe he would have gone ahead of Jaden. And, I think now everyone wants to say, well, Drake May was actually the better prospect than Jaden Daniels, but Jaden Daniels went second. Whatever. However you want to parse this. Mendoza is going before, at the very least, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix. Right? He's going before them. And maybe he goes before Jaden. Maybe he goes before May. Caleb would have been the first overall pick. He definitely goes first overall last year ahead of Cam Ward if they're in the same draft. He goes first overall ahead of Bryce Young and ahead of C.J. Stroud, the Bryce Young draft. He goes first overall ahead of Kyler Murray. He would have gone first overall ahead of Baker Mayfield. We can have our conversations about who should have gone first overall in that draft, and it looks a little silly in retrospect how it went. I think he would have gone first overall over Jared Goff. He is an absolute stud. He is not the first overall pick because the draft sucks. He's not the first overall pick because there isn't another quarterback maybe worthy of being a first-round selection, whether or not another one will be. That's not it. He's going to be the number one pick because he's deserving of being the number one pick in basically any draft that doesn't include a generational quarterback prospect. I'm talking Joe Burrow. I'm talking Caleb Williams. Mendoza, an exceptionally worthy first overall pick. The arm, the brain, the leadership ability. And I'll tell you what, and I've said this numerous times, he is a tough son of a bitch. I think about that. Everyone wants to talk about, the run, the touchdown run in the national championship game against Miami. It's a great play. And it's an iconic play. Right? That's his most that and the Omar Cooper play against Penn State. Those are his iconic plays. To me, the play where I'm like, well, I think this kid's got it more than any other was when he got absolutely decleated, destroyed, annihilated, obliterated, eviscerated by Ohio State early in the Big Ten title game, has to leave the game, and his brother has to come in. Another Mendoza comes in to play quarterback. And I'm sitting there wondering, this dude coming back, is he done? I wouldn't have blamed him. He got destroyed. Not only does he come back, he comes back and they win the game. He's got, however you want to define it, Fernando Mendoza's got it.
I think that it's going to be Arbel Reese at number 2. I would take Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is who I would take at number 2 overall. I think Bain's a top 3 player in this class. I understand, like, people just go like, he doesn't have the longest arms. He doesn't win with length. That's not how he wins. So you don't have to sit here and say, well, he won a lot with a long arm move and he won a lot with his length when he was in college. He's not going to be able to do that in the NFL. That's not how he won. He won with first step explosiveness, great natural leverage, incredible power from his lower half, great hand usage, a pass rush plan, can defend the run like an ox, a great motor, good counters to him as well. He's coached by the Hall of Famer Jason Taylor the last 3 years when he was at Miami. I mean, I would be taking Ruben Bain here. I think he is the best defensive lineman, I would say, in this class. And so that would be my pick at number 2 for the Jets.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Allen Robinson. That was great, Brad. Those stories he told about Coughlin and Harbaugh and how the Colts passed on him and he never forgot about it. That was great stuff. Former Pro Bowl receiver Allen Robinson. In case you missed it, you can check it out. Rewind on the Odyssey app. You can also download the BetMGM Tonight podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. Our friends at BetMGM want you to know this. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB odds boost token all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your odds boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay, before we get to what has become a sensation here on BetMGM Tonight, Brad, there is only 2 baseball games tonight. 2 baseball games tonight that start after 7 p.m. Eastern. The Twins and the Mets, who are fresh off of snapping their 12-game losing streak, and then the Buccos and the Rangers in Arlington. Yankees and the Red Sox, the only active game right now. The Bo Sox lead the Yanks 1-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. So with that being said, it's going to be very difficult out of only 4 possible teams playing tonight to pick a player to get a hit. And that means our guy Monty, our video producer Michael Montgomery, who has started off a red-hot, perfect 11 for 11 in picking players to correctly get a hit. He's going to have his hands full tonight. If there's ever a night to take down the great Monty, it would be tonight. And also our guest picker, the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, who filled in for you last week, Brad. He's a perfect 7 for 7. So with that being said, we've all got at least a 1-game streak. We went a perfect 5 for 5 last night. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All right, if you don't know by now, again, the premise, we're just going around the room. Everybody on the crew picks a player just to get one hit. We've done it 11 times so far since the season started. We do it every night right here at 6:40 p.m. Eastern on the show. I'm 9 for 11. Brad, you're 5 for 6 and a 5-game winning streak, 5-game hitting streak. Combs is 6 for 11. PJ Glasser, 7 for 7. And our video producer, Monty, a perfect 11 for 11. So, Brad, I'll kick us off. I've gotten a player to get a hit correctly 4 days in a row. Last night it was Soto. Tonight, I'm going to the Texas Rangers, and I'm going to Mr. Brandon Nimmo, going up against Bubba Chandler. Nimmo's got a 293 average this year. He's actually surprisingly hit lefties better this season, but the lefty-righty matchup, he's at the top of the order. He's been swinging a hot stick. I like Brandon Nimmo to get a knock tonight. He's gotten a hit in 4 out of his last 5 games. Keep it going tonight, Nimmo. Brad, who are you rolling with to try to make it 6 in a row for you?
Ring ding dong, ring a ding 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 dong. Hopefully going to keep them heads ringing. Josh Bell taking on the New York Mets, and Christian Scott hasn't twirled a start since 2024. Had Tommy John surgery last year. You go back to 2024, he gave up a 333 batting average to left-handed hitters. Look at Josh Bell. He's gotten a hit in 4 of his last 5 games. So I think Scott is a guy who's quite vulnerable in his first game back, and Bell splits a gap, and I go straight into 6.
All righty. Yeah, 5 for 6 for you. You've been on a heater. After you whiffed on the first night, you've gotten 5 in a row. Let's go to producer Brandon Combs. Started a new streak last night. Combs, who you rocking with today?
I am going with a strict gut feeling. It's just strictly gut. There's nothing behind it. I don't have any stats. I don't have anything. As a matter of fact, this guy has sucked so far this season.
Yeah.
He has not been very good, but he is a very good hitter, and I'm going to take Corey Seager of the Texas Rangers to get a knock off of Bubba Chandler and the Pirates.
Okay. I'm on Nimmo. You're on Seager. I'll give you the Glassman's pick. PJ Glasser, again, he filled in for shows last week for Brad, and he was 4 for 4. We said, PJ, you got to just text us to pick every day until you get it wrong. Well, he hasn't missed. He's a perfect 7 for 7. He put in our show rundown earlier, Francisco Lindor, and I said, I highly doubt he's going to play. And seconds later, the Mets put him on the 10-day IL. I said, PJ, you need somebody else. He goes, oh, damn. He goes, the panic pick. That's how they get you. He's going with Bo Bichette, leading off for the Mets tonight. He's 3 for 10 career against Joe Ryan. And on the season, Bo Bichette has gotten that average up after a brutal start to 220. So the glass man looking to make it 8 for 8. He's going with Bo Bichette. And finally, without further ado, all hail the Magic Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, which is providing you with all the statistical analysis as to why he's such a genius. 11 for 11. Can he stay perfect again? Monty, who is the guy tonight?
Yeah, let's hope. Like you said, if there's a night where it's not going to go my way, it certainly could be tonight. But I'm with Brad. Lefties against Christian Scott is the formula for success tonight. Give me Trevor Larnach, 1+ hit. He's got an elite rating against Christian Scott. Like Brad said, hasn't pitched in a while and was horrible when he did. I don't think Brad mentioned this, but he has a 5.27 ERA in AAA this season. So even recently when he's in AAA, not good. And a lot of lefties are highly rated on batters-box.com today, but Larnach, I felt, matched up best with his pitch arsenal, or at least what he had back in 2024. So we'll assume it's still the same. And then I wish this was a bigger sample, but in the 29 games with an elite rating, Larnach has been very good, getting hit 72% of the time. So the trends are there. The poor pitching from Christian Scott is there. So I like the chances. I wish there were more games, but I think we're going to go 12 for 12.
Oh, he goes, I think we're going to go 12 for 12. He called this shot yesterday, and he said, I think Ketel Marte gets this done in his first AB. He got it done in his second AB. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Monty looking to make it a perfect 12 for 12. He's going Trevor Larnach from the Twins, with that game starting in 15 minutes from now against Christian Scott and the New York Mets. All righty. The heavy draft coverage is going to start next. Who goes higher? Brad and I basically just pick out of 2 players who gets drafted higher. in the draft tonight, which starts in just over 1 hour from now. Plus, in 20 minutes, we'll talk to our Westwood One sports brethren, Chris Black and Adam Abdallah, who are live in Pittsburgh. They'll give us everything you need to know. It's a special NFL Draft Night coverage of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The Cowboys have the 12th and 20th overall picks in the draft tonight. Some say they should package those picks to move up for a defender. Some say maybe they should draft a receiver. Some say they should trade George Pickens. Here's what I say. This is the year that you try and win. Dak's not getting any younger. And also, Jerry Jones isn't getting any younger. And you know what he likes to do? Gamble. Do you know how I know that? Because he tells anyone with a microphone and a camera with 2 ears that will listen that he's a gambler. You want to gamble? Play it out with George Pickens. You think he's going to sit out till week 10? I don't want to say zero because he's crazy. It's like what my dad used to say to me when I was learning how to drive. My father, God rest his soul, would say to me, you never want to get into it with someone on the road because you're not crazy and you don't know if that person is. Crazy people, this is why I'm reticent to call people crazy that aren't actually crazy, because then you meet a crazy person and you're like, holy bleep, that person's crazy. George Pickens is nuts. Do I think he's nuts enough to leave a ton of money on the table? I don't. Let him be unhappy. He's making 27. I'd love to be paid $27 million to be unhappy. Let him be unhappy. He gives you the best chance to win this year. Not Mekhi Lemon, not Jordan Tyson, not Carnell Tate, not Casey Concepcion, not Kenyon Sadiq, George Pickens. You keep this offense loaded and high octane and explosive. And at 12 and 20, you add 2 players to this defense. The thought that they should draft offense is ridiculous. Ridiculous. The offense is not the problem on this team. And the idea that we're building for 27 and 28, are people paying attention to what's going on here? This team's ready to win now. The quarterback's not getting any younger and the owner's not getting any younger. Push the chips in, man up, and go for it. That's what I would do if I were the Dallas Cowboys.
I think that Arvell Reese is through and through the more New York Jets player. I think that he fits the David Bailey number 2 overall hype. Somebody's going to have to explain it to me why he would make more sense for the New York Jets, because the only reason that I have that people have said is, well, he's a more ready-made pass rusher. 1, that doesn't really matter. 2, I don't know if that's a guarantee for that to be the case. Even with the production that he had at Stanford and Texas Tech, I think David Bailey's in for a learning curve in the NFL. You can't just win with that first step in the NFL. It's going to take him a little while to get to where you want him to go. And that whole philosophy doesn't really line up with the Jets' timeline at all. The Jets aren't going to be, you want them to be better this year for sure, but they're not going to be overly competitive in 2026. Their winning window is 2027, 2028. They hope, after they get the quarterback that they're hoping to get soon over the next 2 years. That lines up so much more perfectly with Arvell Reese and his development. So I think that that's a total counter for all of why people would say that David Bailey would go number 2 overall. And Arvell Reese is the more Aaron Glenn player. I guarantee you that Arvell Reese is the more Aaron Glenn player. because Arvell Reese plays with a lot more power. He's pound for pound a lot stronger. He can defend the run. He can stack offensive tackles with how strong he is. He's got great power moves. He can play off the ball, and he can hunt the ball as an off-ball linebacker like you were kind of talking about. Like, everything that Aaron Glenn has told us over the last 2 years of him being the head coach of the New York Jets and even his time with the Detroit Lions, Arvell Reese is so clearly the more Aaron Glenn player. So I think that it's going to be Arvell Reese at number.
He shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. And I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of our special edition of NFL Draft Night coverage starts right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Again, our talk and text line is open all night for you. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Any of your NFL draft takeaways, predictions, and once we get going, any of your questions or reactions, you can call in. You can most certainly text in 310-840-4910. And again, in 20 minutes from now, we're going to talk to our guys Black and Abdallah, the midday show or the afternoon show here on Westwood One Sports, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. They did their show today from Pittsburgh. They're live at the NFL Draft. We're going to check in with them as we are now 60 minutes away from the start of the draft. And so with that, Brad, now this will start basically 4 straight hours of what is mostly going to be NFL draft coverage. We'll keep you posted on all the NBA playoff games going on. Trust me, I'll have the Knicks game on my screen along with the draft. We'll keep you posted on the other 2 NBA playoff games that are happening tonight, Cavs and Raptors and Nuggets T-Wolves. And we'll keep you posted on the many playoff hockey games that are going on tonight. You got 3 of them, Sabres, Bruins, Hurricanes, Senators, and Avalanche Kings. But this is mostly going to be hot and heavy NFL draft coverage. We're going to have live podium feed of the commissioner, Roger Goodell, announcing all 32 picks tonight. We'll have instant interviews from the 16 players that are attended to invite the draft tonight. Whoever gets selected that are attending the draft, they then go immediately after they do the bro hug and they put the hat on and the jersey. Right after they do the on-TV interview, they go behind into the green room or into the room where they do their interviews. And because we are part of the Westwood One Sports family, we will have those interviews available for you to hear a couple of snippets from immediately after the biggest moments of their lives. So there is no place else you would rather want to be than right here, BetMGM Tonight. We've got the live picks. We've got the interviews immediately after. We've got the live instant analysis and reaction. It's going to be incredible. So, Brad, little primer here. Why don't we get going with a little game? Who goes higher? You and I are going to predict. We're going to name 2 players, and 2 players that are mocked by many to get drafted right around the same spots as one another. Who ends up getting drafted higher? Are you ready to rock and roll?
Oh, you know it, my man. Let's go.
All righty. So let's start it off with 2 receivers that both could end up getting picked in the top 10. Who goes higher, Brad? Jordan Tyson from Arizona State or Carnell Tate from Ohio State?
All right, for those of you who've been listening to BetMGM Tonight all week long, we've been doing our NFL mock draft round 1 selection. So the cat's already out of the bag. I'm going to stick to my guns. For those of you who are not aware, this is going to be new information to you and a fresh perspective. But I'm going to go with Carnell Tate out of the Ohio State. I think he's going to remain within that state's borders, and he's going to land with the Cleveland Browns at number 6 overall, as Cleveland has a definite need at wide receiver. Their WR1 right now, Jerry Jeudy. It was best suited really be a WR2. You got Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel. Doesn't really matter who is going to be under center week 1. They need weapons, and they need a multitude of weapons to have any kind of chance to move the chains consistently down the field. Carnell Tate is a sharp route runner. Just constantly wins. So that blazing speed by any stretch of the imagination. But the organization obviously very familiar probably with what he put on film and what he was able to do at the Ohio State about 3 hours down the road there in Columbus. I know Tyson is the talk of the NFL draft at the wide receiver position. You are praying, my man, that your New York Jets get him at 10. A lot of, draft nicks that have been out there saying, he could go at number 5 overall to your G-men, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Carnell Tate will go 6, and Tyson, unfortunately, will not go to your Giants. I got him to go to New Orleans at number 8. So give me Carnell Tate going higher.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that Jordan Tyson will still be there at 10 for Big Blue for the New York Giants to take him with their second pick in the first round. And I think maybe because of the injuries that he sustained, ACL, MCL, PCL in 2023, collarbone injury in 2024, battled some hamstring injuries in 2025 this past year. I'm hoping that'll be enough for a guy that I think is going to end up being a stud to fall to 10 and the Giants swoop up and grab him there. But I am in agreement with you. I think Carnell Tate gets drafted higher. I don't have him going at 6. I got him 1 pick later to the Commanders at 7. And I saw incredible story, incredible way to honor his late mother, Carnell Tate, his mother, Ashley Griggs, who was killed in a drive-by shooting in Chicago in July 2023. It's been one of the more emotional stories here leading up to the draft. And I saw a picture. He had his mom and sister's names inside his suit jacket as he arrived on the red carpet for the NFL draft tonight. So it's a guy that it's going to be an incredibly emotional night for him. I don't think he's going to have to wait long. The Chicago native, I think, is going to our nation's capital at 7. I think he's going to be a Commander. Carnell Tate from the Ohio State. I am agreeing with you. He goes higher than Tyson, but I think he goes 7, and you think he goes 6. All right. Couple of defensive players here. Could go in the top 10. I think, Brad, we did our NFL draft pick'em where we predicted every pick of the first round, and you've got one of these gentlemen falling, so I'll ask you, who gets drafted higher? Edge rusher from Miami, Ruben Bain, or cornerback from LSU, Mansour Delane? Who gets drafted higher?
Yeah, I've been talking about a guy that could be slipping away down the round 1 draft board. I think it's going to be Ruben Bain, a guy that I have projected to go all the way down to number 17 to the Detroit Lions. The off-the-field issues, T-Rex arms, very well-documented, explosive pass rusher. Obviously, got to check a major box for a team that has an area need at edge, which Detroit has. But he's a guy that, raises some red flags in some, estimations and many front office in the NFL. And that's why I feel he's going to go in the middle of round 1. But Mansour Delane is arguably the best corner in this entire draft class. Extremely talented guy. Kansas City obviously has a need with McDuffie now, no longer in Chiefs threads. So I think Mansour Delane is going to go to Kansas City. I don't think KC is going to trade up, though there have been some rumors and some rumblings. They could be wheeling and dealing up to possibly number 3 overall with the Arizona Cardinals spot. But if they stay where they're at, and again, my gut says they will, Mansour Delane will be the pick at number 9 with Bain going much later. So Delane much higher than Bain.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mansour Delane goes higher than Ruben Bain as well, but not by much. I don't know if he's going to have such a precipitous fall as you think he's going to, but I do think Mansour Delane is going to be a top 10 pick. I got him going number 8 to the New Orleans Saints. In the offseason, they lost their slot corner, Alante Taylor, to free agency. I will say this. It does. I was looking up at our massive stat pack that our guy Armin Williams from Westwood One sent us earlier today. And, funny enough, Mickey Loomis, Saints GM, has actually drafted an offensive or defensive lineman in 10 of the last 11 drafts. And, wow. So again, a lot of people think the Saints are going to go wide receiver to give Chris Olave another, number 2 wing. I still think they're going corner here. I think they need a second corner opposite of Kool-Aid McKinstry. And again, losing Alante Taylor, who was so good for them in the slot last year, I think you see Mansour Delane and what the ceiling he could bring to this Saints defense. I know you want to give your young quarterback, Tyler Shuck, as many weapons as possible, but I think it's going to be Delane. But I am in agreement with you again here. I think he's definitely going higher than Ruben Bain. All right, let's move on here. Who goes higher? We're doing this on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Kenyon Sadiq, the Oregon tight end, or Omar Cooper, receiver from Indiana? Who gets drafted higher, Brad?
Well, we know this based on an interview with Mark Schlereth last night. If Schlereth had any kind of decision-making power with whatever organization, he's going Sadiq all day long, singing his praises. A guy that he felt could be a top 10 pick tonight. Now, I'm not buying that belief. I have Sadiq going to Tampa at number 15 overall, and I feel really good about that based on Zach Robinson, the OC there, and his tendency to run a lot of 12 personnel, which he ran % of the time last season with the Atlanta Falcons. Now calling shots there in Western Florida. Could be more of the same with Cade Otton and Kenyon Sadiq on the field. And Sadiq can do a little bit of everything. And as Schler pointed out last night, an underrated run blocker as well. I have Sadiq barely going ahead of Omar Cooper. I have Sadiq at number 15. I have Cooper at number 16 going to the New York Jets. Jets obviously have a need a wide receiver. They need a firm WR2 to complement Garrett Wilson. I think you're going to go Ty Simpson with that Jets pick at 16. Certainly an option there on the table as well. I love Cooper's overall game. I still think about that catch he had against Penn State as a member of the Indiana Hoosiers last season. Toe tapping in the back of the end zone, defying gravity, just an unreal snag. But I think Kenyon Sadiq goes barely ahead of Omar Cooper in round 1 tonight.
I think he goes ahead of him as well. I think it might be sizable. I think Kenyon Sadiq, it'll be a surprise if he's there past 15, whereas Omar Cooper, I mean, I'll never forget that catch he made. I remember watching it live, that Indiana-Penn State game, and I thought that Indiana's undefeated season was going down. And sure enough, he makes one of the more remarkable catches ever. I honestly, it wouldn't shock me if Omar Cooper doesn't get drafted in the first round tonight. That's my belief. I could be dead wrong. Maybe he does go to the Jets at 16. I think they make the boneheaded decision and draft Ty Simpson, but we'll see. I think Kenyon Sadiq, though, is going top 15. And look, maybe our buddy Big Stink Schlereth is right. Maybe he does go number 9 to the Kansas City Chiefs, and they pull off a stunner, and they get Travis Kelce's replacement right now. Kenyon Sadiq, he's a freak of nature. Second-team All-American, tight end of the year in the Big Ten Conference from Oregon. You mentioned it, not just a great pass catcher, but an awesome run blocker and an athletic freak as well. So if Omar Cooper goes ahead of Sadiq, it'll be a shocker to me, because I think Sadiq is going top 15. And I don't know if Omar Cooper goes in the first round tonight. All right, we got time for 2 more. This is where these next couple ones here, real interesting, especially this one. Who gets drafted higher, Brad? Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, or Caleb Downs, his defensive backfield teammate, the safety from the Ohio State? Which Buckeye goes higher?
I'm planting my flag. I said that your New York Giants are going to go with Sonny Styles on number 5 overall, and I ain't budging in even a millimeter, my man. I'm going to go with Styles at number 5 overall. I know you're a strong supporter. You're a fanboy. You kiss the ground that Caleb Downs walks on, and you are begging. You are pleading for your G-men to take him at number 5. Maybe they're lucky enough and he slips to number 10 overall. I think that's entirely on the table, but I think Sonny Styles goes slightly higher than the ultra-versatile and talented Caleb Downs. Styles could go 5. He could go 6. I believe you had a trade in the works with the Cleveland Browns and Dallas Cowboys, so Dallas trading up to get Sonny Styles. That makes a ton of sense in my mind, but give me Styles over Downs, but both these guys are going to be exceptional at the pro level.
Yeah, first disagreement here, but for us, I'm going Caleb Downs because he is going to the New York Football Giants at number 5. Or I hope he does. I mean, geez, come on. I mean,
You're
big boy,
praying.
don't make a mistake. This guy, he is the next Kyle Hamilton. John Harbaugh, he wants another Kyle Hamilton. He can literally get him at number 5 tonight. Caleb Downs to the Giants. And then, yes, my prediction is that the Dallas Cowboys, they want Sonny Styles, and they want him bad. And they're going to give their 2 first-round picks to the Cleveland Browns. They're going to move up to 6 and take Sonny Styles before anybody else can grab him. I think he blew Jerry Jones' nips off with what he did at the Combine. And so I think Sonny Styles is going 6 to the Cowboys after a trade with the Browns. And I think my Giants will lock up Caleb Downs at number 5. And finally, Brad, who goes higher? Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, or Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon?
I think it's going to be Dylan Thieneman, man. Again, I'm worried about Jermod McCoy, potentially having that second procedure coming off the ACL injury. A lot of rumblings that he could go under the knife for that second surgery on his knee. And he's a guy tonight, like Ruben Bain, I feel, is going to fall off a continental shelf in a deep, dark abyss. I don't think he's going to fall out of round 1. I think eventually somebody in the 20s is going to pounce on the overall value of McCoy, and maybe it's the Cleveland Browns of one of their selections. But Thieneman is arguably the best safety in this entire draft. A couple of teams have a need at safety. I had him going to Dallas at number 12 overall, assuming that the Cowboys remain there and don't trade up, as you feel they might trade up with the Cleveland Browns at number 6. But Thieneman, I think, will have his name called before McCoy.
I agree with you. Whether it's Minnesota or Carolina, 18-19, I think that's where Dylan Thieneman goes, and I think Jermod McCoy could end up slipping into the mid-20s. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we're going to talk to our brethren, our Westwood One sports brethren, Chris Black and Adam Abdallah, host of Black and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports from 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern. They're live at the draft in Pittsburgh. We're going to talk to the guys and ask them everything they're hearing, get their live reaction as we are 45 minutes away from the start of the draft. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Another thing I'm pretty confident in is that I think Jordan Tyson I think that there's real smoke there with him being the first wide receiver off the board. That's one where, I read every single piece of NFL information that comes out. There seems to be real connections from some insiders to teams saying that they have Tyson number 1 on their draft board. And I think that that's for real. So we saw some steam on that about 3 or 4 days ago, and it's kind of leveled out since then. But I think he's in play for the Giants at number 5. I think if the Browns are forced to keep the pick at 6 and they can't find a trade partner, I think they will take Tyson at 6. And I think he'll be in play for Washington at 7 as well. If Washington stays in that spot, they're another team I think would be looking to move down. So those are a couple things that I'm eyeing in the first 10 picks here now.
But right now, and this is a hard thing to describe, but the Flyers have a team of destiny vibe to them. And it's like pornography. What is a Stanley Cup playoff team of destiny? You know it when you see it. The Flyers have that type of vibe. I think we're going to get Flyers Hurricanes in round 2. I am exceptionally excited to bet the Flyers in that series. Philly right now at BetMGM to win the East, plus 750. I'm into that price as well.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports here on this very special NFL Draft Night edition. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, you can call and you can absolutely text. Well, phone lines are open for you throughout the show here at 310-840-4910. But we're going to go live to the draft right now in Pittsburgh because our Westwood One Sports brethren are there. They did their show there today. Black and Abdallah, Chris Black, Adam Abdallah, the host of Black and Abdallah, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday right here on Westwood One Sports. Gentlemen, it's Pat and Brad. How are we doing? How's the weather in Pittsburgh and how you guys feeling?
Pat, Brad, guys, today has been a fantastic day. The weather is perfect. There are a lot of people out in downtown Pittsburgh. It really feels, and remember the story a couple weeks ago that they were going to cancel school today in Pittsburgh, right? Like, the city took today off.
Yeah.
Like the city, the entire day, people have been out in jerseys. They're celebrating. They're tailgating. We saw people tailgating at, 9 a.m.?
Yeah. It's like 9:30 in the morning.
This morning, people are pumped.
It's like they're set up for a game, and it's not just jerseys from out of town. Like, we've seen jerseys from every team in the NFL, but by far, the most jerseys we've seen are Steelers jerseys.
Steelers fans are here. They're proud.
The entire city is showing out for the draft tonight, and by far, it is Steeler-centric here in Pittsburgh.
Oh, that's a good thing. Steel City, man. I mean, they wanted Art Rooney to sell the team, and they wanted Omar Khan gone, but at least they got their pound of flesh with Mike Tomlin moving on here. But look, Chris and Adam, I think one of the hottest topics here Mendoza's going 1. I mean, they try to dress it up any way you want, but what do the Jets do at number 2? That's become a real hot topic of debate here. You had plenty of folks reporting that the Jets are now leaning to edge rusher David Bailey from Texas Tech, even though it felt like for the last couple of weeks they were going to draft Arvell Reese from Ohio State, the hybrid linebacker edge rusher. The Jets canceled their pre-draft meeting with David Bailey, and reports are that the Jets already made their decision a week ago. So what have you guys been hearing, and who do you think the Jets take at number 2?
Yeah, I think it's David Bailey. I think that's the talk here. It's what everyone has been saying around the draft behind the scenes, and it feels as if that the Jets are going to go with the safe pick and go with David Bailey over maybe Arvell Reese, who has the higher potential. And that's just what we've kind of heard here is the same, is that David Bailey will be the pick at 2.
Yeah, I think right now, if you look at it, the draft from what we've been talking about pretty much all day and talking to people here all day is that the draft kind of starts at number 3 and what's going to happen at number 3. And now, hearing that the Rams are interested in Jeremiah Love and they may cause some chaos by wanting to trade up. Are the Cardinals going to take Jeremiah Love at 3? Are they going to go with Arvell Reese? To us, really, it's at number 3 is where the draft starts, because we've been operating under the presumption that all day that David Bailey's going number 2 and that it's really that the Cardinals are on the clock and maybe they're the ones fielding calls for the 3rd overall pick, or are they just going to actually make the selection?
Gents, let's go ahead and gaze into the crystal ball tonight. Give me a player that you feel is going to go much higher than DraftNix forecasted. Conversely, what player do you see plummeting down draft boards most tonight? What you got either side of the ledger? Really both. So give me a pick in each.
Yeah, so going higher than maybe expected, I have Jordan Tyson going 7th overall to the Commanders, and I think that starts a run at wide receiver. I think, guys, we get 3 wide receivers in the top 10. So I think after Tyson goes off the board at 7, I think 8, the Saints go with a wide receiver. I think the Chiefs take a wide receiver. And so I think based on that, I think Maui Noah is going to fall because of the wide receivers that will run in the top 10.
I have right now, I have Spencer Fano from Utah being the first offensive lineman off the board to the Browns. So like Chris said, the Maui Noah, the back stuff has him falling a little bit. I have Caleb Downs going to the Giants at 10. So I don't know if that's considered falling, because we've also heard that teams might move up for Caleb Downs. He could go anywhere as high as 5 to the Giants. I have the Giants taking Jordan Tyson at 5 and Caleb Downs at 10. I could also see them taking Caleb Downs at 5 and then whatever wide receiver is left over from the run at wide receivers at 10. So I think they get Caleb Downs regardless of 5 or 10. So is that falling, or do they pick him early? I don't really know if that answers your question, but I think they get Caleb Downs at some point between 5 and 10.
Yeah, I think 5 to 10. Those picks are going to be outrageous, to say the least, and could really, tip the scales of the rest of the draft as a result. It's going to be muy interesante, no doubt about it. Gents, as we know, every NFL draft, it's all about the look. It's all about the suit game. Well, guys going to be, strutting their stuff out there on the stage. Give me your pick right now. Who is going to have the best fit tonight in the NFL draft? Who you got?
Oh, I think I'm going to go with Caden Proctor. I saw some of the footage, because on TV they're showing all these guys in their hotel rooms getting ready. Yeah. He had some pretty cool bling. Did you see what he had around his neck? Yeah, I know. Well, here's the thing, guys. Abdallah wanted to walk the red carpet.
They wouldn't let me.
They wouldn't let him walk the red carpet because of what?
It's jackets only, and I didn't bring a jacket.
He didn't have a jacket on. But
ridiculous.
We saw where the players would be walking in. He tried to walk it, but I'm going to go with Caden Proctor. That's my pick.
Here's the problem, guys. Everything is so corporate these days, and I don't know which player it is, but I saw him open his jacket, and instead of going with, like, my mom's on the inside of my jacket, the people that got me through this, all the coaches and the teams that got me through this, he's got, like, a bunch of Reese's, like, in his jacket. Like, clearly that's an endorsement.
Delicious.
I saw that Ty Simpson's got an aloe pin on his jacket. It's like, I mean, can we wait for the endorsement until tomorrow? Like, can we get the endorsement? Are you going to put on an aloe hat instead of the team that drafts you, Ty Simpson, tomorrow? Because you might fall out of the first round. I think that it's Maui Noah, because I saw his suit. And it's got, like, he's got the lay on, and he's got the whole thing on the back too. Like, it looks awesome. So I think it's going to be Maui Noah.
Well, I mean, Adam, it's not about the coat or not. As long as if you had some endorsements on your T-shirt, they would let you walk that red carpet, no problem. You know,
Right.
maybe some dude wipes.
Truth.
I don't know, maybe your favorite fast food joint. You slap that on the T-shirt, I don't think you're getting stopped. I don't think it has anything to do with the sport coat. But we're talking with Chris Black and Adam Abdallah here on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Black and Abdallah, you can listen every Monday through Friday, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on Westwood One Sports. Chris and Adam, you guys think Alabama QB Ty Simpson hears his name tonight in round one? And if so, which team's taking him? And will it be at their slotted destination or will it come via a trade?
Okay, so this is a topic of conversation that we've discussed all week long, and I think he's not a first-round draft selection, but I think teams will be desperate, so he will be. And I think the team's going to be the Cardinals, and I think that the Cardinals are going to be worried, and they're going to trade back into the first round to take Ty Simpson. I think that's what it sounds like and feels like is shaping up. It does feel, tell me if I'm wrong, Abdallah, that a lot of the talk here at the draft is that Simpson isn't really a first-round quarterback.
No.
And everyone's kind of acknowledging that, but it all comes down to whether or not what team needs and people and teams getting desperate and feeling the need to take a quarterback so then they get their guy. So I think it's going to be Arizona.
I would like to see a team like the Steelers or the Rams maybe move back into the first round and take him so he could sit for a year or two and really develop and have more time to watch, because having only the 1 year to start, I think, is doing him a disservice for that. But I do think a team is going to get desperate. I did put my tinfoil hat on earlier, and I thought that because of the latest news with Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, and because today would have been the only day that Mike Vrabel was supposed to address the media, that he was going to trade that pick at 31 so they wouldn't have to address the media. But now we're finding out that he's going to address the media.
But he's speaking to the media right now.
He's speaking to the media.
Right
so
now.
now that theory goes out the window. I have to take off the tin hat. So the tinfoil hat is off, because now I thought the New England Patriots would be open for business at 31 just to kind of get Vrabel out of the media. But now I think it's going to be the Arizona Cardinals, whether it's tomorrow or they get itchy. They might get itchy, and sometimes teams force another team to make a move. And you might get, the Jets say, hey, we're interested, we might trade up, and that forces the Cardinals' hands to trade back into the first round somewhere around 30, 31, and then they make that play for Ty Simpson. But I think we will be talking to Ty Simpson later tonight when he gets selected in the first round.
Yeah, I totally agree, guys. I think it's going to be somewhere between 27 to 32. I think you were spot on. Arizona trading back in that back portion of round one to get their guy and Ty Simpson. Gents, Pat and I have been rather torn all week on how many trades occur tonight. What's your gut feeling? Give us a fearless forecast on number of deals.
Okay, so I think we're going to get 4 deals, but I only think you see one trade in the top 10. So I do think the Cowboys move up to 6. I think that's the case. I think that it's one of the worst-kept secrets of this year's draft is that the Cowboys want Sonny Styles. So I think the Cowboys move up to 6. Outside the top 10, I've got everyone else staying put, but I do think we get more activity in the teens.
I think you're only going to get 3. You got to have a dance partner. And there's so many teams that want to trade down, and so many teams have to be willing to trade up. Well, if all these teams want to trade down, how many of those teams are going to be willing to trade up and give up draft capital later in the draft, or even draft capital in next year's draft that's supposed to be the best draft in the last 10 years or whatever it is? I don't think that there's going to be that team that's willing to do that. So I'm going to go under Chris's number of 4, and I'm going to say just 3, one of them being that Ty Simpson trade, maybe one of them being that Cowboys trade. And then I think, and I see the Bears hat. It just feels like the Bears are going to trade out and not
trade back.
I think the Bears are going to trade out of the first round. I just feel like they're going to do it tonight.
All right.
Ooh.
All right, so you guys might be waiting around for a whole lot of nothing tonight. Meanwhile, I got my G-men 2 picks in the top 10. I feel confident they're going to take both of them. By the way, Adam, we're talking to Adam Abdallah, Chris Black here on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports for a couple of more minutes. You can hear him every Monday through Friday, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern. Adam, our producer Brandon Combs was telling me that I heard you say Caleb Downs and Jordan Tyson for the Giants, which I would be completely okay with. That's actually my ideal combo. But I also heard that maybe a little earlier in the week, you wanted the G-men to take Jeremiah Love. Are you nuts? The Giants have zero business taking a running back at 5. They need to get Caleb Downs, who will be better than Kyle Hamilton. And he'll fit like a glove for John Harbaugh. But I think Love going to Tennessee. I think he's going to Tennessee at 4, but no way the G-men should be taking him at 5, Adam.
The problem is that the Giants' current running back doesn't believe in concussions. So when you live your life that way, it's not a recipe for success.
Leave Scatabo alone.
So I would like him to not run that way anymore. And so I think that when you have a difference-making player and he gets past the Titans, it's just going to be tough for them to look at that prospect and say, this guy can run, this guy can catch. He's a difference-making player. Like, he changes the offense. And every analyst that we've talked to, every person that we've talked to said that the number one prospect in this draft is Jeremiah Love. And if Jordan Tyson is the best wide receiver on their board, but Jeremiah Love is the number one prospect on their board, they're going to go with the best player available. And the best player available is still Jeremiah Love because he can run the ball and he can catch the ball. So I do think that if both are on the board, they're going to take Jeremiah Love because he's that much of a difference-making player, and he's still it's him and Caleb Downs of what we've heard throughout the last 2 weeks is the best 2 prospects in this draft.
Pat, for your Giants, I have the Giants taking Caleb Downs at 5 and Francis Mauigoa at 10. What do you think of that?
I wouldn't hate Mount. I wouldn't hate alignment with the second pick. I mean, again, I don't believe in Evan Neal or whatever the hell other version they have of him running out there. They don't have a swing tackle. They picked up Daniel Falele at right guard from the Ravens, who couldn't block me. No offense last year if I was running through the line. So I wouldn't mind Mauigoa on the right side of that line, but I think I would definitely love another wide receiver as well, to fill the void left by Wan'Dale Robinson leaving for Tennessee. All right, gentlemen, I think we have time for maybe one more question.
Tyson's the best guy available.
Yeah. Look, if they get Tyson at 5, and then I'm biting my nails down to a nub, hoping that Caleb Downs doesn't go off the board, and they get him at 10, that'll be quite the freaking relief for me.
Yep.
Yeah, it would be quite the relief for me. Any last thoughts from you guys? Any players you're dying that, out of the 16 players invited there tonight that you guys are dying to talk to once they get picked? Any great conversations you've had so far today?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's really cool, right, is that for the 17 and all of the 32 players that are selected tonight, this is essentially the best night of their life, right? And so what's really cool is that there's 17 of those individuals who are here in Pittsburgh for the draft. They'll stop by. We'll conduct the interviews. You'll hear it on Westwood One Sports throughout the evening as well. And, I'm just looking forward to seeing the excitement from these players and just kind of connecting where they're going and trying to figure out team fits and starting to talk about actual football, right? Like, because we've done all of this draft prep for so long. Mm-hmm. Now I want to see how David Bailey actually fits with the Jets, or where Jeremiah Love falls, or where he's at in this draft. So I'm thinking it's going to be a fun night, and I love draft night, and I love draft conversations, so I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm hoping for chaos. I love a good chaos draft because you're hearing about, you've got the best prospect in this draft is a running back. So let's get some chaos. Let's get the Rams to trade up. Let's get the Chiefs to trade up. Let's get everybody. Let's some chaos teams. Let's get the Cowboys trading up. I want as much chaos in this draft as possible. I say there's only going to be 3 trades. I hope there's like 8 or 9 trades in the first round. That would be the best thing possible. I want guys being confused about what hats they're putting on. I want all of that stuff to happen before the night's over.
You're an agent of chaos, Abdallah. You create chaos yourself. Walk down that red carpet without a sport coat and see what somebody does. They're definitely they won't stop it. All right, guys, we appreciate it so much.
I just don't want to get tackled.
If something crazy does happen, you guys have the green light to join us if you'd like. We'll be here till 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern, but otherwise sit back and, the time for talking is almost done. The time for picking is just about here. So we appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Absolutely, guys. We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Guys.
There you go,
fun,
Chris Black and Adam Abdallah. Chris Black and Adam Abdallah live in Pittsburgh at the NFL Draft. They did their show there earlier today. Make sure you listen to Black and Abdallah, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday right here on Westwood One Sports. We will take a quick break. We are just over 20 minutes away from the start of the draft. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll do some props, some over-unders. Quarterbacks picked in round one, running backs picked in round one, receivers. What's your top three exact order? All some good stuff here as we get you ready for the start of the NFL draft. It's right around the corner. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight. NFL Draft Night here on Westwood One Sports.
If Jalen Williams is not healthy in the Western Conference Final and the Thunder have to play the Nuggets or the Spurs, I don't think they're winning. It's one thing to pound into dust curtain-jerking jabroni franchises in the NBA that are trying to lose for A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson in the regular season. It's one thing on a Tuesday night in February without Jalen Williams to go to Atlanta and pummel the Hawks. It's another thing in May, mid and late May, to go on the road to Denver without J-Dub or San Antonio without J-Dub and win. I'm not saying they can't, but think about the way I've talked about that. And I am financially invested in the Thunder to win the championship. Have been the entire season. The only team that I bet to win the championship is Oklahoma City. The way I've talked about the Thunder, that pending health, and I'm always careful to say that, pending health to the participants, especially SGA, then we get to J-Dub and Chet Holmgren. This team's going to win the title, pending health. Now we have a health issue. Now we can talk about maybe this gets a little more interesting. My guess is he'll be back, and it'll be cool. It's not the same hamstring that was hurt early in the season. My guess is it'll be okay, and my guess is the Thunder are still going to win the championship. I believe that still. But I don't know how you can be as confident this morning as you were 24 hours ago. Now that this variable has been introduced into the equation for Oklahoma City. And it just goes back to a point that I've been making since game 82, since the final Sunday of the NBA regular season, and how lucky the Thunder got with their draw. And this will dovetail into the next part of this discussion that we'll get to in a little bit. Because Oklahoma City, and I said it literally the next morning on Monday morning, right? And I think they're the best team. So basically what this is like here for Oklahoma City is if, like, you're tall, you're tan, you have great hair, you have blue eyes, and you also have, like, an angelic voice. Like, you're going to be a superstar. You didn't need the angelic voice. Like, I'll tell you what, you're tall, and you're tan, and you got great hair, and you got blue eyes. You could sound like me, and you're going to be a success in life. The Thunder are that tall guy. They don't need the angelic voice. They don't need the unbelievable talent. But you know what? They've got it all. Because not only do they have the best team, not only are they the reigning defending NBA champions, but they have a walkover to the Western Conference Final. A walkover. It easily could have broken that Denver's the 4 seed. And now, like, think about that. How are we feeling today if Denver's the 4 seed, not the Lakers? How are you feeling if it's going to be Denver in round 2 and not the Lakers? And I don't even care if Luka Doncic comes back and Austin Reeves comes back. The Lakers are not beating the Thunder even if Jalen Williams doesn't play. They're not. But I'll tell you what, and if the Rockets, forget about it. Studio apartment offense, no space anywhere. I don't want to hear about it with the Rockets. If it were Denver, think about what the conversation would be this morning. They dodged a tremendous bullet with how this broke, with how this worked out with the bracket. They will waltz, even without J-Dub, they will waltz to the Western Conference Final. So if I'm Sam Presti and I'm the Oklahoma City Thunder, Do you want Jalen Williams back for game 3 of this series? Of course. Of course you want him back. The only thing that matters is that he's back game 1 Western Conference Final. They can beat the Lakers without him. They can beat the Rockets probably without SGA. Get him back for game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Because if he's not, or if he comes back and he aggravates that injury, now Pandora's box is open. And then we can have a Denver Nuggets conversation. We can have a San Antonio Spurs conversation. Hell, we could even have a Boston Celtics conversation. We could even have, and perhaps this is just wish casting by your boy, we could even have a New York Knicks conversation. He is
late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get you some NBA Stanley Cup playoff scoreboard updates in just a bit, and what's going on in the Yankees-Red Sox game and the Mets and Twins game, because there's only 2 baseball games going on right now. But it is 15 minutes until the Raiders are officially on the clock, and they're going to select Fernando Mendoza. But the NFL Draft, 15 minutes away. We will have you live podium feed. You can hear the commissioner, Roger Goodell, announce just about every pick. We'll have immediate interviews that our guys Black and Abdallah are doing with all of the players that have been invited to the draft tonight. When they get chosen and they walk across that stage, they go right into the interview room. They'll do those interviews immediately after. We'll let you guys hear some of the snippets, the best parts of those interviews. So all the best live draft coverage that you could ever want, we've got it for you right here on BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. Brad, let's finish this pre-draft bonanza off with a little prop predictions here. Rapid fire rundown of picks ahead of the actual picks. Over or under. Let's start it off with basically whether or not Ty Simpson's going to get drafted in the first round. Over under 1.5 total quarterbacks picked in round 1. What's the prices, and what do you think, Brad?
Oh, you don't think Fernando Mendoza's going to suddenly and absurdly slip out of round 1? Come on, man. That's entirely on the table. Of course I kid. Minus 400 on the over right now on BetMGM on 1.5 total quarterbacks taken in round 1, plus 275 on the under. Yeah, I think it's a foregone conclusion that 2 quarterbacks will be picked. And I think Ty Simpson will get dealt and then kind of in the 11th hour to the Arizona Cardinals. Are going to trade back in to round 1, one of those teams in that 27 to 32 range, and they're going to get their guy. They need a franchise quarterback for the future, and I think Simpson is a guy that everybody's been talking about. A lot of rumblings that is going to occur. So I only think 2 quarterbacks are taken. Of course, Mendoza number 1 overall, and then Ty Simpson somewhere in that 27 to 32 range. So yeah, give me the over.
Yeah, I'm going over as well, and I predicted this the other night. I think the Jets will jet, and I think they'll make a mistake, but I think they're going to draft Ty Simpson at number 16 overall. I don't think you have to wait for the Steelers at 21. I don't think you have to wait for the Cardinals or wherever else to trade back into the first round. I think Ty Simpson is going early tonight. I think the Jets, I'd like to give Darren Muji the benefit of the doubt, but he's got that second pick, coming over from the Sauce Gardner trade, and I feel like he's probably thinking, whoa, I got 2 picks. I better use this before something else happens. We need a quarterback. We got Geno Smith. God knows how many games that's going to last us. We can make a selection next year as well. So let's just take Ty Simpson and say screw it. And I think that's what's going to happen. All right. Over under 1.5 running backs picked in round 1. Brad, the over here, much more of a long shot, but I got a feeling you think it's going to happen anyway.
I do. I mean, obviously, Jeremiah Love's going to go maybe to your Giants at number 5, maybe to Tennessee at number 4, or maybe he's going to slip a little bit. Washington certainly there as an option at number 7 overall. Maybe somebody trades up and grabs him at number 3 and makes the wheeling and dealing with the Arizona Cardinals. We shall see. But I think his teammate in South Bend, Jadarian Price, is a guy that will have his name called. Man, you're going to have to sweat this thing out. I think it's going to go to Seattle at number 32. Zach Charbonnet coming off the ACL injury, which he suffered late in the season. They have Emmanuel Wilson, but I think they're looking for an heir apparent, really the next, Kenneth Walker the third, who is now in Kansas City. So I think 2 Notre Dame running backs will have their names called. Love somewhere in the top 10, and Price with the very last pick of round 1 to the Seattle Seahawks. So give me the over.
Yeah, look, I would love for both Notre Dame running backs to get taken in the first round. That would be awesome as a Fighting Irish fan. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think he's a mid-second round pick. It would really shock me if he gets taken in the first round. The Seattle Seahawks, of course, it would make sense, right? Kenneth Walker III in Kansas City now, and Zach Charbonnet might not start the year healthy. So what do the Seahawks end up doing? Again, it's Emmanuel Wilson, who they got in free agency, and George Holani. But I could see it. It would still shock me, though, to happen in round 1. All right, this is a very popular wide receiver draft here in 2026. So, Brad, over or under 5.5 receivers picked in round 1? Do we get 6? Because the juice on it is saying we will get 6 receivers. What do you think?
I think we were going to get 6 exactly. So, of course, Carnell Tate's going to be, I think, the first wide receiver taking the draft. A little bit of dispute there. Jordan Tyson, obviously, with a flaming arrow, he is rising up the ranks. Mekhi Lemon will be picked somewhere in the top 15, member of the LA Rams. I still feel that Omar Cooper will be drafted. I'm saying the Jets. You're thinking, maybe not so much. Casey Concepcion, I think, has got a really good shot at even going top 20. So that leaves out of Denzel Boston, Zachariah Branch, who you like quite a bit, Chris Brazel of Tennessee. He can maybe slip into the back end of round 1. I doubt it. I think Boston will be selected, maybe even Branch. So we could have upwards of 7 wideouts taken in round 1, but I think it will be a minimum of 6 tonight. Give me the over.
I'm going to go under here. And again, I think that would be, my gut feel tells me that Omar Cooper might slide out of the first round. And so if he doesn't get picked in the first round, I also think Casey Concepcion, I think the 2 of those guys will be 2 of the first 5 picks in the second round, but not in the first. And yes, Zachariah Branch, I predicted the Browns would take him at 24. They get a special teams, a punt returner, kick returner, and they get a slot receiver with blazing speed. I think Zachariah Branch is the 5th and final receiver that gets taken in the first round. I think Omar Cooper and Casey Concepcion go in the first few picks of the second round, but I'm going to go under here. I think it's going to be exactly 5 receivers. All right, Brad, what is your top 3 exact order? Fernando Mendoza is going to be 1, but then 2 and 3, who do the Jets take? That's become the big topic here with just minutes to go into the draft. Who's your exact top 3?
I'm going to fall into a trap, and I'm going to flip the script. I thought it was going to be Reese earlier in the week, but based on all the smoke that's been bellowing out of East Rutherford, I'm going to go with Bailey. So David Bailey, number 2, Arvell Reese at number 3. Last I checked the price, just north of 2-1 odds, but I'm going to stick with it. Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, 1, 2, and 3, mi amigos.
I'm going to go flip-flop. I'm not going to buy into this last day, switcheroonie here. I could be wrong. I don't know if it'll affect either way. Hopefully it's a great player for the Jets either way, but I'm going Mendoza, Reese, Bailey, which I feel like we thought was going to happen for the first several weeks leading up to the draft. All right, time for 2 more. Where does Jeremiah Love go, Brad? What pick? What team?
I think it's going to be Tennessee at number 4, which we all expected. Somehow, some way, I grabbed this at plus money yesterday. I bet MGM at plus 130. Jeremiah Love's going to get their young stud running back to pair up with Cam Ward, and those 2 could be making beautiful music together straight away in Nash Vegas.
I agree. I don't think I got to worry about my G-men taking him at 5 because I don't think he's going to be there at 5. I think Jeremiah Love is going forward to Tennessee. I think they want him for Cam Ward big time. Finally, Where does Kenyon Sadiq go, the big freak tight end from Oregon, Brad?
Again, I think he's going to Tampa, number 15 overall. 4-1 odds says so. Look, he fits the Zach Robinson system, which is heavy 12 personnel. He ran it 90% of the time as OC with the Atlanta Falcons last year. It's going to be more of the same. Sadiq is an absolute stud. Welcome to Tampa.
Yep, that's a great pick. Great pick. And I feel like I would love for him to go number 9 to the Chiefs, like our buddy Schlereth said. But I think it ends up being number 15 as well to Tampa Bay. I agree with you. All right, the draft begins when we come back. Live NFL draft reaction all night long. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He is Chat QB, the AI quarterback. You've heard of Gen Z quarterbacks? Fernando Mendoza is the first AI quarterback. Seems like you went into Gemini or Claude or whatever nonsense, I don't know, whatever nonsense you've got and said, give me the perfect quarterback. And it spits out, here's Fernando Mendoza for you. And because of that, and because we've known it's been a fait accompli, a lock, a certainty, because we've known for so long that he's going first overall, and because he's boring, we have forgotten how special he is as a quarterback prospect and how incredible I think he's going to be at the next level. Think about it in these terms. Now, I'm not going to say that he would have gone first overall in the Caleb Williams draft. Caleb would have gone first overall. And maybe he would have gone ahead of Jaden. And I think now everyone wants to say, well, Drake May was actually the better prospect than Jaden Daniels, but Jaden Daniels went second. Whatever. However you want to parse this. Mendoza is going before, at the very least, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix. Right? He's going before them. And maybe he goes before Jaden. Maybe he goes before May. Caleb would have been the first overall pick. He definitely goes first overall last year ahead of Cam Ward if they're in the same draft. He goes first overall ahead of Bryce Young and ahead of C.J. Stroud, the Bryce Young draft. He goes first overall ahead of Kyler Murray. He would have gone first overall ahead of Baker Mayfield. We can have our conversations about who should have gone first overall in that draft, and it looks a little silly in retrospect how it went. I think he would have gone first overall over Jared Goff. He is an absolute stud. He is not the first overall pick because the draft sucks. He's not the first overall pick because there isn't another quarterback maybe worthy of being a first-round selection, whether or not another one will be. That's not it. He's going to be the number 1 pick because he's deserving of being the number 1 pick in basically any draft that doesn't include a generational quarterback prospect. I'm talking Joe Burrow. I'm talking Caleb Williams. Mendoza, an exceptionally worthy first overall pick. The arm, the brain, the leadership ability. And I'll tell you what, and I've said this numerous times, he is a tough son of a bitch. I think about that. Everyone wants to talk about, the run, the touchdown run in the national championship game against Miami. It's a great play. And it's an iconic play. Right? That's his most that and the Omar Cooper play against Penn State. Those are his iconic plays. To me, the play where I'm like, well, I think this kid's got it more than any other was when he got absolutely decleated, destroyed, annihilated, obliterated, eviscerated by Ohio State early in the Big Ten title game. Has to leave the game, and his brother has to come in. Another Mendoza comes in to play quarterback. And I'm sitting there wondering, this dude coming back, is he done? I wouldn't have blamed him. He got destroyed. Not only does he come back, he comes back and they win the game. He's got, however you want to define it, Fernando Mendoza's got it.
I think that it's going to be Arbel Reese at number 2. I would take Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is who I would take at number 2 overall. I think Bain's a top 3 player in this class. I understand, like, people would just go like, he doesn't have the longest arms. He doesn't win with length. That's not how he wins. So you don't have to sit here and say, well, he won a lot with a long arm move and he won a lot with his length when he was in college. He's not going to be able to do that in the NFL. That's not how he won. He won with first step explosiveness, great natural leverage, incredible power from his lower half, great hand usage, a pass rush plan, can defend the run like an ox, a great motor, good counters to him as well. He's coached by the Hall of Famer Jason Taylor the last 3 years when he was at Miami. I mean, I would be taking Ruben Bain here. I think he is the best defensive lineman, I would say, in this class. And so that would be my pick at number 2 for the Jets.
Touchdown. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome, football fans, to the NFL Draft.
Kenyon Sadiq, who is an absolute freak.
The outside and a hit and a shed of Sadiq. Sadiq, touchdown. That's a big boy score.
Jeremiah Love, the best overall player, regardless of position.
Jeremiah Love with a spin. Here he goes. Jeremiah Love.
Like I was 9 years old and I wanted the PlayStation 2. That's how badly I want Caleb Downs.
Ewers steps up, down the middle, it's intercepted. Caleb Downs has got it, and he'll just take his seat at the 41. And Ohio State can start plotting for Notre Dame.
I think this is going to be one of the most Jet things they've ever done, Brad, and they've done a lot of Jet things. I think they are taking Ty Simpson from Alabama at 16 to be their next quarterback.
Oh, no. Simpson, off play action, drives the ball downfield, and it's Bernard. Here goes Jeremy. Touchdown. So if you're ready, are you ready? Let's get it started. The NFL Draft is now officially open.
Oh, that's a hell of an open. Hey-o! Welcome on in to an NFL Draft Night special edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The NFL Draft has just begun. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. So again, the NFL Draft is beginning. You've already got a couple of Steelers players. Looks like Cam Hayward and TJ Watt are joining Roger Goodell out on the stage. Our talking text line is open for you throughout the show. Probably better to text in, but if you do want to call, we'll get as many phone calls in as we can. 310-840-4910. Any takes, any reactions, any questions you have on your team or your favorite players getting drafted tonight, you can text us and you can call us at 310-840-4910. If you do text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Hell of an open there, Brad, from our producer, Brandon Combs.
Yep.
Roger Goodell inevitably going to get his ass booed off. Going to ask if we're ready. Everybody's going to boo him, and it's going to be phenomenal. And then there's going to be almost 32 very awkward man-bro hugs where he just gets swallowed up by gigantic freak athletes on the best nights of their lives. But we are, I don't know, let's say give or take 10 to 12 minutes away from Fernando Mendoza, live with his family in Miami, hearing his name called by the Las Vegas Raiders. So are you ready to freaking do this thing, man?
Yeah, let's tee it up and kick it off, baby. And hopefully this sucker will fly as we have 8 minutes between picks, not the customary 10. And that usually just drags and drags and drags. So speed it up, GMs. Let's rock and let's roll.
Yeah, I think a little, nice little side proposition for us here on the show. Producer Brandon Combs was telling us that last year when the show signed off at, just right at 11 p.m. Eastern, it was only at pick 19. And I feel like the draft, it drags on. I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
We want to focus. We want to have our packages. We want to talk. We want to give these teams time to make their picks. But this thing should not be ending after midnight Eastern. This thing should be over by 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So I said it before on our pre-show conference call. I'm going to predict that by the time we sign off at 11 p.m. Eastern, they will be at pick number 26 tonight. I do think the draft, the 32nd pick, is going to get made right at 11:35 p.m. Eastern. What do you think, Brad?
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. I think it'll be just shy of midnight Eastern time. I mean, I've been a part of like 7, 8 of these drafts over the years, and I remember when I was working at Yahoo and our live broadcast never ended. I mean, it got to a point where our bosses said, "Hey, you guys want a couple of beers after pick number 20?" And we cracked them open just so we could survive the last dozen picks, which inevitably took, it seemed like, 2,000 years.
Yeah, they got Hines Ward, and I'm not sure it's a Hall of Famer. And it's, pardon me for not knowing off the right by seeing the face right away. But it looks like a Steelers Hall of Famer. Now they've got them walking out on the stage, waving the terrible towel. So Cam Hayward's getting everybody jacked up and fired up and ready to go. And again, we are just seconds away from that clock starting to tick and dwindle down for the Las Vegas Raiders. So we do have a couple of minutes. I think Ben Roethlisberger just came out on the stage now too.
Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, we got Terry out there. So you got all the Steelers legends. There he is. Yep, you nailed it, Brad. You said he's going to bring about a dozen or so Steelers legends out on the draft. And, our video producer, Monty, makes a great point. He goes, I don't understand why they don't do all this stupid pre-draft bleep before the draft.
Right.
Why does this have to be at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern? 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern, it should be like 8:02. Clock is ticking. Let's go. Let's get it going. I mean, we're just wasting time. Like, who outside of the Steelers fans that are out in attendance, and I guess maybe the Steelers fans watching, who cares? Who gives a damn? Why is where the location of the draft? That should not affect the TV coverage. That should be in person for the people that attend the host city draft. We don't need to see all of this. It's a waste of time. Right? Like baseball, Major League Baseball. Now the clock has started at 8:06 p.m. Eastern. There we go. The clock has started for the Raiders. Every team gets 8 minutes. Why? I forget the point I was making. Like Major League Baseball, right? We needed the pitch clock to speed games up. We need a committee to get together and find a way to speed the freaking draft up. And this is a way to cut out all this BS. We don't need to see Terry Bradshaw waving a terrible towel. You could have done that at 7:30. We don't need to do it at 8 o'clock. All right, I digress.
Yeah, I completely concur. By the way, I think the number 1 overall pick this just in is going to be Hingle McCringleberry from Penn State. That is going to be the number 1 overall selection, not Fernando Mendoza. Shock of the entire NFL draft.
Wow, Hingle McCringleberry. I thought Donkey Teeth or Fudge or DeQuez Poopsie would actually be in the running for the first overall pick instead. Either way. Okay. Before we get Fernando Mendoza's name announced here, let's get you some scoreboard updates because, again, it is going to be hot and heavy NFL draft coverage, instant reaction, instant analysis. But we do have some playoff games going on. We haven't really gone to the scoreboard here so far today. And, Brad, maybe it's a good thing because I had the Knicks game on. It's on Amazon Prime, so I can't go the multi-view. I switched it off. I got the draft on. My Knicks are down 16 right before halftime. It's 56-40 Hawks. Yeah, with 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. Jalen Brunson's got 13 points for the Knicks. OG Anunoby's got 10, but nobody is making a three. The Knicks are 2 for 15 from downtown so far in this game. Absolutely pathetic. Meanwhile, the Hawks, they're shooting 50% from the field, 50% from deep. Jonathan Kuminga off the bench has 11 points. CJ McCollum is cooking the Knicks again. He's got 16 points. I mean, make it stop already with CJ McCollum. I've had enough of CJ McCollum. He's not a great player. He's a very good player. He's a vet. Been around a long time. He should not be torching the Knicks on a night-to-night basis now. I can't stand it. God. All right. And then on the ice, scoreless first period between the Sabres and the Bruins. That's game 3. That series has just shifted to Boston. So they've just started the second period. It's scoreless. Meanwhile, Hurricanes up 2-0 on the Senators. That series has shifted to Ottawa. And the Hurricanes maybe trying to put the Senators to bed and look for the sweep. They're up 1-0. Logan Stankoven scored 5 minutes into this ball game. So those are the 2 hockey playoff games going on right now. Knicks down 14 to the Atlanta Hawks. And Brad, just really quickly, a score or 2 here on the baseball diamond. A night after snapping their 12-game losing streak, the Mets, oh boy, don't let them get hot now. They're leading the Twins 6-1 in the 3rd inning. Who's doing the damage? Is it Bo Bichette? Bo Bichette's already got a hit. So PJ Glasser in our Let's Go Streaking game is now a perfect 8 for 8 to start. That's absurd. Meanwhile, Trevor Lornock, who Monty took, and Monty's a perfect 11 for 11. He walked in the first, struck out in the second, but they're only in the top of the 3rd. It's 6-1 Mets. And then meanwhile in Fenway, Yankees looking for the sweep of the Sox. They were down 2-1. They've surged back to lead it 4-2 on a Cody Bellinger 2-run single and then an Aaron Judge RBI single. So the Yankees a couple outs away from sweeping the Red Sox. And my guy Cam Schlittler, he might not have gotten the strikeouts you were Monty were looking for, but 7 strong innings with just 1 run allowed. So that covers it here for about all the scoreboard updates. And now we wait about another few minutes for Fernando Mendoza. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Again, we'll take your calls and your texts all throughout the show. And we've got a text coming through from a 205 number. If the Giants land Jordan Tyson and Caleb Downs, they will have the best draft, maybe. And I agree. That was my ideal combo, Brad. I've been saying it for a couple of days now. Caleb Downs at 5, Jordan Tyson, the receiver from Arizona State, at 10. That's who I want for Big Blue. And if they do get both of those guys, it'll be like Christmas morning. You're going to see me. I'm going to do a backflip. I'm going to stand up on the chair. I'm going to kill this fly that's been flying around my head. And I'm going to do a backflip here for everybody to watch and hopefully not break my neck.
Yeah, I'm actually anticipating you going full Hulk Hogan with your shirt right now and just ripping that bad boy in celebration. Look, that would be the ideal scenario. I don't think it's going to occur. Again, I still feel that Jordan Tyson's going to go a little bit higher. I think New Orleans has a need for a surefire WR2 to complement Chris Olave. So I think Jordan Tyson could undercut the Giants at number 8 overall unless the Saints maybe trade up and focus on defense and make a deal with the Arizona Cardinals. A lot of rumblings that could eventually occur. And I still think that Sonny Styles could be an option there for the Giants as well. Number 5, man, it's going to get interesting. Hell, man, I think it's going to be fascinating at pick number 3, maybe even at pick number 2. Watch the Jets do something completely Jets, which would be insanely idiotic. And that is the calling card of that just terrible organization.
Yes, it would. It would be very Jets. The pick is in. We're going to hear from Roger Goodell any second now. And by the way, if you're watching live on YouTube or on Twitter, you can see our video producer, Monty, has the NFL draft order on the screen. You'll see all the players' names. You'll see the picks as they come through. But here comes Roger Goodell. And he is going to announce the Raiders' selection in just a matter of seconds. Okay, we have the live podium feed, but I'm seeing it on my TV right now. And there we go. Fernando Mendoza, quarterback from Indiana. Not a shocker, not a surprise. I thought Cam Ward, Brad, was a absolute given last year at number 1. Despite the fact that everybody tried to make it, well, not everybody, a bunch of people tried to make the case for Shedeur Sanders. This is like the most dead giveaway number 1 since what? Trevor Lawrence here? I mean, I'm just racking my brain off the top of my head. When was the last time we knew without a shadow of a doubt who was going at number 1 overall? Fernando Mendoza, not a second hesitation.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's in that class of just layup selections. And, the Raiders, obviously a very needy quarterback team, and they get their guy. And a guy that could be the starter in Sin City for the next, 10 years, dozen years? A lot of people say, well, he's not a, supreme plus athlete. I understand that, but he can still move around the pocket fairly well, can make every single throw in the book. He may have average zip on some of those throws, but the accuracy is off the charts. Number 8 and adjusted completion percentage last season, according to Pro Football Focus, among all Division I college quarterbacks. And he didn't play for the Sisters of the Motherless Poor. He played for the national champion Indiana Hoosiers. It's still strange to say that, but he was crisp. He was precise. He was on the money.
Podium is?
He's got to step into a situation and be absolutely incredible from day one, in my estimation. You and I disagree. You feel that Kirk Cousins is going to be the starter maybe the first 3, 4, 5 weeks. I feel that Mendoza is going to be the starter week 1. And I feel that Fernando Mendoza, in year number 1, 22, 23 passing touchdowns, right around 3,800 passing yards feels right. And I would also presume that the Raiders are going to be investing in another wide receiver a little bit later on this draft, as their top 3 weapons outside of Brock Bowers at wideout: Jack Bech, Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor. Not that exciting.
Yeah, no, they're definitely going to draft a receiver. It just comes down to what round they do it. And look, I agree. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be amazing. I became a big believer midway through the season when, he had the shoddy game against Oregon, and they found a way to pull it out. And then as the season went on, Fernando Mendoza got better and got better and got better. And that Penn State game, again, he didn't play great, but to lead them down the field and orchestrate that game-winning drive, that kind of put everybody on notice of how great he was. And then he just basically went on a tear the rest of the season. Even in the Big Ten title game against Ohio State, didn't play great, but I thought he showed you in that game really what he's made of against the number 1 defense, Indiana underdogs in that game, and then he lit Alabama up, and that was it. Like, for me, that was, hey, this guy's the number 1 pick. Destroyed Oregon in the semifinals, and then played a gritty game, putting his body on the line, running for that touchdown against Miami, doing everything he needed to do to ensure that he's the number 1 overall pick. So I agree. I think the debate now comes down to whether or not Fernando Mendoza is going to start right away, or if it's going to be Kirk Cousins. You think he should start right away? I've said it for a couple of weeks now. I think he should sit behind Kirk Cousins for a couple of games, but that is up to Clint Kubiak and the Raiders now. So here we go. The Jets at number 2. The pick is in. Roger Goodell is getting ready to walk towards the stage. Is it going to be David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech? Or is it going to be Arvell Reese, the hybrid linebacker and edge rusher from Ohio State? Big debate, a lot of flip-flopping here, and this could end up taking the draft in a crazy direction based on what the Jets do. So their pick is in. They've got the second pick here. They've got number 16 coming up later this round tonight. And with a second-year defensive coach in Aaron Glenn, talking about he wanted to be versatile with their defensive schemes. That's why I thought it was going to be Arvell Reese. But maybe they think David Bailey is just going to be a monster of an edge rusher. So,
yeah, look, the EPA per play data, it doesn't matter what they do. They have got to go defense no matter what. And maybe they're going to get Ty Simpson a little bit later on. But the Jets fans already in full throat as expected. Very passionate fan base. And they are desperate for a winner. We're going to find out right now who that is.
With the second pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select David Bailey, linebacker, Texas Tech.
There you go. It is David Bailey. Now that was quite the flip here, Brad, in the last 24 hours. Yeah. It felt like it was going to be Arvell Reese, and then about last night, the Jets are leaning towards David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech, a guy that had a monster season, a guy that racked up double-digit sacks. He was just a nightmare to defend, and the higher potential of Arvell Reese is passed over for the production that David Bailey showed this season with Texas Tech, and the Jets felt like they couldn't miss on him. Reportedly, they already made this decision a week ago. I think the Jets would have been great with either guy. The only reason I thought it was going to be Arvell Reese was because of Aaron Glenn talking about he was going to mix up his defensive schemes, maybe go 3-4, maybe go 4-3. But look, you need a guy that can get after the quarterback either way. And David Bailey took the country by storm with how much of a mauler he is getting to the quarterback. So whoever it was between the two of them, I didn't mind the pick. The Jets had to do it, and they go with David Bailey, and hopefully he becomes an all-pro for them.
Yeah, it's all about the quick twitch, right? And a guy that not only is going to collapse a lot of pockets, but a guy that's going to wrap up running backs as well. He was a behind the line of scrimmage machine at Texas Tech. I think it's going to be more of the same. Exactly what the doctor ordered for this Jets organization. Again, number 30 DP per play defense. A season ago, they were rock bottom, dead last in drop back EPA defense, and they were number 25 in rush EPA defense. So guy where defending the run or defending the pass is going to be a menace to try to contain here at the NFL level. So the Jets didn't make a dumb selection. Couldn't really lose either way with Bailey or Reese, but I feel Bailey checks a little bit of a bigger box and a guy that's just going to, I feel, dominate here at the next level. So excellent selection, Jets. That's kind of weird for me to say.
Yeah, 310-840-4910, your number to call or to text the show. When we come back, we'll have the Cardinals' number 3 pick. Does things start getting crazy here? Fernando Mendoza goes 1. David Bailey from Texas Tech goes 2 to the Jets. NFL draft all night here on BetMGM tonight. We're coming right back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
The Cowboys have the 12th and 20th overall picks in the draft tonight. Some say they should package those picks to move up for a defender. Some say maybe they should draft a receiver. Some say they should trade George Pickens. Here's what I say. This is the year that you try and win. Dak's not getting any younger. And also, Jerry Jones isn't getting any younger. And you know what he likes to do? Gamble. Do you know how I know that? Because he tells anyone with a microphone and a camera with 2 ears that will listen that he's a gambler. You want to gamble? Play it out with George Pickens. You think he's going to sit out till week 10? I don't want to say 0 because he's crazy. It's like what my dad used to say to me when I was learning how to drive. My father, God rest his soul, would say to me, you never want to get into it with someone on the road because you're not crazy and you don't know if that person is. Crazy people, this is why I'm reticent to call people crazy that aren't actually crazy, because then you meet a crazy person and you're like, holy bleep, that person's crazy. George Pickens is nuts. Do I think he's nuts enough to leave a ton of money on the table? I don't. Let him be unhappy. He's making 27. I'd love to be paid $27 million to be unhappy. Let him be unhappy. He gives you the best chance to win this year. Not Mekhi Lemon, not Jordan Tyson, not Carnell Tate, not Casey Concepcion, not Kenyon Sadiq, George Pickens. You keep this offense loaded and high octane and explosive. And at 12 and 20, you add 2 players to this defense. The thought that they should draft offense is ridiculous. Ridiculous. The offense is not the problem on this team. And the idea that we're building for 27 and 28, are people paying attention to what's going on here? This team's ready to win now. The quarterback's not getting any younger and the owner's not getting any younger. Push the chips in, man up, and go for it. That's what I would do if I were the Dallas Cowboys.
I think that Arvell Reese is through and through the more New York Jets player. I think that he fits the David Bailey number 2 overall hype. Somebody's going to have to explain it to me why he would make more sense for the New York Jets, because the only reason that I have that people have said is, well, he's a more ready-made pass rusher. One, that doesn't really matter. Two, like, I don't know if that's a guarantee for that to be the case. Like, even with the production that he had at Stanford and Texas Tech, like, I think David Bailey's in for a learning curve in the NFL. You can't just win with that first step in the NFL. It's going to take him a little while to get to where you want him to go. And that whole philosophy doesn't really line up with the Jets' timeline at all. The Jets aren't going to be, you want them to be better this year for sure, but they're not going to be overly competitive in 2026. Their winning window is 2027, 2028. They hope, after they get the quarterback that they're hoping to get soon over the next 2 years. That lines up so much more perfectly with Arvell Reese and his development. And so I think that that's a total counter for all of why people would say that David Bailey would go number 2 overall. And Arvell Reese is the more Aaron Glenn player. I guarantee you that Arvell Reese is the more the Aaron Glenn player. Because Arvell Reese plays with a lot more power. He's pound for pound a lot stronger. He can defend the run. He can stack offensive tackles with how strong he is. He's got great power moves. He can play off the ball, and he can hunt the ball as an off-ball linebacker like you were kind of talking about. Like, everything that Aaron Glenn has told us over the last 2 years of him being the head coach of the New York Jets, and even his time with the Detroit Lions, Arvell Reese is so clearly the more Aaron Glenn player. So I think that it's going to be Arvell Reese at number.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
Oh, we get our first stunner of the draft at number 3. We didn't have to wait long. You heard it there. The commissioner, Roger Goodell, announcing the Arizona Cardinals have taken Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love at number 3 overall. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. You want to call? You want to text? Is your jaw on the floor after that? 310-840-4910. Brad, this was so surprising because the Cardinals were such a horrendous defensive team last year, and they were constantly playing from behind. And it was Jacoby Brissett and that offense with Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison picking up steam late, and the great Trey McBride, keeping them, not even keeping them in games, but at least making it look respectable in the box score. And we always said, all right, the Cardinals, they've got to address the defense here in the draft. They're terrible. They're in the bottom of the barrel in the NFL. But you know what? They fired their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, and who did they hire? Mike LaFleur, former LA Rams offensive coordinator. And when you get a great play-calling head coach like that, well, what he wants, sometimes, Daddy gonna get. And it looked like Daddy, a.k.a. Mike LaFleur, wanted Jeremiah Love, and he gets him. And you look at the Cardinals running back room. James Conner coming off of a gruesome season-ending injury. Trey Benson was out for most of the year last year. They signed Tyler Algier in the offseason, but Brad, they did not want to miss on the uber talent that is Jeremiah Love. Best player in the draft, according to many. The comp is Jahmyr Gibbs. I watched him for the last couple of years at Notre Dame. He is an absolute beast. I didn't think the Cardinals needed to go running back, but they think they've got one of the best players in football now on their roster. And with the new offensive calling head coach and Mike LaFleur, I guess we shouldn't be that shocked.
No, 6 foot, 212 pounds, Jeremiah Love. He was number 15 in yak per attempt last season, number 15 in total missed tackles for us, forcing a missed tackle 28.1% of snaps played for Notre Dame. A guy that's a legit 3-down back. And, he's going to come into a situation, and Tyler Algier's like, Same old story that he had in Atlanta with Bijan Robinson. It's going to be more of the same with Jeremiah Love. The Jeremiah Love is going to be the Bijan of the Sonoran Desert. This offense looks downright deadly on paper. When you add Love to go along with Marvin Harrison at wide receiver, Michael Wilson, who came on strong, as you mentioned, Kendrick Bourne is now their WR3, and you have one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in the game, and Trey McBride. And I think this is a precursor to, Pat, of a move they're going to make later on. I think they will trade back in round one. I think they will get Ty Simpson, and they're going to have their offensive foundation for years to come. Yes, they need defensive help, but you also got to remember they were number 23 in EP per play offense last year. Jeremiah Love, an enormous upgrade to this overall offense in Arizona. 1,500 yards combined this season with double-digit touchdowns, folks. He is going to be a back-end RB1 in fantasy football 12-team leagues.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible. Won the Doak Walker Award this year, the nation's top running back, first-team All-American, set the Notre Dame school record with 21 total touchdowns in 12 starts, and a two-time team leader in rushing yards, 2,882 rushing yards in the last 3 seasons with Notre Dame, 35 touchdowns in those last 2 years, just on the ground. He had 40 total scores in the last 2 years for the Fighting Irish, and now, you know what? It would not shock me if the Cardinals trade back in to get Ty Simpson. The only thing is, I projected boldly that the Jets would take Ty Simpson at 16. And so if you are, hold that thought, because now what the hell do the Titans do at 4?
Right.
This is a big pick coming.
The fourth pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate. Wide receiver,
what?
Ohio State.
Wow. Wow. All righty.
Oh,
throw your mock drafts out the freaking window.
Get him out of here.
Tate, receiver from Ohio State. He goes number 4 to Tennessee. Brad, I had no idea this was coming, but was this a pivot? Were the Titans going offense all along? And if they didn't get Jeremiah Love, was this always the number 2 for them? They don't care about Carnell Tate's 40-yard dash at the combine, which there was some reports, or whether was it a slow start on the clock. It was a 4.53. That's not exactly blazing speed. But a guy that you and I both thought was going to be the number 1 receiver taken off the board. And the Titans, with Brian Dable as their new OC, they just signed Wan'Dale Robinson. Calvin Ridley's in that receiver room. Well, now Cam Ward, This is what it's about. Get your franchise quarterback all the weapons in the world that he could possibly have. They get him the big Carnell Tate from Ohio State at number 4. But this is a stunner to me. Back-to-back jaw droppers.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Look, Wan'Dale Robinson obviously is going to slide into a slot role, and right now he got Calvin Ridley, who's looking like a shell of his former self way back in the day with Atlanta. Alec Iomanner is the other wide receiver in this stable. They needed a wide receiver. There's no question about it. I just didn't think they were going to invest in one at this juncture, especially with Arvell Reese sitting there right now, and they need a linebacker to shore up that defense, which is largely subpar last season. Here's the deal on Carnell Tate, a guy with a 3+ yards per route run last season. His 85.7 contested catch rate is the best of this draft class. A guy simply wins in traffic. He had a 151.8 passer rating when targeted at the Ohio State. I watched him live in a couple of games last year. He's unreal. I know everybody's talking about Jeremiah Smith. He could be the number 1 overall pick in next year's NFL draft, but Carnell Tate is somebody nobody should overlook. He's got to enter a situation where I think he is going to be the surefire WR1 and a wonderful pairing with Cam Ward. A shocker special, to say the least. I did not anticipate Tate going here, but he goes to Nashville and is now a member of the Tennessee Titans. Wow.
And look, I mean, their GM, Mike Borgonzi, former Chiefs assistant GM, his first draft last year as Titans GM, he went 6 offense, 3 on defense. I mean, they want to build an offensive powerhouse, and Robert Saleh's the new head coach there, defensive-minded. But Brian Dable, new offense coordinator. And again, I'll say it, I think this is going to be a theme here. You want to surround your franchise quarterback with as many weapons as possible. And that's why it makes me think the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love at 3, that it would make sense if they then go out and trade for Ty Simpson if he's still there late in the first round. All right, Brad, I'm on pins and needles now because the New York Giants, my New York football Giants, Big Blue, the pick is in at number 5.
Reese!
Well, I don't
Take
look. I still want Caleb Downs. Downs.
Reese!
No, I want Caleb Downs. I think he's the better player. I've been saying it for weeks. He's the best player in this draft, according to me. I want Caleb Downs. I know Arvell Reese is still there, but maybe other teams are like, oh, you know what? Yeah, he's a freak on the 40 in the combine, but that it's all about potential. We know a guy that Caleb Downs that produced for Ohio State. That's who this pick better be for Big Blue. And if they think they can get him at 10 and that they have to draft Arvell Reese because he's still there and they didn't think he'd be there, I'm telling you that's a mistake. But we're going to find out what the Giants do here in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be stunning, man. I cannot believe Arvell Reese is on the board right now. So you got your pick of litter if you're a Giants fan, because your boy Caleb Downs there, obviously. Sonny Styles is there, and also Arvell Reese. So whatever selection it is, when it doesn't matter at this moment in time. This is like a best case scenario if you're sitting there in the front office for the New York Giants, because they probably did not expect to have a windfall of potential defensive prospects and elite defensive prospects available to them at number 5. And they, again, pretty much have everybody on the board that they could possibly imagine. So I'm going to be really fascinated what they do here. You still want Caleb Downs. I got a feeling they're going to go with the value play here, because they did not expect him to be there at this juncture, and that is Arvell Reese. And if they do go that direction, come on, man. You still got to be a happy camper, right?
No, I want Caleb Downs, but we got even bigger breaking news. The Cleveland Browns are trading the 6th pick, Brad. I thought they would do it. I thought they would trade it to the Dallas Cowboys. Instead, the Cleveland Browns are trading pick number 6 to the Kansas City Chiefs. What are the Chiefs moving up to 6 for?
I think the Chiefs are going to move up for a defensive player, knowing what is available. And we just ran it down with Caleb Downs, with Sonny Styles, and also with Arvell Reese. So they're going to get with the pick of one of those 3 dudes, is my estimation, and what they're going to go with. We had mentioned possibly a stab in the dark. Maybe they go to with Kenyon Sadiq at number 9 overall. Maybe they were going to go Mansour Delane. They need a little bit of help in that secondary, but maybe they're trading up for Caleb Downs in anticipation that either Styles or Reese goes to your New York Giants. That's my best guess.
No, I think it's Sonny Styles, or it's going to be Arvell Reese. And if the Giants end up taking Caleb Downs, which I hope they do, then the Chiefs, then I don't know, then it's going to be one of those 2 for me. If the Giants do take Arvell Reese, then I think the Chiefs are trading up for Sonny Styles. I just can't imagine. I have no idea, honestly. I thought I was on an island almost a couple of weeks ago when I was in love with Caleb Downs and wanted the Giants to take him at 5. And I felt like most of the mock drafts I saw, he was going 10, he was going 11. Hell, some of them had him at 12. And I was like, there's no way. That's nuts. Did I watch this guy play college football for the last couple of years at Ohio State or not? And then all of a sudden, Caleb Downs, top 10. Caleb Downs, 8. Caleb Downs, 7. And I'm like, all right, now everybody's starting to get in line here. And so who knows? But it's got to be defense, right? Because the Chiefs lost Leo Chanel in the offseason, and they just don't have a great pass rush. So whether it's Arvell Reese, who's the hybrid linebacker pass rusher, or it is Sonny Styles, who's just the straight linebacker. I know he's a middle linebacker, but they have Nick Bolton. Maybe they slide Sonny Styles to the strong side linebacker. That's crazy. And the return on the trade is already looks like it's been confirmed. So the Chiefs will move up to 6, and the Cleveland Browns will get the Kansas City Chiefs pick at 9. They will also get a 3rd rounder, and they'll get a 5th rounder, 74th overall and 148th overall. So it took a 3rd round and a 5th round to move up 3 spots. And I thought Cleveland was going to trade this pick to Dallas, but they're trading it to the Chiefs. And we are waiting probably about another minute or so to find out who the New York Football Giants are taking at number 5. Literally, they had to go to commercial break before the Giants picked. You got to be kidding me, Brad. They are literally killing me. They're killing me.
They are killing you. And I can tell you this, a team that's really interested to see what happens here for these next couple of picks, I think is the New Orleans Saints, because the Saints could be in the market for a defensive player. I still feel that they could maybe entertain the services of Jordan Tyson, wide receiver at Arizona State at number 8 overall. But they're probably like, you know what? We're sitting in a pretty good spot here. And so's Washington, thinking the same damn thing. They could go offense, defense, but yeah, some twists and turns, and maybe we're going to get another one right now with your Giants.
He is survived by his spouse, Tracy, and their 2 sons, Andrew and Benjamin. Major Volke was raised in the Hudson Valley and was a lifelong fan of the New York Giants, a tradition he proudly passed on to his sons. Volke family, take it away.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it.
Come on.
I didn't think he would be here at 5. That doesn't change my mind. Look, I will be a happier camper if the Giants still get Caleb Downs at 10, Brad, but I didn't want Arvell Reese. I didn't think he'd be here. I've been in love with Caleb Downs. So if I see him go here in any of the next 4 picks, you're going to see me lose my freaking mind. You're going to see me snap. I mean, look, just because you thought he was going to go at 2 or number 3, and here he is at 5, I mean, I hope the Giants had him really high up on their board, and I hope that the plan was, hey, just in case this guy falls, we're going to take him. But I wanted Caleb Downs nonetheless, but Arvell Reese, all the potential in the world, of specimen and athletic freak, blew everybody away at the combine, big versatility, but he didn't have the big production that some of these other guys in the top 10 have in his college playing days for the Buckeyes. And so that always gave me pause about him. And I told you, I was like, are we sure Arvell Reese is really number 2 pick in the draft? Well, he wasn't. He wasn't 3. Giants got him at 5. And the Giants, with the picks they've made here for their defense over the last couple of years, Kayvon Thibodeau, another hybrid linebacker pass rusher, hasn't really worked out. Abdul Carter, hybrid linebacker pass rusher, had a rough rookie season, falling asleep in meetings. Now you add another one to the mix. Arvell Reese better be the freaking guy he's supposed to be and not the next Abdul Carter or Kayvon Thibodeau, because the Giants have a knack of drafting busts at this position. They better not have just picked another.
They didn't, my man. The upside is absolutely enormous. The guy is still filling out in his frame. Just the explosiveness that this guy possesses, and the versatility as well, whether defending the run, drop it back in coverage, defending the pass as well. You're going to be quite satisfied with this pick. We go like 10 years down the road. Oh, boo-hoo, I missed out on Caleb Downs. Oh, boo-hoo, I missed out on Sonny Styles. You know what? Arvell Reese is a bit of a badass. You're welcome.
All right, we're going to take a break. The Chiefs are going next. They traded up from 9 to 6. We'll see what Kansas City does when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Another thing I'm pretty confident in is that I think Jordan Tyson I think that there's real smoke there with him being the first wide receiver off the board. That's one where, I read every single piece of NFL information that comes out. There seems to be real connections from some insiders to teams saying that they have Tyson number 1 on their draft board. And I think that that's for real. So we saw some steam on that about 3 or 4 days ago, and it's kind of leveled out since then. But I think he's in play for the Giants at number 5. I think if the Browns are forced to keep the pick at 6 and they can't find a trade partner, I think they will take Tyson at 6. And I think he'll be in play for Washington at 7 as well. If Washington stays in that spot, they're another team I think would be looking to move down. So those are a couple things that I'm eyeing in the first 10 picks here now.
But right now, and this is a hard thing to describe, but the Flyers have a team of destiny vibe to them. And it's like pornography. What is a Stanley Cup playoff team of destiny? You know it when you see it. The Flyers have that type of vibe. I think we're going to get Flyers Hurricanes in round 2. I am exceptionally excited to bet the Flyers in that series. Philly right now at BetMGM to win the East, plus 750. I'm into that price as well.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
With the 6th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mansour Delane, defensive back, LSU.
Yeah, so that was the byproduct of the Kansas City Chiefs moving up to number 6, trading with the Cleveland Browns. They gave up a 3rd rounder and a 5th rounder, Brad, to get Mansour Delane, corner from LSU. As we welcome you back here to BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And again, the Kansas City, they lost a lot out of their defensive backfield this year, trading Trent McDuffie away, losing Brian Cook. And so their corners right now on the roster, Christian Fulton, who's getting a bit up there in age, and Noel Williams, who they ended up taking with a draft pick in the third round last year. He had a decent rookie campaign, but they needed to improve that defensive backfield. You and I both thought the Chiefs were trading up for either Sonny Styles or maybe Caleb Downs. Instead, it's Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, who had a great season, had a phenomenal season. The Commanders pick is in at 7. Let's get the Commanders pick, and then, Brad, you can hit on Mansour Delane and this pick as well.
Is awarded to one player each year and celebrates their profound impact on and off the field. I'm joined on stage by former winners Lynn Swann and Jerome Bettis. And the league welcomed its newest member to the prestigious club 2 months ago, Super Bowl champion and 6-time All-Pro Bobby Wagner. Way to go, Bobby.
Big pick for the Commanders. They don't pick again until 71 in the third round.
I encourage players drafted this week to make their community and the league a better place. You want to go for it, or you want me? With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
Yep, there you go. So Sonny Styles lasts until 7, and just like Arvell Reese lasted until 5, and that allowed the Giants to scoop him up. Sonny Styles still there at 7. Commanders get him. Brad, I thought they were going Cornell Tate. He flew off the board at 4 to the Titans. So this feels like a good pick here for Washington. You mentioned Bobby Wagner. Again, a legend and an all-time great. But, he's no longer with the Commanders. They did get Leo Chanel, but he is probably now going to play right next to Leo Chanel. Frankie Louvu's on this roster as well. They also had Dafe Owe and Calais Mason in the offseason. So now this linebacking core for the Commanders is stacked, and their defense was a problem last year as well. They do need help with the receivers. I would expect that with a lot of certainty to be their third-round pick. But, Brad, Sonny Styles at 7 joins what is now an incredible linebacking core for the Commanders and Dan Quinn.
Yeah, they got to be ecstatic to get the value on Sonny Styles. A lot of mocks, a lot of draftniks felt that he was going to land with the New York Giants at number 5. But again, with the upheaval and the unexpectedness that we saw at 3 and 4, that allowed the Giants to get the pick of the litter defensively, go Arvell Reese. Nobody expected him to be there. And then there's ripple effects, domino effects as a result. And Washington getting Sonny Styles is a gift from the football gods. And I'm just shocked still to go back to Kansas City, trading up to get Mansour Delane. I'm expecting, maybe there's going to be some news that comes out. A smoke screen was tossed by Washington in general direction saying, hey, we're looking at Delane. So Kansas is like, hey, that was our top guy. We need help in that defensive backfield. We're going to trade up. We're going to jump Washington. And Washington's like, they fell in the trap. And as a result, they get Sonny Styles, a win across the board. I'm stunned that Styles was still there, and Washington has just got to be thrilled with securing the Ohio State linebacker services at number 7 overall. And we already got the Saints pick in. Man, I'm interested to see what direction they go. Do they go offense in Jordan Tyson, or are they going to go defense? This draft is already off the hook.
Yeah, no, it is. I thought they were going Mansour Delane before the draft started. He's off the board. I thought they were going to go Cornell Tate. If not, I think this is Jordan Tyson right here, which then the Browns don't need Caleb Downs, Brad. The Browns need a receiver, and they need offensive linemen. I think Caleb Downs is still going to be there for my G-Man at 10.
Hey, man, I think it's entirely on the table. If not, if Caleb Downs somehow goes to Cleveland, maybe somebody trades up and gets him at that position, you're still going to get an elite offensive lineman, which obviously is an area of need. So what you got to look at is, I know you're very narrow-minded right now, downs, and more downs, but this is still going to be a win-win scenario no matter how it plays out, and we're going to see what Cleveland inevitably does. But I think Jordan Tyson does indeed go to New Orleans Saints. I have felt that was going to be the case all week long. Hopefully, I'm going to prove prophetic and actually get something right for the first time in my life.
Yeah. All right. So we got about a minute before our hard out here at the end of every hour. Let's hope we get this Saints pick here at number 8 right before we do that. But yeah, this has been awesome. This has been an awesome draft so far. The big stunners. Jeremiah Love goes number 3 to the Cardinals, and then Cornell Tate goes number 4 to the Titans. Giants then pick up Arvell Reese at 5. Chiefs trade up from 9 to 6 to get Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU. And then Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, goes to the Commanders at number 7. So you've already had 2 Buckeyes here go in the top 7 picks. Will Caleb Downs still be there at 10 for the G-Men? Let's see. Do we get this Saints pick here in the next 20 seconds? I don't think we're going to. So when we come back, we'll have the Saints pick. We'll see we'll be basically right on the cusp of the Browns picking at 9 and then the G-Men at 10. Live NFL Draft Night, instant reaction and analysis, and live picks right here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. BetMGM Tonight rolls on next.
If Jalen Williams is not healthy in the Western Conference Final and the Thunder have to play the Nuggets or the Spurs, I don't think they're winning. It's one thing to pound into dust curtain-jerking jabroni franchises in the NBA that are trying to lose for A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson in the regular season. It's one thing on a Tuesday night in February without Jalen Williams to go to Atlanta and pummel the Hawks. It's another thing in May, mid and late May, to go on the road to Denver without J-Dub or San Antonio without J-Dub and win. I'm not saying they can't, but think about the way I've talked about that. And I am financially invested in the Thunder to win the championship. Have been the entire season. The only team that I bet to win the championship is Oklahoma City. The way I've talked about the Thunder, that pending health, and I'm always careful to say that, pending health to the participants, especially SGA, then we get to J-Dub and Chet Holmgren. This team's going to win the title, pending health. Now we have a health issue. Now we can talk about maybe this gets a little more interesting. My guess is he'll be back, and it'll be cool. It's not the same hamstring that was hurt early in the season. My guess is it'll be okay, and my guess is the Thunder are still going to win the championship. I believe that still. But I don't know how you can be as confident this morning as you were 24 hours ago. Now that this variable has been introduced into the equation for Oklahoma City. And it just goes back to a point that I've been making since game 82, since the final Sunday of the NBA regular season, and how lucky the Thunder got with their draw. And this will dovetail into the next part of this discussion that we'll get to in a little bit. Because Oklahoma City, and I said it literally the next morning on Monday morning, right? And I think they're the best team. So basically what this is like here for Oklahoma City is if, like, you're tall, you're tan, you have great hair, you have blue eyes, and you also have, like, an angelic voice. Like, you're going to be a superstar. You didn't need the angelic voice. Like, I'll tell you what, you're tall, and you're tan, and you got great hair, and you got blue eyes. You could sound like me, and you're going to be a success in life. The Thunder are that tall guy. They don't need the angelic voice. They don't need the unbelievable talent. But you know what? They've got it all. Because not only do they have the best team, not only are they the reigning defending NBA champions, but they have a walkover to the Western Conference Final. A walkover. It easily could have broken that Denver's the 4 seed. And now, like, think about that. How are we feeling today if Denver's the 4 seed, not the Lakers? How are you feeling if it's going to be Denver in round 2 and not the Lakers? And I don't even care if Luka Doncic comes back and Austin Reeves comes back. The Lakers are not beating the Thunder even if Jalen Williams doesn't play. They're not. But I'll tell you what, and the Rockets, forget about it. Studio apartment offense, no space anywhere. I don't want to hear about it with the Rockets. If it were Denver, think about what the conversation would be this morning. They dodged a tremendous bullet with how this broke, with how this worked out with the bracket. They will waltz, even without J-Dub, they will waltz to the Western Conference Final. So if I'm Sam Presti and I'm the Oklahoma City Thunder, do you want Jalen Williams back for Game 3 of this series? Of course. Of course you want him back. The only thing that matters is that he's back Game 1 Western Conference Final. They can beat the Lakers without him. They can beat the Rockets probably without SGA. Get him back for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Because if he's not, or if he comes back and he aggravates that injury, now Pandora's box is open. And then we can have a Denver Nuggets conversation. We can have a San Antonio Spurs conversation. Hell, we could even have a Boston Celtics conversation. We could even have, and perhaps this is just wish casting by your boy, we could even have a New York Knicks conversation.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
With the 8th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 starts right now, our live NFL Draft Night special edition of BetMGM Tonight. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Search BetMGM Tonight, hit that subscribe button, and you can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can join the show, call or text all throughout the remainder of the show here and throughout the remainder of the draft, 310-840-4910. Brad, we heard it there with the 8th pick. The Saints went with Arizona State wide receiver Jordan Tyson. I thought they were going to go corner, but after the Chiefs took Mansour Delane at 6 and the Commanders took Sonny Styles at 7, it felt like a formality. Carnell Tate went all the way at 4 to the Titans. That was one of the big shockers. Jeremiah Love going 3 to the Cardinals. So the Saints, they get Chris Olave, the number 2 receiver help that he needed, and they get Tyler Shuck, their franchise quarterback, who played really well down the stretch and was the runner-up for Offensive Rookie of the Year. They get him another receiver in Jordan Tyson, who is overcome with emotion, by the way. They showed him walking down the ramp. I mean, he's hysterical. He's in tears. As a guy that has battled numerous injuries, torn ligaments in 2023, last year battled some hamstring injuries. But when he has played, he has been fantastic. And he's a big body, 6'2", big catch radius. So that should help Tyler Shuck in this Saints offense with Kellen Moore as the second-year head coach. It should help them get to another level and maybe win the NFC South this year if Jordan Tyson can stay healthy.
Yeah, as long as he can stay upright. The plus route running, size, as you mentioned, contested catch ability that he possesses, short area twitch. He checks all those boxes, had a remarkable pro day. Everybody was enamored with him as a result. And, his value just really rocketed up a lot of teams' draft boards. And I think New Orleans Saints get their guy. Tyler Shuck was impressively accurate last season. And now we get another selection from Cleveland. Let's go to the podium right now.
And this is the Browns move down to 9, so the Chiefs can move up to 6. I think this is going to be an offensive lineman.
Yep, I'm feeling it.
Is it going to be Could it be Francis Mauigoa from Miami? Could it be Spencer Fano from Utah? Waiting for Goodell to walk to the podium here. But, Brad, we knew going in, the Browns need a receiver 1, an offensive lineman 2. You got 2 receivers already off the board. Do they possibly reach here big time for a receiver? Or is it going to be lineman?
It's got to be linemen. They were dead last season in pass blocking efficiency. If they want to have success either running the football, in terms of passing the football, no matter whoever the quarterback is, they have to bolster that offensive line, period, end of story.
NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah.
Wow, and they go Spencer Fano. You know, we all thought that Francis Mauigoa, the big tackle from Miami, who really shined in the college football playoff, we thought it was going to be Mauigoa. Instead, it's Spencer Fano, first-team All-American at Utah. It was the Utah's first Outland Trophy winner, which is the nation's top interior lineman, but he's going to play tackle. And now, for the Cleveland Browns here, again, you mentioned they were terrible in pass block win rate, and then they basically had an exodus of their entire offensive line in the offseason. So, DeJuan Jones is supposed to be playing left tackle for them this season, but he just underwent surgery, after getting knocked out in one of the first games of the season with a torn LCL. They signed Zion Johnson to play left guard. They brought in Elgton Jenkins from the Packers to play center. They got Titus Howard in that trade with the Texans to play right tackle. But they apparently don't want to miss out on Spencer Fano, and they think that he could be potentially the blindside protector for either Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. Again, whoever the hell is going to end up being the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns here this year. But Spencer Fano jumps over Mauigoa. I think that's another surprise here in the top 10.
I think it just satisfies an area need. As I mentioned, they were just terrible, god-awful in terms of pass blocking efficiency a season ago. They really had to solidify, shore up that offensive line in order to give whoever is under center the best protection they possibly can, and also obviously open up, the ground game as well. We'll have to see about the health and the status of Quinshon Judkins. We got another pick.
Giants select Francis.
Please tell me Caleb Downs.
Mauigoa, tackle, Miami.
I mean, you gotta be freaking kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. The Giants had 2 chances to take Caleb Downs, and they don't do it. 2 chances. He fell to 10. He was there at 10, Brad. Caleb Downs is dying to be picked at 10. And the Giants go offensive lineman. They go Mauigoa from Miami. I mean, come on. I've been screaming for weeks for Caleb Downs. And I couldn't believe it when he was there at 10. And the Giants pass on him. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise, but if you were listening to the show all week, my selection for the New York Giants at number 10 overall was indeed Francis Mauigoa. They needed to solidify their offensive line. One last season, that was number 20 in run blocking efficiency at the corner of Pro Football Focus, barely inside the top 15 in pass blocking efficiency. So they get another protector, a road grader, open up the ground game, likely for Cam Scatterbo, Tyrone Tracy, the change of pace guy, and of course Jackson Dart. Get somebody that can be a protector there in the trenches. Sorry, my man. I know you were desperate for Downs, but turn that frown upside down. Mauigoa fills an area of need for your G-men.
Yeah, I mean, look, their offensive line hasn't been good, but I mean, come on, dude. Like, if Arvell Reese didn't fall to 5, I wonder what the Giants would have done at 5. I mean, I guess they wouldn't have taken Caleb Downs because there's no way they would have let him pass past 10 if they really wanted him. But, I mean, look, the Giants' offensive line absolutely freaking stunk for years. They were finally healthy last year, and they were okay. They re-signed Jermaine Illuminor to play right tackle, though, and Andrew Thomas, when he's healthy, is one of the best left tackles in football. So what are you doing? Like, where are you putting Mauigoa? Where is he starting? Is he going to start over Jermaine Illuminor? Why'd you re-sign Jermaine Illuminor then? Is he going to play left tackle? No way. Not unless Andrew Thomas gets hurt. So what are you telling me? You're going to have Mauigoa play guard? Because if not, then why the hell did you re-sign Jermaine Illuminor, Brad? That's why I got it if they made offensive linemen, if they already took Caleb Downs. But Again, you re-signed your right tackle, and your left tackle, when healthy, is one of the best in the sport. So are you just signing him for depth in case one of your tackles gets hurt? I mean, come on. I get it. You got to protect Jackson Dart. But geez, man, this defense was atrocious last year. And you had 2 picks in the top 10, and you just traded Dexter Lawrence. So that's why I thought it was going to be 2 defensive picks or Caleb Downs and a receiver. I wouldn't have been mad about that. I wanted Caleb Downs and I wanted Jordan Tyson, and I get neither of them.
And this is going to pour salt in your wound. I got a feeling, because Dallas obviously has a need for D, they're going to take your boy here at number 11 overall, and you're going to have to live with that fact and face Caleb Downs not once, but twice a year, man. Where's the hard liquor? Somebody buy my guy a bottle. He needs to chug it right now to numb the pain.
We got to trade. So the Cowboys just traded up to 11, but all they did was swap with the Dolphins. So why are you swapping with the Dolphins?
Because they want Caleb Downs.
Yeah, but were the Dolphins going to take Caleb Downs? Because if the Dolphins are going to take Caleb Downs, why would they trade with the Cowboys?
Possibly. Again, there's smoke screens getting floated about all over the place. Dallas is like, we cannot believe Caleb Downs is there. Let's find out if I'm right.
If this is Caleb Downs, he's going to end up being the best safety to ever play the game. I know it. If the Cowboys get him, he'll be the best safety in the history of football.
Oh, my God.
The Dolphins get 2 fifth-round picks from the Cowboys for this.
Yeah. I think the Cowboys cannot believe that Downs is there if that's the pick. Oh, the dramas.
Now I got
It's thick.
Schefter tweeting out what the Giants' projected offensive line is going to be. Maui Noah at right guard. The guy's a tackle, and you're going to play him at guard. Why draft a tackle if you're going to have him play guard? I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it.
You're going to be satisfied with the pick at the bitter end. Unless Caleb Downs is like, a long tracking NFL Hall of Famer. And this
He's
is going
to
haunt
be
your nightmares for the rest of your life.
He's going to be. He's going to be Ed Reed. He's going to be Troy Polamalu. Or he's going to be Kyle Hamilton on steroids. All right. They went to commercial on TV, so we're going to be waiting about another minute or so for this Cowboys pick. But they swapped spots with the Dolphins. The Cowboys had 12. They traded up to 11. The Dolphins trade back 1 spot, and they get 2 fifth-round picks for this. Again, looking at what Dallas needs, they need defense, Brad, for sure.
Defense.
They absolutely need.
Yep.
Caleb Downs is a defensive player. Oh my God, it's just so predictable. It is, and predictable.
And I can tell you this too. I think 12 and 13 are going to be fascinating selections. A lot of people had Mekhi Lemon out of USC, wide receiver mock to the LA Rams at number 13. Extraordinary guy out of the slot. The short area burst, acceleration that he possesses can really accumulate the catches. A guy that simply wins on nearly every single route. I think Miami, who was so wide receiver needy, felt like, okay, we can get extra draft capital. We're going to deal back 1 spot, and we're still going to get our guy, and that being Mekhi Lemon. So my prediction here, again, I'm not cheating. I'm not looking at anything in advance. There's some people, spilling the beans on social media right now, the Pixel on Advance, and I'm trying to guess here in real time, watching the broadcast here at Casa de Evans Studios in Champaign, Illinois. But I believe it's going to be Mekhi Lemon at number 12 to Miami, and then we're going to see what the Rams do. Do they still stick with wide receiver? Maybe they go offensive line. My guess is if the Rams are smart, you got a 38-year-old quarterback, you got to invest in that line and make sure that Matthew Stafford is healthy, because I believe the Rams, pound for pound, have the best team in the NFL. And as I've said before, right here on BetMGM Tonight, they're going to win the Super Bowl this year.
I'm looking at the other. I wonder if this could be Ruben Bain. You think he's going to fall big time in the draft because of the car crash in 2024 that came out, where a female was in their car and died because of that. And then also because of the short arms. Will Ruben Bain fall? Will he continue to fall here? Or maybe do the Cowboys snatch him up? Maybe the Cowboys don't care. Maybe Jerry and Stephen Jones think, all right, he's not going to fall too far. We need to get him here, or is this going to be Caleb Downs? And like I said, he's going to be the next Ed Reed or Troy Polamalu.
It's got to be Downs. And I know you were praying it is Ruben Bain because you don't have to deal with the hurt, with the enduring pain that Caleb Downs could bring to your New York Giants fandom. Here we go.
The Dallas Cowboys select Caleb Downs, defensive back, Ohio State.
I mean, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. You can bookmark it now. They're going to be building a statue outside of AT&T Stadium, outside of Jerry World, in about 20 years from now when Caleb Downs becomes the greatest safety to ever play in the sport of football. And the Giants could have had him at 5, and the Giants could have had him at 10, and they passed on him for a tackle who they're going to get to play right guard. I mean, yeah.
This is the highlight of my day. This might be the highlight of my millennium. And it's come at your expense. And I'm sorry, mi amigo. But just the act of desperation. You were genuflecting at the altar of the football gods, saying, I'll do anything, whatever you want, as long as you give me Caleb Downs. And he goes to your arch rival Dallas Cowboys when you had a golden opportunity to pick him. Man, I'm sorry, mi amigo. I really am.
I mean, it's just an absolute joke. It's an absolute joke, Brad.
It's a great
now
pick, though, by Dallas.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, he's going to be the greatest safety to ever play.
Oh.
I've seen this too many times.
Phenomenal.
I've seen this way too many times. I mean, look, in all seriousness, this makes a lot of sense.
We suck again.
Makes a lot of sense for Dallas. Their defense was even worse than the Giants last year. It was the worst in football. It single-handedly kept them from the playoffs. I mean, they were trending to being the only team in NFL history to have the number 1 offense in scoring and the worst defense in scoring and points per game allowed. And, you know, their entire secondary, Deron Bland, couldn't stay healthy. Siobhan Revell, the rookie, started the year hurt. They got Kobe Durant in the offseason, one of the two. Oh, they got Kobe Durant. I'm thinking of Kobe Bryant. They got Kobe Durant in the offseason, but their safeties, Malik Hooker and Jalen Thompson, you know, again, 2 guys that have not been able to stay healthy. Jalen Thompson's coming over from the Cardinals, where he's actually been a tackling machine, but Caleb Downs is going to slot in ahead of Malik Hooker, who, you know, had shown some promise when he was healthy, but was far often too injured. And, you know, even before that, never got more than 90 tackles, only forced 1 fumble in the last several years, only has 2 interceptions in the last 2 seasons, and his quarterback rating when thrown at this year was over 130. So this felt like a no-brainer for Dallas. Caleb Downs is going to slot in and play free safety, and he's going to be an all-pro. I can already see it happening, and I'm not going to have a voice in another hour from now.
No. Look, you're going to be verklempt in the worst way humanly possible. I will say this again, breaking it down statistically for the Dallas Cowboys defensively, dead last season. EPA per play defense. They were number 30 in drop back EPA defense, number 29 in rush EPA defense, and more defense. I think every single pick imaginable by Dallas is going to be focused on that area because the offense is elite with Dak Prescott, and of course with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Ferguson. Javonte Williams had a stellar year coming over from Denver, running the rock effectively and consistently. Like all systems go offensively, at Dallas can be just slightly above average defensively. They can make a deep run in the NFC and possibly a deep run in the playoffs come January.
All right. Pick is in for the Dolphins. By the way, yeah, our guys Combs and Monty, they are tracking one particular account on social media that is like minutes ahead of the draft. And I'm like you. I don't want to know ahead of time. I want to react to it
I don't know.
time.
I don't know who's getting picked. Yeah.
Apparently, they already know who the Rams took. And we're not going to spoil that for you because we want you to hear it.
No. Yeah. I want to wait. I want the drama. I want the suspense. Give it to me. That's what I want. I want to hear it straight from Goodell's mouth right here on BetMGM Tonight because we got a live podium feed.
And you think so? And you think Dolphins are going Mekhi Lemon here, right?
Yeah, that's my guess. Feeling good. They got to go wide receiver.
12th pick.
Who's your number one wide receiver right now?
NFL
Tutu
draft.
Atwell?
The Miami Dolphins select Caden Proctor, tackle.
Wow. Okay.
That's a shocker. That's
Didn't
another
expect
shocker. Yeah, offensive tackle, the big offensive tackle from Alabama. I thought he was going to go in the teens. But how about that, Brad? Offensive lineman, there's a premium. We've got 3 of them here in the last, 4 picks? 3 of them in the last 4 picks now, with number 1 being Spencer Fauno to the Browns at 9. Giants go Francis Maui Noah at 10, a pick later. And then at 12, the Dolphins take Caden Proctor from Alabama, 6'7", 355 pounds. And again, they're another team that hasn't had an offensive line, what feels like for years now. And that's part of the reason why Tua Tagovailoa was constantly hurt and the concussions. But they signed Malik Willis in the offseason. And look, man, again, you talk about the hierarchy of NFL positions in terms of their value. Quarterback is 1, receiver, edge rusher, 2 or 3, and then offensive tackle is 4. And so if you think you got a great one, they think they do. But I just can't believe, you say they traded away Jalen Waddle. Right now, their number 1 receivers, the receivers are Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert, Tutu Atwell. You better be freaking. Yeah. You better be creative throwing that football, man. You better hope Devon Achan's going to have this. You know what I'm certain of now, Brad? Devon Achan's going to get a contract extension, and he's going to get 150 catches this year. Every ball, every throw is just going to go to Devon Achan. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, I'm certain of it as well. And this is actually a big win for Devon Achan, this selection right here, because, again, that helps out the offensive line. You're going to have a positive ripple effect for the running back position. Positive ripple effect as well for Malik Willis, who's a very mobile quarterback. He's got probably 500, 600 rush yard upside in year 1 as a full-time starter there on South Beach. And look at Miami last year. I did have offensive line as an area need at some point in this draft, and expected here. The Dolphins scored a Pro Football Focus last season, number 29 in pass blocking efficiency. So again, it fills an area of need, and maybe a lot of receivers, Pat, are going to slip. You said that you took the under on 5.5 number of wide receivers selected in round 1, and mi amigo, you could be spot on.
All right, we're going to take a short break here. The Rams pick is in at 13. Will it be a stunner? We've already had a couple of jaw droppers here in the first 12 picks. The Rams pick is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He is Chat QB, the AI quarterback. You've heard of Gen Z quarterbacks? Fernando Mendoza is the first AI quarterback. Seems like you went into Gemini or Claude or whatever nonsense, I don't know, whatever nonsense you've got, and said, give me the perfect quarterback. And it spits out, here's Fernando Mendoza for you. And because of that, and because we've known it's been a fait accompli, a lock, a certainty, because we've known for so long that he's going first overall, and because he's boring, we have forgotten how special he is as a quarterback prospect and how incredible I think he's going to be at the next level. Think about it in these terms. Now, I'm not going to say that he would have gone first overall in the Caleb Williams draft. Caleb would have gone first overall. And maybe he would have gone ahead of Jaden. And, I think now everyone wants to say, well, Drake May was actually the better prospect than Jaden Daniels, but Jaden Daniels won second. Whatever. However you want to parse this. Mendoza is going before, at the very least, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix. Right? He's going before them. And maybe he goes before Jaden. Maybe he goes before May. Caleb would have been the first overall pick. He definitely goes first overall last year ahead of Cam Ward if they're in the same draft. He goes first overall ahead of Bryce Young and ahead of C.J. Stroud, the Bryce Young draft. He goes first overall ahead of Kyler Murray. He would have gone first overall ahead of Baker Mayfield. We can have our conversations about who should have gone first overall in that draft, and it looks a little silly in retrospect how it went. I think he would have gone first overall over Jared Goff. He is an absolute stud. He is not the first overall pick because the draft sucks. He's not the first overall pick because there isn't another quarterback maybe worthy of being a first-round selection, whether or not another one will be. That's not it. He's going to be the number one pick because he's deserving of being the number one pick in basically any draft that doesn't include like a generational quarterback prospect. I'm talking Joe Burrow. I'm talking Caleb Williams. Mendoza, an exceptionally worthy first overall pick. The arm, the brain, the leadership ability. And I'll tell you what, and I've said this numerous times, he is a tough son of a bitch. I think about that. Everyone wants to talk about, the run, the touchdown run in the national championship game against Miami. It's a great play. And it's an iconic play. Right? That's his most that and the Omar Cooper play against Penn State. Those are his iconic plays. To me, the play where I'm like, well, I think this kid's got it more than any other was when he got absolutely decleated, destroyed, annihilated, obliterated, eviscerated by Ohio State early in the Big Ten title game. Has to leave the game, and his brother has to come in. Another Mendoza comes in to play quarterback. And I'm sitting there wondering, this dude coming back, is he done? I wouldn't have blamed him. He got destroyed. Not only does he come back, he comes back and they win the game. He's got, however you want to define it, Fernando Mendoza's got it.
I think that it's going to be Arbel Reese at number 2. I would take Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is who I would take at number 2 overall. I think Bain's a top 3 player in this class. I understand, like, people would just go like, he doesn't have the longest arms. He doesn't win with length. That's not how he wins. So you don't have to sit here and say, well, he won a lot with a long arm move and he won a lot with his length when he was in college. He's not going to be able to do that in the NFL. That's not how he won. He won with first step explosiveness, great natural leverage, incredible power from his lower half, great hand usage, a pass rush plan, can defend the run like an ox, a great motor, good counters to him as well. He's coached by the Hall of Famer Jason Taylor the last 3 years when he was at Miami. I mean, I would be taking Ruben Bain here. I think he is the best defensive lineman, I would say, in this class. And so that would be my pick at number 2.
Sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The Rams are about to make their pick at 13. Let's see if we can hear that here from Commissioner Roger Goodell here in the coming seconds. I got a feeling it's going to be a shocker. I mean, we've already had several stunners here in this draft so far. Brad, you're shaking your head. I don't know if you just saw it on TV. Look,
yeah, I did.
They went to commercial break. I put the Knicks game on. The Knicks are down 4 with under 6 minutes to go. So the Giants have ruined my night. The Knicks are going to ruin my night. And now let's see what the Rams do.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
Unbelievable.
Wow, Ty Simpson goes 13 to the Rams. They're pushing Matt Stafford out the door here, Brad. I mean, this is basically like right away, this has got to be Matthew Stafford's last year. They've just drafted his replacement with the 13th overall pick. How many times are the Rams going to be picking 13? Remember, they got this from Atlanta because Atlanta traded away their first rounder this year in last year's draft to get James Pierce Jr., and now the Rams have selected Matthew Stafford's replacement. I thought the Jets were going to do it at 16. I never thought Ty Simpson was going higher than that. He goes to the Rams of all teams do it. Oh, my God, Brad, this is a shocker.
Yeah, look, Ty Simpson's value was all over the board. Nobody had him remotely inside the top 15. I can tell you that. Most people anticipated the Arizona Cardinals going to trade back in. You and I talked about it. That's what I projected before the draft began. And they were going to get their guy and pair him up with Jeremiah Love for the next decade. And maybe there was a possibility that Ty Simpson wasn't even going to be drafted in the first round at all. Nobody saw this one coming. Completely out of left field, but you're right. I mean, Matthew Stafford, obviously longer than a tooth. Maybe he's already told the organization, hey, this is indeed going to be my last year. I'm going to go out with one last bang, possibly one last hurrah. Jimmy Garoppolo, the backup in L.A., has said he's thinking about retirement. Maybe that's already a decision that's been made, hasn't gone public yet. Ty Simpson is the heir apparent in the City of Angels with Puka Nacua. Maybe with Devontae Adams they need it for, Kyron Williams as well. One of the best offenses in the game. Instant impact player once he has his number called, and it could be as early as next year. Plus mechanics, excellent processor, very decisive with his throws. Largely an average arm talent. Doesn't have a whole lot of zip on much of his throwing passes that he has. A little bit rough around the edges, but a year to learn under the great Matthew Stafford, a year to learn, and one of the best systems in the NFL with one of the best offensive minds, a pure genius in Sean McVay. The arrow pointing way north for Ty Simpson long-term as he stunningly, shockingly goes the LA Rams at number 13 overall.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I'm not that high on Ty Simpson. I never was throughout this entire process, but it's crazy. The Rams, they've only taken an offensive player in the first round twice in the last decade. The last one was Jared Goff in 2016, and now they draft Matthew Stafford's replacement, who came over in the trade for Jared Goff a couple of years ago. I've never been that high on Ty Simpson. I mean, I thought he was very underwhelming in the SEC title game against Georgia. I thought he was average at best against Oklahoma in the college football playoffs.
Yep.
And I thought he was brutal against Indiana. I mean, again, not that there was anything that he was going to do to make that ball game close, but I thought his decision-making wasn't very good. I thought his arm is not that great. And I just didn't get when I watched Ty Simpson, I didn't think, wow, first-round NFL quarterback. And we were talking to Black and Abdallah, our brethren from Westwood One Sports, who do the 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern slot every Monday through Friday here on Westwood One Sports. And they summed it up perfectly. It feels like not a lot of people thought Ty Simpson is a first-round quarterback, and yet he's going to get drafted in the first round because everybody's desperate to get that next franchise quarterback. I just didn't think the Rams are going to be that desperate, not with Matthew Stafford already committing to coming back next season. So you basically just sunk your first-round pick into the 2027 season at the earliest.
Yeah, it really is. We got another pick.
The
Ravens.
2026 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens.
Got to be Ione.
Olai Bavenga.
Yep.
Ioane. Guard.
Yep.
Penn State.
Yeah, so this has been one of there's been one of the very few inevitable picks so far in this draft. Ione at 14. The Ravens lose Tyler Linderbaum to the Raiders in free agency. Daniel Falele wasn't very good at all for them anyway. Last year, he goes to the Giants. So the interior offensive line was a massive issue for the Ravens last year. It was a reason why Lamar Jackson was constantly under pressure and then, suffered some injuries. So they needed offensive line help far and away. Number one, you've got an interior guard in Ione that was a first-round pick. Probably the only guard, maybe one of two, that's going to be a first-round selection. And so right there at 14, middle of the round, felt like a perfect spot, unless the Ravens were going to go wide receiver, which, Brad, all the intel, all the mock drafts we've seen, it felt like this was the pick all along. Vega Ione, indeed, goes to the Ravens from Penn State at number 14. And I can't blame the pick at all. I mean, there's drafting for need and there's drafting a great player. This seems like the intersection of that. And we'll see if that A gap is well protected for Lamar Jackson this season.
Yeah, it was a clear void for this franchise. I mean, last season, they really struggled in pass blocking efficiency, number 25 in that category, according to Pro Football Focus. And, this is a team built to win and a team built to compete now. And the only way you're going to do that is winning in the trenches and giving Lamar Jackson adequate protection and Derrick Henry avenues to plow through. So Ione obviously checks that box. That was a pick that you and I foresaw, and one of the rare ones we actually got right. We've had a run on offensive linemen so far in this draft. Probably going to be a couple of more that fly off the board before the night is officially over. But I'm really curious now what Tampa does here at number 15. The pick is already in. I'm not looking at my social media. I have no idea who it is. I want it to be Kenyon Sadiq in the worst way possible, because I might have a little action on that at 5-1. And I think he would be an extraordinary value at this juncture, and a guy that obviously fits the system to a T with a 12 personnel that is a centerpiece of this offense under offensive coordinator Zach Robinson.
Yeah, I agreed with you. We did our NFL draft pick 'em. We predicted every single pick. I think the Buccaneers at 15, this is a great spot for Kenyon Sadiq. When you consider that Cade Otton has kind of fallen off in terms of his production. Again, Buccaneers offense, it was their defense that sputtered down the stretch. Don't get me wrong. If they end up going with a defensive player here, I will not be shocked. And you look at the best players available. Is this where Ruben Bain goes? Could this be the spot? The Buccaneers need a pass rusher in the worst way, because they were one of the worst teams in getting after the quarterback last year. Their secondary also stunk. So I think this is too high for Dylan Thieneman. I think it's too high for Akeem Mesidor. So could this be Ruben Bain? If not, Brad, I do think it is going to be Kenyon Sadiq. But maybe we get a jaw dropper here, and this is the edge rusher from Miami. But I would think with this offense last year, Emeka Egbuka got off to an incredible start, then sputtered down the stretch. Chris Godwin, very, as you like to say, long in the tooth, getting up there in age. They lose Mike Evans in free agency. So they need more pass-catching weapons. And also Kenyon Sadiq, who can double as a great run blocker for Bucky Irving. And they just got Kenneth Gainwell. And they have Sean Tucker for their goal line plays. This is a great spot for Kenyon Sadiq, for sure, without a doubt. All right.
Yeah, and again, another weapon for Baker Mayfield is, to piggyback on it, a guy that's just ultra versatile. We talked to Schleyer. Schleyer thought he could be a top 10 pick in this NFL draft, a guy that can run block, a guy has an expansive route tree. He has the explosivity, ran a 4.39 40-yard dash, and he's just jacked, absolutely yoked. Can you imagine him coming in? He lose Mike Evans. You don't really skip a beat with a vertical passing attack. And you get Baker Mayfield another weapon that can basically do it all. I just love the fit for him in Tampa. Now we're going to have to wait and see if that is indeed the case. But as you mentioned, you laid out, possibly this is Ruben Bain. Possibly it's somebody else on the defensive side. That also is an area of need. But so far, my prediction that Ruben Bain would slip in this draft, it has come true. I had him going 17 to Detroit. He could go here to Tampa. We shall see.
Yeah, we're going to get that pick in about 2 minutes from now. So we have 2 minutes to spare. Our guys, Black and Abdallah from Westwood One Sports, they had a chance to catch up with Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame running back, who went number 3 to the Arizona Cardinals. They had a chance to catch up with him right after he got picked. Here's 2 minutes of that interview. Our guys, Black and Abdallah, with Jeremiah Love.
How does it feel to be the first running back in a long time to be picked in the top 5, let alone the top 3 in a long time?
I mean, it's a great feeling, I feel like I've been chosen to represent the running backs, coming out of college from Notre Dame and in the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. And I think I'm probably the highest picked running back in a while, right?
Since Saquon. Went second overall, yeah.
So it's a huge honor, man. It's a lot. That's a lot of pressure, or not even pressure. That's a lot of, just expectations that are already just going to be on me from day one. But I'm going to welcome it all, I'm ready to represent the running backs. I'm ready to represent the Cardinals, ready to represent Notre Dame. And I'm going to make sure I do what I got to do to have success. Make sure I'm going to do what I got to do for the team to have success. And I'm going to represent the Cardinals right.
Are there running backs of the past that you looked up to that you tried to model your game after?
No, sir. I am authentically myself. I've never tried to model my game after anybody. I've always just been myself and just stuck to my roots and just play my own game.
There's going to be a lot of changes with the Cardinals, obviously new staff, new personnel coming in. What do you want Cardinals fans, what do you want that staff to know coming in that you're going to bring to that organization?
Then I'm going to bring a great culture. If there's not already a great culture there, I'm gonna make sure that culture is great. And I'm going to make sure I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that team has success. And I'm just ready to work, man. I'm ready to build great relationships with the coaches, with the guys on the team, with the fans. And like I said, we're going to do some great things in Arizona. And the most of all, we're going to build some great relationships.
During the pre-draft process, did you have an idea that Arizona was going to take you at 3?
Early on, no, I didn't know who was going to take me. But as I got closer to the end, I had an inkling that Arizona was going to pick me. So right after David got picked at 2, I was already just staring at my phone waiting for that call. Because, shoot, it was – I just got to do, It was just a little gut feeling. So very blessed to be here, very blessed to have the opportunity to go to Arizona. And like I said, man, I'm just ready to work. I've been ready to get back to a routine and get back to work for a long time, so I'm blessed to have that opportunity to do it in Arizona.
There you go. There you go. Jeremiah Love, as humble as they will come. What a phenomenal young man, a phenomenal running back. Brad, now that I know that the Giants didn't take Caleb Downs at 5 or 10, in retrospect, I would have loved to have Jeremiah Love. Here's the Buccaneers
With the
pick at 15.
15th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bain Jr., linebacker, Miami.
Wow, they do go Ruben Bain. All right, there you go. Well, the slide stops for Ruben Bain. Brad, you thought he was going to slide another couple of picks. You and I would have loved to see Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, but the Buccaneers were terrible at getting after the quarterback. They've got an old, aging defense. They need a great pass rusher, and I guess they're willing to look past, the car accident and the short arms, and the Buccaneers grab Ruben Bain, and he's going to be coming off the edge for them. We'll get your thoughts on it when we come back, Brad. We'll also have the Jets' second pick of the first round at 16 when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Cowboys have the 12th and 20th overall picks in the draft tonight. Some say they should package those picks to move up for a defender. Some say maybe they should draft a receiver. Some say they should trade George Pickens. Here's what I say. This is the year that you try and win. Dak's not getting any younger. And also, Jerry Jones isn't getting any younger. And you know what he likes to do? Gamble. Do you know how I know that? Because he tells anyone with a microphone and a camera with 2 ears that will listen that he's a gambler. You want to gamble? Play it out with George Pickens. You think he's going to sit out till week 10? I don't want to say 0 because he's crazy. It's like what my dad used to say to me when I was learning how to drive. My father, God rest his soul, would say to me, you never want to get into it with someone on the road because you're not crazy and you don't know if that person is. Crazy people, this is why I'm reticent to call people crazy that aren't actually crazy, because then you meet a crazy person and you're like, holy bleep, that person's crazy. George Pickens is nuts. Do I think he's nuts enough to leave a ton of money on the table? I don't. Let him be unhappy. He's making 27. I'd love to be paid $27 million to be unhappy. Let him be unhappy. He gives you the best chance to win this year. Not Mekhi Lemon, not Jordan Tyson, not Carnell Tate, not Casey Concepcion, not Kenyon Sadiq, George Pickens. You keep this offense loaded and high octane and explosive. And at 12-20, you add 2 players to this defense. The thought that they should draft offense is ridiculous. Ridiculous. The offense is not the problem on this team. And like the idea that we're building for 27 and 28, like are people paying attention to what's going on here? Like this team's ready to win now. The quarterback's not getting any younger and the owner's not getting any younger. Push the chips in, man up, and go for it. That's what I would do if I were the Dallas Cowboys.
I think that Arvell Reese is through and through the more New York Jets player. I think that he fits the David Bailey number 2 overall hype. Somebody's going to have to explain it to me why he would make more sense for the New York Jets. Because the only reason that I have that people have said is, well, he's a more ready-made pass rusher. 1, that doesn't really matter. 2, like, I don't know if that's a guarantee for that to be the case. Like even with the production that he had at Stanford and Texas Tech, like I think David Bailey's in for a learning curve in the NFL. You can't just win with that first step in the NFL. It's going to take him a little while to get to where you want him to go. And that whole philosophy doesn't really line up with the Jets' timeline at all. The Jets aren't going to be, you want them to be better this year for sure, but they're not going to be overly competitive in 2026. Their winning window is 2027, 2028. They hope. After they get the quarterback that they're hoping to get soon over the next 2 years. That lines up so much more perfectly with Arvell Reese and his development. And so I think that that's a total counter for all of why people would say that David Bailey would go number 2 overall. And Arvell Reese is the more Aaron Glenn player. I guarantee you that Arvell Reese is the more the Aaron Glenn player. Because Arvell Reese plays with a lot more power. He's pound for pound a lot stronger. He can defend the run. He can stack offensive tackles with how strong he is. He's got great power moves. He can play off the ball, and he can hunt the ball as an off-ball linebacker like you were kind of talking about. Like everything that Aaron Glenn has told us over the last 2 years of him being the head coach of the New York Jets and even his time with the Detroit Lions. Arvell Reese is so clearly the more Aaron Glenn player. So I think that it's going to be Arvell Reese at number.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
With the 16th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Kenyon Sadiq, tight end, Oregon.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Brad, you want to take this one because the Knicks just lost on the final possession again. And look, I love the pick. You and I love Kenyon Sadiq. He's a Jet. I mean, it feels like they get gifted here with the Buccaneers going Ruben Bain. Again, Geno Smith is his quarterback for now. Kenyon Sadiq, though, it makes this Jets offense actually have some life and have some juice. And I love the pick for the Jets. That's something you don't normally say often. But your thoughts on Kenyon Sadiq?
Yeah, I don't love the pick for fantasy football purposes. I will say that much. If he would have landed with Tampa, I may have ranked him inside the top 10 among fantasy tight ends and near number 1 with them in Western Florida. But now in Jersey, you gotta reduce the expectations. Now, you could say Geno had decent production with Brock Bowers last season with Las Vegas. I mean, Geno did complete over 67% of his passes. That is a plus. You got Garrett Wilson there to alleviate some of the double team concerns. That is also a plus. And Sadiq can run every single route in the tree and has got that open field explosiveness and the sheer power as well. He's got to finish off some of the action in the open field, could run with a little bit more aggressiveness. If he can start plowing overdues the next level, maybe he's going to exceed my expectations. But I look at him more from a fantasy football perspective, tight end 12 to tight end 15. Not an ideal landing spot with the New York Jets, but an excellent pick for them overall because he's a do-it-all prospect.
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't get my mind off of how this Knicks game just ended. Second game in a row.
You know what happened, Pat? We went 5 for 5 again in terms of let's go streaking. We did it again. So come on, man. Pick yourself up.
All right. Look, I'll focus on the positivity for all of 30 seconds. We did go 5 for 5. Our baseball game that we play every day here on BetMGM Tonight. Let's go streaking. Everybody picks a player just to get a hit. That's the second night in a row, and it's the third night already this week that we've gone 5 for 5. Last night's odds, or I guess the odds for tonight to do that was plus 541 on BetMGM. Last night was more than 4-1. Monday night was more than 3-1. The man, he doesn't miss. He's a man possessed. Michael Montgomery, our video producer, Monty, is a perfect 12 for 12.
The Lions!
I'm joined here by Easton, a 14-year-old Lions fan whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Look at that. I'd like to ask all of you to join me in cheering on Easton as he makes his wish come true. Take it away, Easton.
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to go this early. Blake Miller, I thought we did our NFL draft pick him. I had Eagles taking him at 23. The Lions grab him at 17. And, this kind of, I don't know if it doesn't feel like a desperate pick for the Lions. Because again, I thought if the Eagles did it at 23, I felt like we all would have been saying, wow, what a great pick from Howie Roseman. But we all knew the Lions needed an offensive tackle. Taylor Decker moves on this offseason. Their offensive line wasn't very good last year. They have to protect Jordan Goff, and they have to be able to open up lanes for Jahmyr Gibbs and this offense. And so we watched 3 offensive tackles already go off the board. Spencer Fano, Francis Maui-Noah, and then Caden Proctor. So it was either Monroe Freeling, who I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't him, or it was one of the other linemen, top tackles that were available. Blake Miller was maybe a second-round pick. But the Lions grab him at 17. This guy's got all the experience in the world. He played over 3,700 snaps at Clemson, back-to-back first-team All-ACC, and the Lions have their Taylor Decker replacement here, Brad.
Yeah, indeed they do. And there was an obvious area of need for them. 34% of the mock draft central projections had him going with Caden Proctor at this point. So, the offensive line was the focus for Detroit. And one that makes a ton of sense. They were outside the top 20 last season, according to Pro Football Focus and pass blocking efficiency. They were number 13, a little bit better in run blocking efficiency. But Jared Goff, as you know, is a stone statue, not the most mobile of quarterbacks. So, with Decker gone, they had to fill that enormous void, and they did so in the draft. I think it's a wise move and a sage selection by Detroit to solidify that offensive line. Minnesota is up next, and they got to go safety here, right?
I would think this is Dylan Thieneman right here. Again, Harrison Smith, very cloudy future. And so this feels like if this feels like it's got to be a safety. You know, Kevin O'Connell just offered an update on Harrison Smith a couple of days ago. He left the door open on his future, but I mean, I just don't think that's something you could commit to here. This has to be safety, whether it's Dylan Thieneman or whether it is the other top safety here in Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo. I would think this is going to be one of these guys here. But yeah, Brad, we got about a minute before you get on out of here for the night. Appreciate you hanging around for an extra hour, brother. But yes, to reiterate, 5 for 5 on Let's Go Streaking. Monty's now 12 for 12. Trevor Lorna came through with a single late in the game for the Twins. PJ Glasser, a perfect 8 for 8.
With the 18th pick. With the 18th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Banks, defensive end, Florida.
Okay.
That's another shocker. That's another shocker.
Seriously.
But Brad, you've now run it up to 6 in a row. I'm at 5 in a row. Combs at 2 in a row. So there's some positivity. The Knicks freaking lose, but how about that? Caleb Banks, defensive tackle. Vikings improving that defensive line. I thought they would have for sure improved the defensive backfield. Your final thoughts?
Bears get Thieneman if he is available at 25. I'm out.
All right, there you go. We got another hour here on BetMGM tonight when we return. Now, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock at 19. We've got more instant reaction. We got live interviews. We've got the live podium. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Another thing I'm pretty confident in is that I think Jordan Tyson I think that there's real smoke there with him being the first wide receiver off the board. That's one where, you know, I read every single piece of NFL information that comes out. There seems to be real connections from some insiders to teams saying that they have Tyson number 1 on their draft board. And I think that that's for real. So we saw some steam on that about 3 or 4 days ago, and it's kind of leveled out since then. But I think he's in play for the Giants at number 5. I think if the Browns are forced to keep the pick at 6 and they can't find a trade partner, I think they will take Tyson at 6. And I think he'll be in play for Washington at 7 as well. If Washington stays in that spot, they're another team I think would be looking to move down. So those are a couple things that I'm eyeing in the first 10 picks here now.
But right now, and this is a hard thing to describe, but the Flyers have a team of destiny vibe to them. And it's like pornography. What is a Stanley Cup playoff team of destiny? You know it when you see it. The Flyers have that type of vibe. I think we're going to get Flyers Hurricanes in round 2. I am exceptionally excited to bet the Flyers in that series. Philly right now at BetMGM to win the East, plus 750. I'm into that price as well.
Touchdown. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
With the 19th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means it is solo hour time here as we've got 60 more minutes of live NFL draft coverage to bring you before our friends at Westwood One Sports Night take over, and they'll take you all the way through the end of the draft and post-draft analysis. But I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, 310-840-4910. Phone lines are open. Text lines are open. Any and all of your thoughts, your takes, your reactions to what has been a wildly surprising, shocking NFL draft so far. So many twists and turns and surprise picks. Ty Simpson going 13 to the Rams. They've got their Stafford replacement. Jeremiah Love, the Notre Dame running back, going 3 to the Cardinals. Carnell Tate, Ohio State receiver, going 4 to the Titans. The New York Giants had 2 chances to take Caleb Downs. They didn't do it. The Cowboys traded up to get him at 11. And we've had plenty of other surprises and a lot of trades here in this first round. And you heard that 19th overall pick there. Right before we went to break, the Vikings took Caleb Banks, big defensive tackle out of Texas, with the 18th pick. So the Vikings, I thought they were going to go safety for sure. They do not. Instead, they go with a D tackle. And again, that was Caleb Banks from Florida, And then right there at 19, the Carolina Panthers go a big Monroe Freeling from Georgia, the offensive tackle. And now we've got a trade. The Eagles have moved up to 20 to take the Cowboys spot.
With the 20th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver, USC.
And that just about puts a nail in the coffin on A.J. Brown's tenure as a Philadelphia Eagle. I didn't think Howie Roseman would do it, but that tells you A.J. Brown is off this team. He is going to get traded on June 1st. He is probably going to go to the New England Patriots. And now the Eagles have gotten their replacement in the first round. It is a very rare first-round offensive skill set draft. Skill set player drafted by Howie Roseman. They go Mekhi Lemon out of USC. He could have ended up being the first receiver off the board. Carnell Tate went 4. And then Jordan Tyson went just a couple of picks later at number 8 to the Saints. But that was it. We haven't had a receiver getting taken since then. And so it's been a slide for all these receivers, especially for Mekhi Lemon. I thought he was going to go to the Rams at 13. But how about that? The Eagles trade up with their in-division rival, the Cowboys. The Eagles were at 23. They go to 20. The Cowboys get the 23rd pick from the Eagles, and they also get, I believe, a couple of 5th rounders or 6th rounders, and they get a 7th round pick next year as well. I believe it was the 133rd pick and the 137th pick. Let me just double check that here really quickly. 114 and 137 the Cowboys get. So that is a 4th round pick. That's a 5th round pick. And they get a 7th rounder next year from the Eagles. And so they allow the Birds to jump up and take Mekhi Lemon from USC. And look, I don't know if it's going to work. I'm glad the Eagles did it. Howie Roseman not trying to outsmart everybody and think outside the box here. And he's telling all of us now, with certainty, A.J. Brown is gone. A.J. Brown's gone. Yeah, they're not drafting a receiver in the first round if A.J. Brown's still going to be on this team. And that is probably why you got the report from Adam Schefter over the weekend that the Eagles were likely to trade A.J. Brown. I'm just surprised it came out before the draft because, of course, the antenna goes up for me. Okay, well, now the Eagles at 23, it's got to be a receiver, right? It's got to be a receiver. Or do they end up going with their 2nd round pick with a receiver? But whatever they end up doing was going to be very telling. And I guess they weren't trying to put any smoke screens. They didn't give a damn about who knew. And they don't even try to wait at 23. They'd say, hey, Jerry Jones, we'll give you a 4th rounder, a 5th rounder, and a 7th rounder next year. Let us take our receiver right here, right now, because they probably thought that the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to take him at 21, or they thought the LA Chargers were going to take him at 22, or maybe the Cowboys. I mean, I can't imagine there was a world where Jerry or Stephen Jones actually picked up the phone and called Howie Roseman and said, hey, we know you guys want a receiver. Do you want to trade up with us? And we'll only take a 4th and a 5th rounder and a 7th rounder next year. And we'll let you guys get your receiver here because we're getting phone calls out the wazoo to move up to number 20 because people want Mekhi Lemon. And do you want to trade with me, Howard Roseman? Like, I can't imagine. Why would that ever happen? Why would the Cowboys do that? So the Eagles must have had pretty good intel that somebody a couple of spots ahead of them, again, Chargers at 22, Steelers at 21, it had to have been one of those two teams. And instead, they pull the trigger and they trade up and draft Mekhi Lemon. So again, A.J. Brown, he's basically good as gone in Philadelphia.
The game of football and celebrating athletes at every level. Joining me on stage are 6 Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recipients, featuring both high school tackle players and flag football athletes. Jerome? Thank you, Commissioner.
This is the Steelers pick at 21. They got Jerome Bettis out here.
Recognizes high school football players who demonstrate leadership, character, and service, both on and off the field. Congratulations to each of you. We wish all of you the best as you continue your football journeys. The last time I introduced the Steelers' 1st round pick, I was fortunate to introduce T.J. Watt. And with the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Max Ihanachor, tackle, Arizona State.
Wow. You get another offensive tackle here. That's 5 of them now in the first round. That's shocking. That is shocking. Max Iheanacho and Broderick Jones dealing with the setback from the neck injury. I wondered if the Steelers were maybe going to take an offensive tackle here at 21 because of that, or if maybe they would have waited for the second or the third round. Again, in terms of like most of the overall rankings throughout all the different draft prospects and mock drafts, Max Iheanacho, he was a second-round pick, right? Like mid-second round. Like his overall ranking in terms of the grades of all these players was in the 40s. And he was ranked the 6th best offensive tackle out of Arizona State. Well, he ends up being, the 5th offensive tackle taken in this draft, in this first round. You had Spencer Forno at 9, Maui Noah at 10, Caden Proctor at 12 to the Dolphins, Blake Miller at 17 to the Lions from Clemson, and Monroe Freeling from Georgia to the Panthers at 19. So he is the 6th offensive tackle taken in the first round. We thought receivers were going to be the hot commodity here, and instead, it's offensive tackles. And you got to imagine that now the Steelers have to make a decision. Do they want Max Iheanacho, who they just took from Arizona State, to go right to left tackle and protect presumably Aaron Rodgers' blindside? Or do they want to move Troy Fautanu, their right tackle, over to the left side to protect Rodgers' blindside? But the Steelers go offensive tackle. Ty Simpson off the board way before this at 13. So you're not getting Ty Simpson at 21 to the Steelers. They go offensive tackle instead. Okay. We've got our guys, Bleck and Abdallah, live at the draft in Pittsburgh right now. And Bleck and Abdallah, Monday through Friday, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on Westwood One Sports. They're in the interview room. We played you their interview with Jeremiah Love before. Let's hear 2.5 minutes of them talking to Carnell Tate, Ohio State receiver, who went 1 pick later to the Titans at 4.
Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah joined now by Carnell Tate, who was selected by the Tennessee Titans with the 4th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So as it's going through your mind where you're going to go, you're the first Ohio State player taken off the board. What does that feel like? There's a few Ohio State players here tonight. Do you have some bragging rights over your teammates?
Nah, we wouldn't say bragging rights. We're all just happy for each other, excited for each other, and to be a part of each other's next step into the NFL.
So as you guys were together at Ohio State, tell us about the conversations before you got to tonight.
Yeah.
What was that about? What was that like?
I mean, ultimately during the season, we were out there playing our hearts off, playing our butts off for each other. But then when the season concluded, the focus was the next level, and then we're all just happy for each other. Then there were talks of all of us going first round. So we're just happy for each other, then wanted to see each other win and succeed.
The history of great Ohio State wide receivers that translates to the NFL. Emeka Egbuka, Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith, and Jigba, who just won a Super Bowl. Had any of those influence you, or did you watch any of those guys or any other older wide receivers that you watched growing up that kind of influenced your career?
Yes, sir. I watched them all. During my time there, I was fortunate enough to learn from Marv and Emeka Egbuka. Marv, unbelievable talent, crazy athleticism. So I was able to add from his routine, take different moves and add to my bag. Then also Emeka, a very intelligent guy off the field who had a great routine. So I was also able to learn from Emeka and take those things from him and add to my routine.
So when you watch them play,
yep,
what do you like to focus in on to try and say, okay, I can see that and I can try and do that myself?
Receivers are art, so you just try to look at different moves they do, whether that's the releases, different routes they run, different ways they run the route. So ultimately, everybody runs the same route. It's just a matter of how you run that route and what different moves you add to that route.
Cam Ward, drafted last year, rookie season last year, so it'll be in his second season this year. What do you want him to know about you as a wide receiver, and what he can expect from you coming in?
I'm a reliable target. I'm a go-to target. Whenever you need me, I'm there.
So when you have a young quarterback, a young wide receiver, people always talk about the relationship. Or do you have any plans on reaching out? And has he reached out to this point?
Yeah. So we already connected tonight. He said he's excited for me. That we're going to go do great things, and then I'm going to connect with him later when I get back to the hotel.
Thanks a lot, Carnell. We appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, thanks for having me.
That's Carnell Tate, selected number 4 overall by the Tennessee Titans. For Chris Bleck, I'm Adam Abdallah with Westwood One's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Thank you all. Thanks for having me.
There you go. All right. So, look, how about that? Instantly asking about Cam Ward, Titans quarterback, if he's reached out to him. And Cornell Tate said, yeah, basically already hit me up. They're going to, already start to throw together. And there you go. That could be the connection that feeds families in Nashville and gets the Titans back in the playoffs. Here's the Chargers pick.
2026 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Akeem Mesidor, linebacker, Miami.
All right, there you go. So the Chargers, they beef up that pass rush. I thought maybe they were in line for an offensive guard here, or maybe one of the 6 tackles that have now come off the board. Maybe that was their plan, and they pivot, and they go Akeem Mesidor, edge rusher from Miami. So again, opposite of Ruben Bain this past year, Akeem Mesidor had a pretty damn good season himself. A very violent pass rusher. And, again, you look at what the Chargers... with their pass rush, it's kind of slowed down here in recent years. Remember, not too long ago, the Chargers had Joey Bosa in his prime. They had prime Khalil Mack. And now it feels like that pass rush has kind of been rather toothless here over the last couple of seasons. They still do have Khalil Mack, and Tuli Tuipulotu had a pretty damn good season. But, you look at the front, Teair Tart, Justin Egboigbe. Again, they need guys that can wrap up more sacks. And Egboigbe had 6 sacks this past season. Teair Tart, who just signed a 3-year extension, he had 0 sacks last year. Definitely more of a run-stopping tackle than a pure pass rusher on the outside. So that allows Teair Tart to just stay on the inside alongside Dalvin Tomlinson. The Chargers can definitely mix up their looks. I don't know, new defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter, is now gone. So you got the new defensive coordinator being Chris O'Leary, who they hired, or they elevated him from his previous role as the safeties coach in 2024. So I can't tell you off the top of my head, what the defensive game plan is going to look like from Chris O'Leary, Chargers' new defensive coordinator. But it was a 3-4 defense with Jesse Minter. Maybe now you get more of a hybrid. Maybe you get some 4-3 looks, because that allows Teair Tart and Dalvin Tomlinson both to line up on the inside. And then you have Egboigbe, and you've got now Akeem Mesidor from Miami coming off the edge. Or you can just interchange those two guys, and you can still run the 3-4, where you have Khalil Mack, Denzel Perryman, Dion Henley, and Tuli Tuipulotu in the linebacking core for the Chargers. So, look, it's always defense first, it feels like, for Jim Harbaugh. But they need to protect Justin Herbert. He's been one of the most sacked quarterbacks here over the last couple of years. But I guess they're going to rely on their guys, Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, coming back healthy this year. And with the offseason acquisitions of Cole Strange and Tyler Biadasz, that will be enough to keep Justin Herbert upright this season. But, boy, that's a lot of question marks and a lot of injury-prone players that you're relying on to stay healthy on that offensive line. So the Chargers go Akeem Mesidor, edge rusher from Miami, with number 22. We'll take a short break. When we come back, the Cowboys traded down to 23 after the Eagles traded up to 20 to take Mekhi Lemon, receiver from USC. Again, that signals the end of A.J. Brown. So we'll have the Cowboys pick when we come back, and then it's the Browns at 24 and the Bears at 25. More live NFL draft reaction when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If Jalen Williams is not healthy in the Western Conference Final and the Thunder have to play the Nuggets or the Spurs, I don't think they're winning. It's one thing to pound into dust curtain-jerking jabroni franchises in the NBA that are trying to lose for A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson in the regular season. It's one thing on a Tuesday night in February without Jalen Williams to go to Atlanta and pummel the Hawks. It's another thing in May, mid and late May, to go on the road to Denver without J-Dub or San Antonio without J-Dub and win. I'm not saying they can't, but think about the way I've talked about that. And I am financially invested in the Thunder to win the championship. Have been the entire season. The only team that I bet to win the championship is Oklahoma City. The way I've talked about the Thunder, that pending health, and I'm always careful to say that, pending health to the participants, especially SGA, then we get to J-Dub and Chet Holmgren. This team's going to win the title, pending health. Now we have a health issue. Now we can talk about maybe this gets a little more interesting. My guess is he'll be back, and it'll be cool. It's not the same hamstring that was hurt early in the season. My guess is it'll be okay, and my guess is the Thunder are still going to win the championship. I believe that still. But I don't know how you can be as confident this morning as you were 24 hours ago. Now that this variable has been introduced into the equation for Oklahoma City. And it just goes back to a point that I've been making since game 82, since the final Sunday of the NBA regular season, and how lucky the Thunder got with their draw. And this will dovetail into the next part of this discussion that we'll get to in a little bit. Because Oklahoma City, and I said it literally the next morning on Monday morning, right? And I think they're the best team. So basically what this is like here for Oklahoma City is if, like, you're tall, you're tan, you have great hair, you have blue eyes, and you also have, like, an angelic voice. Like, you're going to be a superstar. You didn't need the angelic voice. Like, I'll tell you what, you're tall, and you're tan, and you got great hair, and you got blue eyes. You could sound like me, and you're going to be a success in life. The Thunder are that tall guy. They don't need the angelic voice. They don't need the unbelievable talent. But you know what? They've got it all. Because not only do they have the best team, not only are they the reigning defending NBA champions, but they have a walkover to the Western Conference Final. A walkover. It easily could have broken that Denver's the 4 seed. And now, like, think about that. How are we feeling today if Denver's the 4 seed, not the Lakers? How are you feeling if it's going to be Denver in round 2 and not the Lakers? And I don't even care if Luka Doncic comes back and Austin Reeves comes back. The Lakers are not beating the Thunder even if Jalen Williams doesn't play. They're not. But I'll tell you what, and if the Rockets, forget about it. Studio apartment offense, no space anywhere. I don't want to hear about it with the Rockets. If it were Denver, think about what the conversation would be this morning. They dodged a tremendous bullet with how this broke, with how this worked out with the bracket. They will waltz, even without J-Dub, they will waltz to the Western Conference Final. So if I'm Sam Presti and I'm the Oklahoma City Thunder, do you want Jalen Williams back for Game 3 of this series? Of course. Of course you want him back. The only thing that matters is that he's back Game 1 Western Conference Final. They can beat the Lakers without him. They can beat the Rockets probably without SGA. Get him back for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Because if he's not, or if he comes back and he aggravates that injury, now Pandora's box is open. And then we can have a Denver Nuggets conversation. We can have a San Antonio Spurs conversation. Hell, we could even have a Boston Celtics conversation. We could even have, and perhaps this is just wish casting by your boy, we could even have a New York Knicks conversation. He is Chat QB.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence, defensive end, University of Central Florida.
Oh, there you go. Jerry and Stephen Jones go defense again with their 23rd overall pick. I thought they made the pick of the draft because personally I was as high on Caleb Downs as you could humanly be, and the Giants had two chances to get him at number 5 and number 10. They passed on him both times. The Cowboys traded up a spot with the Dolphins to get Caleb Downs at 11, the safety, the Swiss Army knife from Ohio State, and then they allowed the Eagles to jump up to 20 to get Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver from USC, which again signals the end of the days for A.J. Brown. And the Cowboys drop down to 23, and they get a 4th rounder from the Eagles and a 5th rounder and a 7th rounder next year, and they take Malachi Lawrence, the defensive end edge rusher from Central Florida.
NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Casey Concepcion, wide receiver, Texas A&M.
And then not a surprise there, the Browns go receiver. Casey Concepcion goes before Omar Cooper. Wow. Just to finish off the note here about Malachi Lawrence going to the Cowboys, their defense was absolutely atrocious. Trading Micah Parsons was the dumbest thing Jerry Jones could have done. But then they do trade a first-round draft pick and get Quinnen Williams at the deadline last year. They get a Tito Abonia from the Chargers in the offseason. They added Kenny Clark. And so you throw now Malachi Lawrence into the mix, and they're hoping that he can become an instant impact player in the first year. But he's there as a depth piece, probably to start the season. And I'm sure they're going to be, look, he'll get plenty of snaps. And so the Cowboys knew their defense was atrocious. It's what kept them from the playoffs. They had Caleb Downs to the 3rd level, and now they get Malachi Lawrence. The Browns drafting Casey Concepcion. I had a bold prediction before the draft leading up to it here in the days leading up to the draft here on BetMGM Tonight, which, by the way, Pat Boyle, Westwood One Sports. If you're just joining us, welcome back. And I thought the Browns were going to go with Zachariah Branch from Georgia, which, given how many surprises we've had so far, it feels like that would not have been a big shock. Again, Jeremiah Love going at 3, Carnell Tate going at 4, Ty Simpson going at 13. The Chiefs trading up to 6 to get Mansour Delane. This has been just a draft full of surprises here. And so I thought the Browns would have gotten with the kick return, punt return, speed demon threat of Zachariah Branch, but they instead go with Casey Concepcion, who, he's an absolute blazer as well. Averaged 15 yards per catch, led Texas A&M in yards, receptions, and touchdowns last season. He gets open incredibly well, wins at the line of scrimmage, so he's physical, probably more physical than you'd expect at 6 feet, 196 pounds, but he's got great top speed, and he also returned 2 punts for touchdowns in 2025 for the Texas A&M Aggies. So maybe they do get a punt returner and kick returner as well as a receiver in KC Concepcion. I thought it would be Zachariah Branch, but it is the Texas A&M Aggie who goes to the Cleveland Browns at 24, and that should finish off a first round for Cleveland in which they addressed their 2 biggest needs. They traded down, by the way, which I thought was smart, with the Kansas City Chiefs, and they got a 3rd rounder and a 5th rounder for it, and they grabbed Spencer Fauneau at Utah. Now, here's the thing. Did the Browns make the right choice? We've had 6 tackles taken in the first round. On average, 2 will be all-pros, 2 will be average, and 2 will be busts. The Browns don't have any room to afford another bust here on the offensive line, which is actually, that's the one position they've drafted very well. So they get Spencer Fauneau at 9, and now they get the receiver, their other biggest need here, and they get Casey Concepcion. Jerry Jeudy had a big step back last year. Their other receivers are Cedric Tillman, Isaiah Bond. Their tight end, Harold Fannin, had a great rookie season, but they needed another pass catcher, and they get it in Casey Concepcion. So we are down now to the final 8 picks of the first round in the draft. The Chicago Bears are next up at 25. Our producer, Brandon Combs, is a Bears fan. Our video producer, Monty, is a Bears fan. My co-host, Brad Evans, is a Bears fan. Why don't we get producer Brandon Combs joining me on the screen here? Combs, get on in here as the Bears are getting ready to make their pick at number 25. We might be another minute or two away, actually, because I see on TV they've gone to commercial. So we might have a couple of moments here for the Chicago Bears to make this pick. So while we do have about a minute or so before the Bears make their pick, it looks like we've got a trade as well. As I'm seeing something coming through here from Schefter. I don't think it's the Bears that have made a trade. Houston, the Texans, have traded up 2 spots to the Buffalo Bills spot at number 26. So that means instead of the Bills picking at 26, the Texans are going to pick at 26, and I would assume the Bills will slide to 28. So we'll see. The Bills, it wouldn't be the first disaster they've made trading back in the first round. Remember, famously, they let the Chiefs jump them in a trade on draft night, and the Kansas City Chiefs ended up getting Xavier Worthy, and the Bills got Keon Coleman. And we all have seen how that has worked out so far. They basically threw Keon Coleman under the freaking bus. He's been a healthy scratch numerous times so far in his young NFL career. So it's the Texans at 26. The Bills dropped to 28. We're waiting for the Bears pick. So while we have a moment, let's get you updated here on some NBA scores here in the playoffs. I mentioned it briefly before, but, I mean, it's been a brutal night for me as a Giants and a Knicks fan. The Giants did not draft Caleb Downs. I wanted him desperately. They didn't take him with either the 5th or the 10th pick. And then the Knicks rallied from double digits down on the road against the Hawks. They trailed by as many as 18 points. And the Knicks had the lead, 108-107, with 20 seconds to go. Jalen Brunson had a chance to maybe ice the game. He takes a ill-advised shot. It was either a long 2 or a 3, and he airballs it. In the ensuing possession, C.J. McCollum, again, in the eye hole, gives the Hawks the lead. Knicks still had a chance to win it. Final possession, Jalen Brunson dribbles into the corner, right along the baseline, like to the point where he's basically almost behind the glass. He is tiptoeing the baseline, and last second tries to thread a very tight needle of a pass to Josh Hart. Makes a terrible pass. Ball squirts away. The Knicks don't even get a freaking shot off in the final possession, and they lose on the final possession to the Hawks again.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
There it is. So, Combs, I'm not the only one disappointed with my team's pick. Look, I love Dylan Thieneman going into this draft, and I know you wanted an edge rusher, but I think the Bears definitely needed a safety. You know, they just picked up Kobe Bryant, but, I mean, look, who's their strong safety here going into the season? You know, Cam Lewis, who they basically got for a 2-year deal that was playing for the Buffalo Bills on their backups. Like, you needed a safety. Dylan Thieneman crushed it in the combine. I think he's going to be great. I think Brad had to talk me off the ledge after the Giants didn't get Caleb Downs, and you didn't want Dylan Thieneman, but I think in a year from now, you're going to be thanking your lucky stars and thanking Ryan Poles that he took him. The safety from Oregon goes to the Bears at 25.
Yeah, I'll be thanking my lucky stars as elusive quarterbacks are able to get away from every slow-ass edge rusher that the Bears have on their damn roster. Look, I like Austin Booker. I think Austin Booker is going to be a good defensive end. I think he's going to be a good edge rusher. He's a guy that can push guys around. He can push tackles around. But he's not a guy that can contain anybody because he's so slow. And it's the same thing with Montez Sweat. They're both slow. They're both good. They're both big dudes. But they're slow. You have no speed coming off the edge whatsoever. And we see time after time after time that good edge rushers, good pass rushers, they create better secondaries. It happened when Montez Sweat first came to the Bears. All of a sudden, the Bears' secondary became, they went from a bottom third defense to a top 10 defense. In that short span after they made the trade. It's so stupid to me to go out and get safety Dylan Thieneman. Look, I like Thieneman too. I think he's going to be a good player. But you just spent all this money on Kobe Bryant. So what, like, I don't know. It makes me mad because you still don't have, and now you're not picking, by the time that you go to pick again, all of these edge rushers are going to be off the board. And you're going to be back in the same damn boat you already were.
So Combs is not happy. Combs is not happy. I mean, look, can Dylan Thieneman, can he play strong safety? Can he just play nickel? He could play multiple roles in the secondary. He doesn't have to be free safety. He could be your strong safety. I know you got Kobe Bryant.
If you have a good edge rusher, if you've got people that are going in collapsing on the quarterback and rushing the quarterback, that makes your safeties better. I don't care if you have a third string safety. I don't care if you've got a back. It doesn't matter to me. That's why you went out and got Kobe Bryant. You just spent all that damn money.
Well, now you got a guy that can not only come down to the line of scrimmage and make tackles, you got a guy that can pick passes off as well. But I think more so than anything, the Bears, they were a bad tackling team last year. You know, they relied on all those turnovers to save them. And now you got a guy that can come down to the line of scrimmage and make tackles, and I think it's great. I think you're overreacting here. And look, you got, Monty saying in the show chat, you got 2 picks in the second round to get either 1 or 2 pass rushers for you.
Shut up, Monty.
Monty's speaking logic. I'm speaking logic.
Go pick another hitter. It just doesn't make sense, because if you end up with all of these guys that are going to pass you by with TJ Parker and Zion Young, and you end up with an edge rusher who's not ready on night 1 anyway, that was the whole point here. You need an edge rusher. You need a playmaker that can go make plays for you right now on defense. That was your biggest flaw this entire damn season. It's the thing that cost you in the playoffs. It was the thing that cost you games in the regular season, was because you couldn't rush the passer. This secondary led the league in takeaways. The secondary look, I'm not going to say it's great, but I'm going to say it was, especially with the upgrade with Kobe Bryant, that it was serviceable. But what's not serviceable is your front 7. Your front 7 got depleted all year long. It was the biggest hole on your entire team. And you didn't address it in the first round. It's stupid.
Well, we got another trade. Combs, I appreciate your input. I think you're going to be happy about Dylan Thieneman. I think you'll be very happy in a year from now. And you got other
I hope
spots
you like
here.
your offensive tackle too, you jerk.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so the trade is the Texans have moved up to 26. They're picking right now. The Bills are at 28. And then we've got another trade. Let's see. Another trade late in the first round here. So that was the truth. A lot of trades in the first round. The Dolphins have traded up from 30. Remember, they traded Jalen Waddle to the Denver Broncos to get the Broncos pick at 30. Now the Dolphins have traded up to the 49ers spot at 27, and the 49ers drop down to 30, and they also get a third-round pick as well, the 90th overall pick. So the Dolphins are moving up a couple of spots. And I would assume that might be Omar Cooper, because they need a receiver.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keelan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Wow, all right, so the Texans trade up 2 spots for a guard. Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech. And, I mean, look, in terms of the pick itself, it makes a ton of sense because their offensive line has been brutal over the last couple of years. Their left tackle, Ariante Ursary, was garbage last year. Their right tackle, Titus Howard, he's now with the Cleveland Browns, and so the Houston Texans instead signed Braden Smith on a 1-year contract. He was most recently with the Indianapolis Colts. But right now, the 2 guards on their roster are Wyatt Teller, who they also got in the offseason from the Cleveland Browns on a 2-year contract, and then Evan Brown, who they got on a 1-year deal worth up to $3.5 million. He was most recently with the Arizona Cardinals. So a couple of guards that they got in free agency that they're probably now just backups And now it looks like Keelan Rutledge, the guard from Georgia State, will end up being one of the starting guards on the interior for the Houston Texans as they endlessly search to try to protect C.J. Stroud. So the Texans, I'm surprised they traded up to go guard, though. Again, what these guys' rankings are and grades are, that's only half the battle because some GMs find these guys to be a lot higher. But, again, Keelan Rutledge was, mocked everywhere I saw to be a late second-round pick. Overall ranking was in the 50s or the 60s. Why did the Texans feel like they had to trade up 2 spots to get him? Were the 49ers going to take an offensive lineman when their defensive line and their defense was garbage and beat up with injuries last year? Were the Buffalo Bills going to go? Look, don't get me wrong, I like it. A lot of trades, a lot of smaller trades, teams jumping up 2 spots, maybe 3 spots, and just kind of forking over a 3rd-round pick. I guess for the Dolphins it makes sense because they got a boatload of them, so they can afford to do it. But trades coming heavy, hot and heavy here at the end of the 1st round. We will wrap things up here on BetMGM tonight when we come back. The Dolphins are now picking at 27 instead of the Niners. The Bills, after they traded back with the Texans, are going to be at 28. Chiefs at 29. Niners 30. And then the Patriots at 31. And the Super Bowl champion Seahawks at 32. We'll come right back. We'll get you more instant reaction and analysis from the NFL Draft. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He is Chat QB, the AI quarterback. You've heard of Gen Z quarterbacks? Fernando Mendoza is the first AI quarterback. Seems like you went into Gemini or Claude or whatever whatever nonsense you've got and said, give me the perfect quarterback. And it spits out, here's Fernando Mendoza for you. And because of that, and because we've known it's been a fait accompli, a lock, a certainty, because we've known for so long that he's going first overall, and because he's boring, we have forgotten how special he is as a quarterback prospect and how incredible I think he's going to be at the next level. Think about it in these terms. Now, I'm not going to say that he would have gone first overall in the Caleb Williams draft. Caleb would have gone first overall. And maybe he would have gone ahead of Jaden. And I think now everyone wants to say, well, Drake May was actually the better prospect than Jaden Daniels, but Jaden Daniels won second. Whatever. However you want to parse this. Mendoza is going before, at the very least, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix. Right? He's going before them. And maybe he goes before Jaden. Maybe he goes before May. Caleb would have been the first overall pick. He definitely goes first overall last year ahead of Cam Ward if they're in the same draft. He goes first overall ahead of Bryce Young and ahead of C.J. Stroud, the Bryce Young draft. He goes first overall ahead of Kyler Murray. He would have gone first overall ahead of Baker Mayfield. We can have our conversations about who should have gone first overall in that draft, and it looks a little silly in retrospect how it went. I think he would have gone first overall over Jared Goff. He is an absolute stud. He is not the first overall pick because the draft sucks. He's not the first overall pick because there isn't another quarterback maybe worthy of being a first-round selection, whether or not another one will be. That's not it. He's going to be the number one pick because he's deserving of being the number one pick in basically any draft that doesn't include a generational quarterback prospect. I'm talking Joe Burrow. I'm talking Caleb Williams. Mendoza, an exceptionally worthy first overall pick. The arm, the brain, the leadership ability. And I'll tell you what, and I've said this numerous times, he is a tough son of a bitch. I think about that. Everyone wants to talk about, the run, the touchdown run in the national championship game against Miami. It's a great play. And it's an iconic play. Right? That's his most that and the Omar Cooper play against Penn State. Those are his iconic plays. To me, the play where I'm like, well, I think this kid's got it more than any other was when he got absolutely decleated destroyed, annihilated, obliterated, eviscerated by Ohio State early in the Big Ten title game, has to leave the game, and his brother has to come in. Another Mendoza comes in to play quarterback. And I'm sitting there wondering, this dude coming back, and is he done? I wouldn't have blamed him. He got destroyed. Not only does he come back, he comes back and they win the game. He's got, however you want to define it, Fernando Mendoza's got it.
I think that it's going to be Arbel Reese at number 2. I would take Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is who I would take at number 2 overall. I think Bain's a top 3 player in this class. I understand, like, people just go like, he doesn't have the longest arms. He doesn't win with length. That's not how he wins. So you don't have to sit here and say, well, he won a lot with a long arm move and he won a lot with his length when he was in college. He's not going to be able to do that in the NFL. That's not how he won. He won with first step explosiveness, great natural leverage, incredible power from his lower half, great hand usage, a pass rush plan, can defend the run like an ox, a great motor, good counters to him as well. He's coached by the Hall of Famer Jason Taylor the last 3 years when he was at Miami. I mean, I would be taking Ruben Bain here. I think he is the best defensive lineman, I would say, in this class. And so that would be my pick at number 2 for the Jets.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones or to text us at 310-840-4910. Only a couple of picks left to go here in the NFL draft in the first round. And we just had our 9th offensive lineman in the first round get taken. 7 offensive tackles, 2 guards. Before we get to that, though, right before the break, the Houston Texans took an offensive guard, Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech. They traded up 2 spots to do that. Then the Dolphins traded up 3 spots with the 49ers to number 27, and the Dolphins took corner Chris Johnson from San Diego State. So Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, indeed looks like he might slide all the way out of the first round with the injuries and the injury that caused him to miss this whole season. Looks like it might cause him to slide all the way out of the first round. So Chris Johnson, a beneficiary of that, corner from San Diego State, is a guy that had a round 2 grade. And the Dolphins, now with their 2 first-round picks, they go Caden Proctor, offensive tackle from Alabama, and then the Dolphins go corner Chris Johnson from San Diego State. And look, it seems like a pretty sound draft for John Eric Sullivan, the former VP of player personnel for the Packers. His first draft now with the Dolphins. They addressed offensive line, and they addressed corner, which I'm surprised they didn't go receiver. That felt like that was the sexy move for the Dolphins to make, considering they traded away Jalen Waddle. I thought for sure maybe they would have taken Omar Cooper or Denzel Boston, but instead they improved the secondary. That was terrible. And I thought that was I thought they were going to go receiver and then corner. I thought that was their 2 picks that they were going to make, and they instead go offensive tackle and corner. And so now you got to imagine that Chris Johnson is immediately going to be one of their starting corners. And now at pick 28, the Buffalo Bills, after trading down 2 spots with the Texans, the Buffalo Bills have traded down 3 more spots, and we get our second in-division trade of this first round. The Patriots have jumped up to 28. They swap picks with the Bills, and Buffalo ends up getting an extra mid-round picks because of it. Let's see what those picks end up being for Buffalo. What did they end up getting here? 125 overall. So that is what, early? That's late fourth rounder. Late fourth rounder for the Buffalo Bills. And they go down to 31. And the New England Patriots get Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle from Utah. He was the opposite tackle of Spencer Fauno. So how about that? The Utes get both of their tackles to go in the first round. Spencer Fauno goes 9 to the Browns, and Caleb Lomu goes 28 to the New England Patriots. And the first thing that this tells me is that after weeks of standing by Will Campbell and backing him and defending him, you know, the guy that they took 4th overall in the first round last year and had the small arms and had a pretty good regular season, but then was absolutely disastrous in the postseason. Maybe the Patriots are already trying to replace Will Campbell. Morgan Moses is their right tackle for the New England Patriots, and he ended up playing just about every single snap of the entire season for them. So I don't know if they're replacing Morgan Moses here. He is 35 years old, so that is a possibility. And you could also have Caleb Lomu just play as your swing tackle. Again, the Patriots likely to land A.J. Brown, in my opinion. So receiver, check. Running back, check. They've got their quarterback, check. Defense was pretty damn good. They did lose some key players in the offseason, but they did add Kevin Byard, who I thought was a great pick. You know, he had a ton of interceptions last year with the Chicago Bears. And so the Patriots, this is either Will Campbell's replacement after just one season, or you got a swing tackle for Caleb Lomu, or maybe they're getting ready for Morgan Moses, who is 35 years old, to retire, or they're sending him off after this next season. So there you go. All right. The Chiefs are picking here at 29. This is their second pick of the first round. And the Kansas City Chiefs are going with defensive tackle Peter Woods from Clemson. And this is a good pick. Again, this is to get some help for Chris Jones. I thought maybe the Chiefs were going to take Ruben Bain, or maybe the Chiefs, when they traded up to 6, I thought it was for Sonny Styles, some linebacking help. But their pass rush was a big weakness last year. And again, they added Kyrese Tonga in free agency from the Patriots. But Chris Jones, he ain't going to be around forever. He had a bad year last season, as did most of the Kansas City Chiefs star players. And so they signed him to that fat contract in March of 2024. But I'm looking at Chris Jones' contract here, and let's see when there's a possible out for the Chiefs, because that's big money that they're going to have to try to get out of. Yeah, the Chiefs have an out in Chris Jones' contract after this season. He's a $64 million dead cap in 2026, so they're not cutting him. He's not going anywhere. But after this season, this feels like this is now the farewell tour for Chris Jones. And so the Kansas City Chiefs have most likely drafted his replacement in Peter Woods from Clemson with the 29th overall pick. Peter Woods, 6'3", 300 pounds. He can line up at edge, so he could be an edge rusher for them, but he is best on the inside. And is another guy with kind of short arms, right? Same thing that we said about Ruben Bain, but he plays with incredibly strong hands, and he's going to impact the run game big time. So the Chiefs stocking up on defense, and this was after the Kansas City Chiefs made the jump up to 29, if I'm not mistaken here, because let's see. Yeah, never mind. Excuse me. I checked that, actually. So the Chiefs they go with Peter Woods at 29. There has been a trade. The Jets have traded up to 30. That's the trade. We got another trade here right at the end of the first round. The Jets have traded up to 30. They swap with the 49ers. And so the San Francisco 49ers now, they were initially supposed to pick at 27. They traded with the Dolphins to move back 3 spots and got a 3rd-round pick. And now they move back a couple of more picks for the Jets, and they get a 5th rounder from the New York Jets. So here we go. 3rd pick of the 1st round from the New York Jets. Could this be a quarterback? This would be a major shocker. Major shocker, especially after Ty Simpson went at 13 overall. Maybe is this Garrett Nussmeier, or after the Jets went with David Bailey at 2, and then they went tight end Kenyon Sadiq at 16, maybe is this another receiver? Is this more offense for the New York Jets? It is. It's Omar Cooper from Indiana. Wow. All right. So the Jets, this is a couple of times they've made 3 first-round picks. They've done this before. Just a couple of years ago, they had 3 first-round picks, and they're still a dumpster fire. So just because you trade into the 1st round and make a pick and make a splashy pick at wide receiver doesn't mean it's going to work. But they do get Omar Cooper, who I thought would slide. He doesn't slide all the way out of the 1st round. And now the Jets have 2 new big weapons for Geno Smith, but likely their franchise quarterback of the future. They get Kenyon Sadiq. They get Omar Cooper. They took David Bailey at number 2. You got the Bills picking at 31 and the Seahawks picking at 32. The 1st round's going to be over in about 15 minutes from now, just after 11 p.m. Eastern. What a night. What a fun night. Huge thanks to everybody that made this possible. Thanks to everybody at Westwood One Sports, Armin Williams. Thanks to our guy Chris Black and Adam Abdallah for being live in Pittsburgh, getting us those interviews, jumping on with us in the show earlier. Thanks to all of our bosses here that made this possible. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to video producer Monty. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, all working hard as hell tonight to get out some clips. I'm Pat Boyle. Westwood One Sports Night is up next. Stick it right here. We'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern on BetMGM Tonight.
The Cowboys have the 12th and 20th overall picks in the draft tonight. Some say they should package those picks to move up for a defender. Some say maybe they should draft a receiver. Some say they should trade George Pickens. Here's what I say. This is the year that you try and win. Dak's not getting any younger. And also, Jerry Jones isn't getting any younger. And you know what he likes to do? Gamble. Do you know how I know that? Because he tells anyone with a microphone and a camera with 2 ears that will listen that he's a gambler. You want to gamble? Play it out with George Pickens. You think he's going to sit out till week 10? I don't want to say 0 because he's crazy. It's like what my dad used to say to me when I was learning how to drive. My father, God rest his soul, would say to me, you never want to get into it with someone on the road because you're not crazy and you don't know if that person is. Crazy people, this is why I'm reticent to call people crazy that aren't actually crazy, because then you meet a crazy person and you're like, holy bleep, that person's crazy. George Pickens is nuts. Do I think he's nuts enough to leave a ton of money on the table? I don't. Let him be unhappy. He's making 27. I'd love to get paid $27 million to be unhappy. Let him be unhappy. He gives you the best chance to win this year. Not Mekhi Lemon, not Jordan Tyson, not Carnell Tate, not Casey Concepcion, not Kenyon Sadiq, George Pickens. You keep this offense loaded and high octane and explosive. And at 12 and 20, you add 2 players to this defense. The thought that they should draft offense is ridiculous. Ridiculous. The offense is not the problem on this team. And the idea that we're building for 27 and 28, are people paying attention to what's going on here? This team's ready to win now. The quarterback's not getting any younger and the owner's not getting any younger. Push the chips in, man up, and go for it. That's what I would do if I were the Dallas Cowboys.
I think that Arvell Reese is through and through the more New York Jets player. I think that he fits the David Bailey number 2 overall hype. Somebody's going to have to explain it to me why he would make more sense for the New York Jets, because the only reason that I have that people have said is, well, he's a more ready-made pass rusher. One, that doesn't really matter. Two, like, I don't know if that's a guarantee for that to be the case. Like, even with the production that he had at Stanford and Texas Tech, like, I think David Bailey's in for a learning curve in the NFL. You can't just win with that first step in the NFL. It's going to take him a little while to get to where you want him to go. And that whole philosophy doesn't really line up with the Jets' timeline at all. The Jets aren't going to be, you want them to be better this year for sure, but they're not going to be overly competitive in 2026. Their winning window is 2027, 2028. They hope, after they get the quarterback that they're hoping to get soon over the next 2 years. That lines up so much more perfectly with Arvell Reese and his development. And so I think that that's a total counter for all of why people would say that David Bailey would go number 2 overall. And Arvell Reese is the more Aaron Glenn player. I guarantee you that Arvell Reese is the more the Aaron Glenn player, because Arvell Reese plays with a lot more power. He's pound for pound a lot stronger. He can defend the run. He can stack offensive tackles with how strong he is. He's got great power moves. He can play off the ball, and he can hunt the ball as an off-ball linebacker like you were kind of talking about. Like, everything that Aaron Glenn has told us over the last 2 years of him being the head coach of the New York Jets, and even his time with the Detroit Lions, Arvell Reese is so clearly the more Aaron Glenn player. So I think that it's going to be Arvell Reese at number